Life Understood by F. L. Rawson. 5th edition, published in 1920. This is a historical, public domain work. It reflects its author's religious, scientific, and medical beliefs of that era. Claims about disease, diagnosis, treatment, or mortality are presented for historical and literary context, not as medical advice, and may conflict with modern evidence-based guidance. Do not use this recording to diagnose or treat a condition, or to delay or replace care from a qualified health professional. In an emergency, contact local emergency services. You are listening to Part 1. This audiobook is presented in 4 parts. This part contains prefaces and sections 1 and 2. Life Understood, from a scientific and religious point of view, and the practical method of destroying sin, disease, and death. By F. L. Rawson. Dedicated to my brothers and sisters, the mass of mankind, writhing under the lash of false laws through ignorance of truth. In memoriam. Preface to the 2nd edition. I have to thank many readers of the 1st edition who have written to me, giving me details of how, by putting into practice the truth stated, they have, to their great joy, been able to help not only themselves but their fellow beings in a number of instances and in a great variety of ways. This is the natural outcome of true religion, when wedded to true science, and should be our sole aim in this world of agonizing suffering. There is no proof of any theory, but results. God is the great I am, life, truth, love, mind, soul, spirit, all, substance and intelligence, and therefore the principle of good. This divine principle, omnipotent and universal, inevitably and instantly works, destroying evil, if even for a moment a man stops thinking wrongly and thinks rightly. God, being no respecter of persons, hears the prayers of a sinner just as much as those of a saint, if only the sinner prays rightly, that is, in accordance with divine rule or principle. Our great need is to know what constitutes true prayer. For countless centuries, man has endeavored to solve the mystery of life, and for nearly 2,000 years, he has struggled to know the truth that Jesus declared would set man free. This knowledge of the truth is knowledge of God and leads to true prayer, conscious communion with God. The right and wrong methods of prayer. The value of Life Understood is not to prove that all disease is mental, as medical men are rapidly coming to this conclusion, nor is it to prove that matter is mental phenomena and can be caused to appear and disappear by thought, although the scientific difference between the two methods in which this can be done is given. One is the harmful and exhausting way in which the witches and sorcerers of old worked, and the way in which black magic workers and hypnotists of the present day work, namely, with the human mind, which inevitably leads to sin, disease, and death. The other is the marvelous and inspiring way in which Jesus the Christ worked, namely, by turning in thought to God, thus steadily revealing perfect health, holiness, and happiness. The value of this book is to enable the reader to demonstrate daily what true prayer is. It shows demonstrably what God is. It lays bare and scatters to the winds the mistaken theories of natural science. It sets out exactly the difference between the right and wrong method of working mentally, as now proved by thousands of workers. It gives the scientific proofs of this difference and shows clearly how everyone can work in the right way. This is of vital importance, as in 2 to 3 years' time, every intelligent person will be a mental worker. Advanced thinkers of all classes are now investigating the effect of thought and getting wonderful results, and in a year or 2, at latest, the reports of their investigations will be made public, confirming beyond a shadow of doubt the most important of the statements put forward herein. There is a hard and fast line drawn between the two methods of working mentally, and Jesus pointed out the difference more than once. If when you are praying you are thinking of reality, that is of God or heaven, of the Christ or the spiritual man, you are helping your patient, yourself, and the world. If, on the contrary, you are thinking of the material man or the material world, whatever you may be thinking about them, you are harming your patient, harming yourself, and doing no good to the world. Even by strong, determined thinking or willpower you can neither destroy the evil thoughts that attack you or others, nor purify the so-called human mind. You merely alter the electrical tension of what is scientifically spoken of as the lines of force of which the ether is composed. Troubles invariably follow. God, namely, truth and love, the principle of all good, alone heals, and this by destroying the so-called cause of the evil under its name of the devil in theology, the ether in the scientific world, and mortal mind amongst the metaphysical sects. Although few recognize it, these are the same as the unconscious or subconscious mind, subliminal self, etc., of the modern psychologist. The great change in the mental outlook. When the first edition of Life Understood was issued, I knew that the loosing of the devil, spoken of in Revelation, and referred to in Esdras as the death of my son Christ, took place in 1910, and that the terrible troubles foretold in the Bible and elsewhere would start 3.5 years later, namely in 1914. Although I drew attention in Appendix Roman 12 to the final 7 years of evil and in Appendix Roman 8 showed that there was war with Germany in the immediate future, to have openly stated at that time all that the Bible showed, or even what I now say, would have done more harm than good, as, with most people, it would have detracted from the. It was still on a material basis, and it would not take the trouble to look into the statements made and test whether they were true or not. Most people were too busily engaged in trying to make both ends meet. Nevertheless, in many of my lectures, many details of forthcoming events were publicly given, for instance, that the serious troubles were going to start in July 1914. Since the first edition was issued, many of the new views therein presented have been confirmed. The final war has also started, and is widely recognized as one view of the Battle of Armageddon, namely, its material presentation, full details of which are prophesied in the Bible. Many of these I have recently given in How the War Will End, which also gives most of the known accurate secular prophecies. Fear of impending evil is also turning men to God. A large number of those who heard me, together with many advanced thinkers, are therefore now prepared to accept as correct what the Bible prophecies tell us with regard to the end of the world, that is, the end of all sin, disease, troubles, limitations, and death itself. It is possible now to speak more openly, especially to those, such as my readers, whose study has led them to investigate along the advanced lines of thought herein dealt with. A great change has taken place since the first edition of Life Understood was published. The recognition of the pseudo-mental power of mortal mind and of the truth that sets man free has been increasing with great rapidity. The change that has taken place during the last 4 years has been greater than in the previous 8. The change during the last 2 years greater than in the previous 4. And in the course of the last year, changes have taken place more important than all those in the previous 2 years. In the last 6 months, there have been great alterations in the views of the advanced general public. And the last 3 months have seen even greater changes than have taken place in the previous 6 months. These changes will continue with increasing rapidity until in the last few hours of this material sense of existence, the transformation will be unparalleled and spontaneous. These changes have taken place in England, and also to a lesser extent in other countries, and will gradually spread out from England and America into all civilized countries. The so-called end of the world. When I prepared the second edition of Life Understood, I thought it better not to state definitely the details of what was foretold with regard to the end of the world. Even when it was finished and in the printer's hands, I thought that it was wiser to give no details in this preface. The tremendous change which has taken place during the last 3 months, however, has shown that the world is now ready not only to receive the information, but to pray persistently in the scientific manner taught and demonstrated by Jesus the Christ, irrespective of beliefs in any particular creed or dogma. This with a view of relieving the suffering that now exists, and the increasing suffering that admittedly in any case must continue to make this earth a hell to so many, until they know how to pray correctly, or until all evil disappears. The end of the material world, that is, the end of all matter, and its consequent sin, disease, troubles, worries, and limitations, is fortunately close at hand, and the scientific reasons are easy to understand. The action of God starts the movement, and then all matter short-circuits itself. The approximate year I first calculated out over 12 years ago, taking as my basis the yearly increasing number of those who know that matter is not a reality, the only reality being God and His manifestation. 6 or 7 years later, when I learnt what I know of the science of numbers, I was able to work out mathematically the exact year and month, which later I found was shown in the Bible. Jesus only told us that we should not know the day or the hour, and of these only an approximate estimate can be made, as it depends upon how people do their work at the end. The one objection that has been put forward to this speedy termination of all matter, and therefore of all evil, is that everyone would have to be almost perfect before the end could come. This is true, but with the large majority, the vision of perfection which brings this about comes only in the last few minutes. The action of God, taking place through the minority, leavens the whole lump. The weight of thought of many millions of the majority amounts to little, as they can hardly even be called thinkers, whereas the power of truth through the thought of the trained mental worker is incalculable, because it is the power of God, infinite good, working through the human being as through a channel, annihilating the sense of evil. The Bible shows that this glorious revolution, this universal deliverance from a bondage almost unbearable to many, comes from the united joyous effort, on a fixed and definite day, of all the mental workers who work in the right way, namely, in the scientific method taught and demonstrated by Jesus the Christ. This, as shown in Daniel, results in the widespread use of the denial, the great Prince Michael, by all intelligent people throughout the world at a predetermined date, namely, shortly after this final 5 war, the material battle of Armageddon, is ended. The book of Revelation gives many of the details, more than any other book. Romans 2. Esdras gives many minute details and shows definitely the year and the month. It also gives a time after December 3rd, 1917, as the day on which takes place what is described by John as, "I saw another angel flying in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation, and kindred, and tongue, and people." The statement in Esdras, showing exactly the time, came to me as another confirmation of what I already knew well. Is the forthcoming troubles. All the prophets and all modern leaders of thought have foretold the troubles, in fact, the horrors that are coming as a prelude to the end of the belief in matter. The signs of some are so evident that they are now being foreseen by scientific men and experts. They will affect us if, instead of obeying the covenant set out by Moses, and having only one God, absolute good, and being constantly in conscious communion with God, thinking of good. We think wrongly, being attacked by devilish thoughts, which we intensify instead of destroy. Hitherto, fortunately, the thoughts have not been strong enough for the results immediately to follow. When everyone recognizes the effect of so-called thought, conditions entirely change, and a thought of evil is instantly followed by dire punishment. Details of a few of the terrible troubles that are coming are given herein. When the thought of these evils, or of the suffering of the victims of the terrible war now devastating Europe, comes to me, a burst of joyous feeling at once takes its place, as, with overflowing gratitude to God, I recognize that all sorrows are shortly finished forever. Our work in the meantime. We cannot hasten or delay the final end of all evil by even a day, but what we can do is to reduce the amount of suffering between now and that date. The night cometh when no man can work, which means that if a man allows too much time to pass before he learns how to think rightly, the golden opportunity has been lost. And when he wants to learn, the evil is too intense. He then has to suffer unless someone more fortunate comes to his aid. Even now, a mental worker, when the evil is too great, cannot properly protect himself and has to seek help. At the end, so busy will all true workers be in relieving the suffering around them, that the sluggard may have to solve the problem himself, suffering the tortures of the damned, until he reaches the true idea of the principle at work. What each of us has to do is to learn how to think rightly, systematically, that is to say, how to pray in a scientific manner, in the way that Jesus the Master taught and demonstrated, which way is clearly set out herein. In this way, not only can we protect ourselves and those who are near and dear to us when the evil time comes, but as wide a circle of others as possible. Love it is that enables us, in fact, causes us to do this. Love is, and always has been, the only power. This recognized and demonstrated is the solution of life. The Bible refers, under different names, to the two-edged sword of truth, by which we can protect ourselves against these fiendish thoughts. One edge is what is called the denial of the existence of the evil in heaven, whereby the wrong thoughts causing the trouble are destroyed. The second is the affirmation, the realization, or dwelling in thought, on the opposite good in heaven, whereby the so-called human mind is purified by the action of God, so that each time it becomes less susceptible thereafter to the action of the wrong thoughts, until, ultimately, they have no effect whatever. I have been interested to see that those most ready to adopt the view that I have taken have been advanced mental workers, who, by their results, prove their understanding of the effect of thought, and good businessmen, who are, as a rule, logical thinkers, necessary time to prove the facts for themselves and come into the firing line. Some of these have, of their own accord, seen the logical conclusion and have said to me that, if what was stated were true, the end of matter must come in a very short time, and that meant the end of all evil. Both classes have offered their fullest assistance. Naturally, such a result is only obtained by united, concerted action, as set out on pages 100 and 101 herein, and I shall be glad to hear from those who are prepared to take part in the final work that will be necessary throughout the civilized countries of the world. After a laborious day in her hospital, the rest of Sister Dora was constantly broken by the sound of a bell which rang at the head of her bed when any sufferer required her. On that bell was engraved, "The Master is come and calleth for thee." Our Master is calling now. The Father seeketh such to worship him in spirit and in truth. Preface to the 4th edition. Since the last edition was published, things have been hastening to their appointed end. So far, what one has foreseen and what one has gathered from the study of the Bible prophecies, with one exception, has turned out to be accurate. There are two matters, however, that require explanation. First, that the troubles are not as bad now as they appeared likely to be by this time. Secondly, that no printed circular is being prepared for sending out all over the world in the way expected. With regard to the first point, many say, surely you could not possibly have expected the troubles to be worse than they have been. I did expect them to be worse, but for some time, a good many people have been working against the troubles coming at the end of the world, and it is quite possible that a larger amount of the evil has been destroyed by their prayers than I thought would be the case. The only reason why there should be any evil at all is that there are not enough people working in the right way. If there were, they would destroy the whole of the evil that has been foretold. Since the last edition was published, we have had, amongst other troubles, the disastrous earthquakes at Guatemala, Salvador, and elsewhere, the fire and widespread floods in China, millions being rendered homeless, and the number of those drowned impossible to estimate. The terrible typhoon in Japan, where one island, fortunately with only 300 inhabitants, disappeared altogether. The terrific explosions at Halifax and elsewhere, and the extreme activity of Vesuvius. Underground, matters are evidently in a bad state, as shown by the tremors on the seismic instruments. A lady writes from Florence that the earth there is, as she expresses it, billowing. She adds that those who know how to pray are working as hard as they possibly can every day against the expected volcanic disturbances. These are only some of the troubles that are forcing men to God as giving the only method of relief. For instance, famine and disease are already imposing a heavy toll on human life in many countries. With regard to the second point, there are two considerations. First, that it may have been a mistake to think that the circular was going to be a printed one delivered to people all over the world. In the Bible, the word angel, which is the word used in Revelation 14:6, as meaning the message that it gives to everyone, is sometimes used as meaning thoughts coming to man which are a message of value, and sometimes it means an actual document that he receives. In the verse above mentioned, the flying of the angel in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach, may be simply the coming of this knowledge inspirationally to every nation and kindred and tongue and people. Some have said that the prophecy has already been fulfilled by the sending out of President Wilson's speech, which, on the day when I thought the above message would be delivered, namely on the 3rd of December, 1917, was cabled to every news agency all over the world. One well-known American clergyman, a leading metaphysical writer, wired me that this speech was the fulfillment of what I had stated. Undoubtedly, the statements made marked a new era in modern political life and carried great weight with the various governments and all advanced thinkers. It may possibly be a type of what is about to be sent out later, a forerunner of a universal statement to follow on a still higher level. Originally, I had thought that the final period, which commenced at midnight on December 2nd, 1917, would only be 45 hours. Unfortunately, there is nothing in the Bible to show the length of this period, although Daniel and others show that the end of this final period takes place at a definite time. What will always prevent our knowing the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh, Matthew 25:13, is the fact that by true prayer the end comes about before the end of this period, when, if it were not for the prayers of those who understand how to treat, all would be burnt up. In active service of December 8th, 1917, I wrote as follows. It would have been quite easy to have pointed out the prophecies with regard to the end of the world, and to have stated the facts with which I was acquainted, and then to have let everyone make up their own mind as to when the end was going to take place, but this would not have been right. One had to give as closely as possible the actual date on which it appeared likely to take place, so that everyone should be prepared and everyone should be ready to unite in praying, so as to destroy the evils which, as the prophets have pointed out, are sure to come during the last days of matter, unless destroyed by true prayer. I have been asked what I think now as to when the end will come. Up to the present, I do not know. Colonel Garnier, R.E., who is one of the few who have studied the matter from the point of view of the Great Pyramid and also of the Prefaces, and who has written books on both subjects, thought that the end would come about 5 days after the second coming of the Christ. The second coming of the Christ has been taking place recently, more or less, all over the world, but the tremendous spiritual illumination which everyone expects, and which some believe is to be preceded by the reappearance of the material man Jesus in the clouds, and is spoken of as the great trump, etc., must shortly take place. All that one can say now as to the time is what the 10 clergymen and ministers who have signed the manifesto state, namely, that it may be expected at any moment. This spiritual illumination that is going to take place all over the world is the universal second coming of the Christ. Then the action of God upon man by means of the Christ will so purify the mind of man that truth will be discerned intuitively, and there will be little necessity for speech. Remember that there is very little to learn. Our difficulty is that we have so much to unlearn. Only this afternoon I have been given an instance of how the world is waking up. One of the professors was going to deliver a lecture on education in a large northern town. When he rose to deliver the lecture, he stated that he had left his lecture in his bag on purpose, as instead of giving it, he was going to speak on a subject which would be more interesting and more instructive. He then gave a lecture on the realization of God as the only means of improving ourselves. When I first began to study science, I used to be blamed continually for speaking to people who were not ready, and for saying things that were too much in advance of the world's knowledge. I know now that I would have made a great mistake if I had not done this. So I am sure I was perfectly right in giving all the knowledge that I had with regard to the end of matter for what it was worth. Whenever a man makes a mistake, or mortal mind gets the better of him, if he meets it in prayer by the realization of God, the worse the trouble, the better the result. I have nothing at present to show the length of the last period. In the editorial of the issue for November the 17th, 1917, of the weekly paper AC Tive Service, which gives publicity to anything I hear of that is likely to help people, details were given of a manifesto signed by 10 of the leading London clergymen and ministers, testifying to their belief that the second coming of Christ may be expected at any moment. In the issues of January the 12th and 19th, 1918, I gave details of the 3 meetings at the large Queen's Hall, London, convened by the 10 signatories in order that they might publicly give their testimony as to the momentarily expected second coming. The hall holds 500 people and was practically filled at each meeting. On February the 2nd, 1918, I gave particulars of a manifesto signed by 10 Irish theological leaders in which they say that while neither the day nor the hour is within our knowledge, the personal return of our Lord may not be very far distant. There have also been many letters in the press, and public meetings have been held at the Cannon Street Hotel and other places which have been numerously attended, thus evidencing the growing interest now being taken in the subject. The fall of Jerusalem is another of the signs of the times, showing that we are right at the end. It leads to the fulfillment of the prophecy which I have pointed out for many years, namely, that the Jews and the British, just before the end comes, will be under one king. In a recent book of mine, I wrote that the object of the book was to warn my readers of the approaching troubles, and to show them how, by true prayer, they could protect not only themselves and those they love, but a wide circle of people around them. It was also to show readers how, when the end came, to unite in the realization that there is nothing but God, which is the great trump that is referred to in the Bible in various ways. The truly vital importance of which I dealt with fully. I also wrote, I shall be very glad to reply to anyone desirous of knowing better how to work. I have never made any charge for answering letters or for teaching. One day I had over 1,000 letters, and the following day nearly that number, asking for advice and assistance. I have a large trained staff, capable of answering almost any questions that may be asked, so that I shall be very glad to reply to any letters received. I further wrote that it had been said to me several times that I had tremendous courage to publish such a book, saying that the end was so near. I continued as follows. This is not a question of courage. When a man is working in the right way, he is absolutely selfless. He does not care one iota what happens, so long as he does what appears to him to be right. If he can look back and see that he could not appreciably have done anything better, then he is thoroughly content. On the statue of Shakespeare in Leicester Square, we read the words, "There is no darkness but ignorance. It is for each of us to shed what light we can, even if it is but a rushlight, and even if the major portion of what we call light is darkness. None of us are perfect. We all make mistakes, but we must try and work so that whatever happens, these mistakes shall not affect other people, but only ourselves. This will be the case if one has sufficient reliance on God. In this case, fortunately, what I have to say can harm no one. Even if I have, in some incomprehensible way, made a mistake, it can but do good, as it has merely turned man to God as the only means whereby he can avoid the troubles that undoubtedly, for everyone admits this, are coming upon the world in various forms. If we do not have nature's horrors, we are bound to have plagues, pestilences, and famines, unless they are eliminated by true prayer on a large scale. Our Lord said, "For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places." Matthew 24:7. This is where we are now. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Verse 8. In settling the right thing to do, we have to eliminate the human intellect altogether and not use the so-called mind at all. We have to pray and then rely upon the action of God to bring about what is best, and however opposed it may be to our views, we have to let it take place. We have to alter anything of which we do not approve, not by human willpower, but by prayer. If we pray properly, and if the thing not approved of is not the best thing, it will be altered for the better without delay. It would be much easier for me to simply remain working quietly away, helping those around me, but we have to recognize our responsibilities. Fortunately, one has no trouble in settling what is the right thing to do. If in any way I relied upon my human judgment, the responsibility would be very trying. Instead of that, I wait the development of events with daily increasing joy, throwing all responsibility upon God, knowing well that in any case, whatever mistakes I may make, the work will be done better than it could possibly be done in any other way. For it is God which worketh in you both to will and to do of his good pleasure. Philippians 2:13. All men are beginning to see that a great change is coming about. Thinkers are appreciating the effects following so-called thoughts. Our wish is now to turn them to the only correct method of thinking, namely, by the realization of God. Let us each do our bit, irrespective of results. These lie in the hands of God. I have done what I can to help. The knowledge that has come to me inspirationally and has been confirmed in the ordinary scientific method has been put before the world. Not only is it given in this fourth edition of Life Understood, but a book upon which I am now engaged, called The End of the World, is about to be published. This book gives the statements made in Life Understood with regard to the nature of matter and the end of it, all arranged in a form that can be easily understood. The facts are also brought up to date. For instance, I give the details of the troubles that are already commencing to convulse the world. The work that now lies before each of us is to help in the organization necessary to make universally known the gospel of the kingdom amongst those who will assist in the mental battle to be fought between now and the final end of all matter, and I shall be very glad to hear from any who are prepared to help. Until quite recently, I have not asked for financial aid, but a letter I have just received asking me why I do not do this, as everyone would be prepared to send everything they could possibly spare to the furtherance of so good a cause, has led me to say that I shall be glad to receive contributions from those who feel that it is right for them to give towards the work in connection with the spreading of the requisite knowledge as set out herein. I have always thought that one of the many trying to find how best to utilize their wealth would come forward and find the money necessary, but perhaps it will come from individuals in the above way. All the money so received, mentioning this book, unless sent for any specified purpose, will be paid into the names of trustees in a separate banking account, and any subscriber can at any time know how the money is being spent. The second coming of Christ has now for some little time been dawning on human consciousness all over the world. Everywhere men are waking up to recognize the fact that they are really spiritual beings in heaven in Christ, hid with Christ in God. The knowledge of how to destroy matter has also widely spread. People know, even from a scientific point of view, that it is not a degrees solid, indestructible thing, and millions know that it can be caused to disappear by right thinking. Since the last edition came out, the Society for Spreading the Knowledge of True Prayer has been started and has met with phenomenal success. There has been no antagonism against it of any kind whatsoever. Everywhere it has been met with open arms, and people have been only too glad to assist in spreading the knowledge of how to pray by the realization of God. The subscription for members is 1 shilling per annum, and details can be obtained from the Secretary, 91, Regent Street, London, W1. This realization is scientific right thinking, true Holy Communion, and when enough pray in this way, then we shall each one of us know, not only intellectually, but absolutely, that there is nothing but God. April 9th, 1918. Refers to 5th edition. Since the 4th edition was published, matters have steadily progressed. Mental working is now used in a large number of hospitals. In fact, an official statement sent out by the Ministry of Pensions says what may almost be called 10-minute cures of disabled men by psychotherapy at Seal Hain Military Hospital, Newton Abbot, are described by Mr. William S. London in the July number of the War Pensions Gazette. At the same time, some of the most advanced workers who have been using mental suggestion for a long time have found that it is not satisfactory. The London Times criticizes the government action above mentioned, saying, "No good purpose is likely to be served by propaganda of this kind." The churches are also awakening to the fact that mental healing is possible, and in Great Britain, several associations of church members have been formed for the practice of divine healing. Most of the workers, however, are using the human mind, are, in fact, unconsciously curing by hypnotism. At the same time, many spiritually minded clergymen and ministers, recognizing the error of that method, are healing their fellow men of sin, disease, and trouble in the way taught and demonstrated by Jesus the Christ, namely, by the realization of God. The following remarks would come more naturally in an addendum, but I have inserted them in this preface as they are more likely to be seen. The world in general has now recognized that we are on the eve of a great change, and the only question is what that change will be. We know that the only real change must be fundamental, and one that can only be effected through the recognition by the majority of mankind of the effects of true prayer. The work of the Society for Spreading the Knowledge of True Prayer, mentioned in the preface to the 4th edition, has greatly increased. It was formed with the object of helping people to understand the difference between prayer by supplication to God, regarded as a pursuer or distant potentate, to do something which would often be harmful if brought about, and prayer by the realization of the perfection of God and man. This society has now centres in London, Birmingham, Brighton, Felixstowe, Hastings, Ipswich, Letchworth, Liverpool, Manchester, Newcastle-on-Tyne, Norwich, and Southampton. In Scotland, its centres are in Edinburgh and Glasgow. In Canada, Lynn, Ontario, Ottawa, and Vancouver. It also has centres in Rome, Stockholm, Sydney, New South Wales, with 2 in Malaga, Spain. At these centres, regular meetings are held with the object of helping those present to obtain a better knowledge of truth. Before this preface is in print, I shall be in America, where I am about to give a series of lectures during the next 6 months. At the present time, the towns I propose to visit are as follows: Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Washington, Philadelphia, New York, Brooklyn, Albany, Boston, Halifax, St. John's, Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Hamilton, Buffalo, Cleveland, Detroit, Chicago, Milwaukee, Minneapolis, St. Paul, Winnipeg, Regina, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Victoria, Seattle, Spokane, Tacoma, Portland, Sacramento, San Francisco, Santa Barbara, Los Angeles, San Diego, Salt Lake City, Omaha, Kansas, St. Louis, Indianapolis, Louisville, Memphis, New Orleans, Richmond, and Baltimore, returning to England probably in March 1920, unless I visit Australia and New Zealand. In this tour, the principal object is to help those who are reaching out for a higher knowledge of truth, to gain a better understanding of the real facts of the world. The first and most important fact is that there is nothing but God and His manifestation. The only wisdom, the only power, the only activity, the only consciousness, the only movement is that of God. The material man is a mere dream man and is best expressed as a series of mechanical cinematographic pictures, having no life or intelligence, flashing by and hiding heaven from us. It looks as if an effect was always preceded by a cause, but this is only because nearly always the cinema pictures were fixed in this way at the so-called beginning of the material world, and so fixed without rhyme or reason. The same cause is not always, or even often, followed by the same effect, as it would be if there were true cause and effect. It can be conclusively proved that the material man has no free will of any kind or description, and when a man grasps this fact, there are many advantages therefrom. The most important is that he gives up trying to do things materially and relies upon true prayer to bring about what is good, knowing that it is only through the action of God that any improvement in what is otherwise predestined can come about. Another great advantage is that he does not blame other people for doing what is wrong, however bad it may be, but treats, and so mitigates the punishment that such wrongdoing must entail on the wrongdoer, although there is no method by which the victim can avoid the wrongdoing except by true prayer. Man cannot cause evil or increase evil. All the evil in the material world, past, present, or future, was there at the so-called beginning of the material world. And all that takes place is the steady self-destruction of evil through the action of God. Shortly, the proofs that man has no free will are as follows. 1. St. Paul, in the New Testament, teaches that predestination is a fact. Fatalism, however, is not true, because every time a man turns in thought to God, some of the evil disappears and must disappear. This, however, is due to the action of God, not to the action of the human being. Ultimately, the whole of the cinematograph pictures, otherwise the mist of matter that hides heaven from us, will disappear, and man will appear to be found as he is, always has been, and always will be, a perfect being in a perfect world governed by a perfect God, a part of God's infinite consciousness, by means of which God knows and thinks and works. 2. Prophecy and clairvoyance, and the many different ways of foretelling the future, are demonstrable. 3. The thought that a man is going to think at any given moment can be calculated out mathematically. 4. Astrology is a science, and from the position of the stars, what is about to happen can be foretold, although the planets themselves have no effect. 5. A conclusive proof is that there is no such thing as time. Therefore, everything takes place at the same moment, and no succession or sequence of events is the result of a person's free will. Philosophers have always taught that there is no such thing as time. Solomon says that which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been. Eccl. 3 ver. 15. But until recently no one has been able to prove that this is true. This can now be done, as set out on page 86 herein. 6. Lastly, and most important of all, if God is all in all, or if matter is not a reality, how can a material man possibly have any free will? The only will is the will of God, and the spiritual man's will is this perfect will of God. Nothing can come to the real man but the one perfect combination of ideas, which is the exact link required in the chain of the perfect sequence of combinations of ideas, which partly constitutes the spiritual man. Turning again to the consideration of the material world, not only are the thoughts, which are purely material things, bound to come at their appointed time, unless destroyed by true prayer, but a material man cannot even seem to pray unless the action of God takes place. This is clearly shown in the Bible and is spoken of as the Holy Spirit or grace. The Spirit helpeth our infirmities, for we know not what we should pray for as we ought. But the Spirit itself maketh intercession for us. Romans 8:26. At the so-called commencement of the world, the date when each man was to come to a knowledge of truth and commence to pray in the right way was predestined and could be, in fact, has been seen in the cinema pictures. Further, the number of times he was going to pray, and when he was going to pray between then and the end of all matter, was also predetermined. Directly he began to pray, however, the position altered, and the number of times he was going to pray became increased. And as he continues to pray, the number of times in the future increases. This is because the result of true prayer is that the mist of matter that hides the real man from us, which we see as a material, counterfeit human being, is dissipated by prayer, and the spiritual man is seen more as he really is. As the spiritual man is the knowledge or thinking of God, he can think of nothing but God and his manifestation. When the material man prays in the right way, by realizing or thinking of God, thus communing with God, he is seen more like his spiritual self, namely, the thinking of God. It might be said that putting this forward has a tendency to prevent a man from working as hard as he otherwise would to obtain a knowledge of God and thereby help his fellow men. But clearly, this cannot be the case because, whether he is going to work hard or not is already settled, and can only be altered by the action of God improving him when he, or someone for him, prays. On the other hand, I have found by actual experience that when a man has grasped this position as a fact, life at once becomes easier. He has no regrets, but knows that what he has done, even when he has sinned, is not his fault, but his misfortune. A man cannot sin without punishment following the sin, and this punishment can only be avoided by prayer. When a man knows that he has no free will of any kind, he loses all thought that he can do anything. And when in difficulties, he relies absolutely and solely on God. Instead of using human willpower and trying to force into manifestation what he considers best, he takes no material action of any kind, but treats and watches the action of God taking place. We are told in Luke 21:19, "In your patience possess ye your souls." I have heard the more accurate translation of this is, "In quietness become God strong." This is what we have to do. The effect of this knowledge is well typified by the first result that I noticed. A very nice man in the army came to my rooms on 3 consecutive days to learn more of truth. On the first day, he could not see that he had not free will to pray when he desired. On the second day, he began to understand the proofs of it. And on the third day, he admitted that it was true. On his calling upon me a little time afterwards, I asked him what difference this knowledge had made in his life. His reply was, "A great deal. Often I have not been able to treat for an hour at a time, although I wanted to and tried hard. I now see that this was simply the action of my human willpower, which helps no one. Now, when I find that I cannot treat, I realize that it is God's business to make me treat, and simply turn in thought to heaven and quietly try to realize some aspect of God. In a moment or two, I am treating satisfactorily. It is the human mind that is causing all our troubles. All the great teachers have taught that we have to be selfless. If you force a certain line of conduct with the human mind, you may be intensifying the very thought that the treatment has to destroy, so making it more difficult to obtain your demonstration. Whereas, if you treat, what your human mind thought was best disappears, and you find that you have something better and more satisfactory. Remember that there is nothing really true about the evil in the material world, and nothing can be said about it that is true, except that it does not exist. This means that it has no reality, no permanence. One can say what is correct and accurate, that is to say, true as far as anything can be true of the material world, but what is absolutely true or eternal fact can only be said of the spiritual world, and the good belonging to it, which shines through the mist of matter, together with the matter forming the material world. The many relative statements which appear in the following pages merely constitute a system of memoria technica, enabling us to give an answer at once to numbers of questions, the answers to which we could not possibly recollect, and enabling us to arrive more rapidly and accurately at our conclusions. The only object in answering questions with regard to the material world is to satisfy the questioner, so that he ceases to trouble his head any more about the matter which is perplexing him, and turns back to the only thing that is of any use, namely, the study of God and God's world. All that we have to do is to be happy and to make other people happy, and the best way of arriving at the first state is by carrying the latter into effect. This we do by keeping our thought, as Isaiah says, stayed on God. As the Bible expresses it, "Be still and know that I am God." Psalm 46:10, for as the prophet again says, "I even am the Lord, and beside me there is no Savior." Isaiah 43:11. He shows the method of salvation when the says, "Look unto me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God, and there is none else." Isaiah 45:22. The original preface to Life Understood was dated December 1910 and marked the year from which certain statements in the body of the work must be reckoned. In order to bring the work up to date, I have had in many places to add further matter as well as footnotes. This has caused the pages to vary in length and has necessitated the addition of extra pages differentiated only by letters of the alphabet. Otherwise, it would have been necessary to alter the whole of the cross-references. Even as it is, it has been impossible to give the time to these cross-references that they deserve. In editions after the first, hundreds of alterations and additions were made and over 110 fresh pages added. In order that practitioners and students having different editions can refer to necessary portions without trouble, the numbering of the pages and of the lines has been kept as in the first edition. For this reason, the lines in many places have had to be crowded together. Notes to readers. This presentation of facts does not pretend to be a collection of original discoveries, nor is it a polished literary work. It is a gathering together of the latest scientific, religious, and philosophical discoveries, a technical statement of facts reviewed in the light of the great truth that is now breaking in upon a waiting and wondering world, weary of useless theories and sick of speculative hypotheses. The main points dealt with were touched upon, more or less fully, in a lecture delivered on August 12, 1909. Having been asked to revise this for publication, I commenced to amplify it. As the work progressed, it was found necessary to give facts and to further elaborate and treat in detail the logical sequence of thought in order to show the accuracy of the statements made. The fact that the work has had to be done when already the whole of the day was taken up with important professional duties has rendered it impossible to do more than present a mere succession of statements which make no claim to literary merit. Variety of language or beauty of diction must give place to close, analysis and unembellished thought under such circumstances. In dealing with such infinite and vital subjects as God and man and the universe, it is essential to preserve a sense of order and state apparent difficulties before presenting their remedy. For this reason, I would ask the reader to spend no time upon such points in the first section as are already known to him. On a second reading, more attention may be given to this portion, the value of which will then be better recognized. Some may complain of the positiveness with which most of the statements of fact are made. Time alone will prove to most people whether they are correct or not. Any hesitation in accepting the facts herein set forth will be found to give way when these are submitted to the test of the action of the unalterable laws upon which they are based. It is within the power of each reader to demonstrate for himself the truth of such facts by application of the rules as stated. I can promise that no regrets will follow any time spent in study of the laws referred to, when followed by practice of the habits of thought to which attention is directed. I feel sure that the principle which has been followed throughout will be sufficient to provide a logical solution of any difficulty raised by the simplest or deepest thinkers, either in the scientific or the religious worlds, in connection with the vast subjects dealt with. The reason for giving many of the quotations throughout this work is not for the purpose of proof, but to show how earnestly great thinkers of past and present times have been and are now reaching out in search of a scientific basis of knowledge, an unalterable principle upon which they could absolutely rely. I shall be grateful for any better quotations forthcoming as a result of this publication of facts. Unfortunately, in a few cases references cannot be given to the writers, as the quotations are taken from miscellaneous notes made in the past. In a few instances, also, I cannot even be quite sure whether the words are my own notes or extracts from books read. I have also failed in many cases to give the writer's qualifications, and shall be grateful for any particulars which will enable me in a future edition to give credit where credit is due, or will allow readers to verify such quotations for themselves. In places, phrases are shown as quotations without a reference to the known author, and this for reasons that will be appreciated as the book is read and its motives discerned. Numerous quotations from the Bible are also given, as many of the most earnest thinkers naturally value every confirmation of truth from this source. Those who have had Christianity so put before them that their logical minds will not allow them to adopt misstated truths may think that such references are too frequent. I hope that a large and important body of thinkers will bear with this, owing to the fact that there are so many who are helped by such confirmatory quotations. Each can, if he prefers, pass them over and apply his whole attention to discover the truth as otherwise expressed. On reading through a second time, however, such readers will find in these Bible quotations an unexpected witness to every statement of truth that has been put forward. It should be clearly understood, however, that the scientific facts set forth in no way depend upon even this most valuable testimony, as they are facts which are based upon no written statement, but rest upon an unalterable principle. They are demonstrable living truths, which will lift the reader away from the mere field of material battle, where evil is uncovered only to be destroyed, into the spiritual realm of harmonious reality. This kingdom for which we are all looking is the new heaven and the new earth, the world of reality, which is merely waiting man's recognition and acceptance. Science is bound by the everlasting law of honor TV fees, i.e.ei on Dior problem, which can fairly be presented to it, Lord Kelvin. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, Luke 12, ver 2 all over the world, not only in scientific circles, but through the daily press. The attention of thinkers is being drawn to the fact that our old ideas are fundamentally wrong, and that some great truth surely remains undiscovered, which is likely soon to bring about a great change for humanity at large. Lord Kelvin has written, "One word characterizes the most strenuous efforts for the advancement of science that I have made perseveringly during 55 years. That word is failure. I know no more of electric and magnetic force, or of the relation between ether, electricity, and ponderable matter, or of chemical affinity than I knew and tried to teach my students of natural philosophy in my first session as a professor. This was because Lord Kelvin, whilst a religious man, he endeavored to find truth in matter." One of the leading and most practical chemists of the day, in mentioning a new discovery which has not yet been given to the world by its learned discoverers, on account of the impossibility of fitting it in with any known theory of matter, made the following statement to me: "It is an extraordinary thing that every science is now coming to a head. This position has been reached before in different sciences, but it is the first time in the known history of the world that all the sciences have come to the same conclusion together, namely, that their old ideas are absolutely wrong." Another, recognized all over the world as a giant in research, said, "We do not know whether we are standing on our heads or on our heels." See note on page 551. The consecutive statement in the following pages contains a collection of facts and logical deductions therefrom, which, having been learnt and demonstrably proved, are gladly presented to suffering humanity. The facts given will, it is believed, be found of fascinating and vital interest to all. The aim has been, not to present a theory, but first to expose the foundationless fallacies of material so-called laws on which alone rests all the seeming mystery of human experiences. Secondly, to draw attention to the only practical, universal, and unfailing method of instantaneously overcoming every kind of sin, disease, and trouble, including death, by a right understanding of life as God. To understand God is the work of eternity, but a grasp of this method will at once revolutionize the life of the reader. To obtain such a grasp, it is better to read steadily through the sections in the order given, instead of merely taking the most interesting parts first. The truths declared. The truths declared are not mere arbitrary statements. They can be proved by each and all of those who study the laws herein. The main points brought out are as follows. 1. Sin, disease, and even death itself are merely crude mistakes resulting from ignorance of the law of life, eternal mind, omnipotent good. 2. God is not a distant potentate, but an ever-living, ever-active, and unalterable principle, mind, soul, spirit, life, truth, and love, the omnipotence and omnipresence of which can be instantly utilized at any moment and for any good purpose. 3. Man's possibilities, resting on a scientific, mental foundation, are found to be limitless, for he reflects divine principle. These, even as humanly discerned, are so marvelous that they enable us to form an approximate and continually improving conception of absolute spiritual realities. 4. The mysteries of birth and death are explained, the latter being merely a transition into another material state of human consciousness, which can, and very shortly will, be entirely avoided. 5. The changing and fading fallacies with a regard to material evolution are laid bare, and the eternal facts of spiritual evolution stated. 6. A logical and consistent statement of the theories of material phenomena, exposing the fallacies that have hitherto, through ignorance, bound mankind, is set forth. Revolutionary results obtainable. Last and not least, each reader, as he discerns the truths declared, can at once put into practice himself an easy, scientific, and therefore infallible and instantaneous method of obtaining the following revolutionary results. A deliverance from sin, disease, and the last grim enemy, death itself. B. Ability to relieve his fellow man instantaneously of any kind of sin or disease, and, in fact, help him out of any possible difficulty. C. The overcoming of limitations of all kinds in every right direction. A. Freedom from all worries and troubles, and the attainment of perfect peace of mind, with continued increasing happiness. Slumber not in the tents of your fathers, the world is advancing, advance with it. Mazzini. 10 years ago, I was retained by the Daily Express to make a professional examination into mental working, the vital subject that is now engaging the attention of the deepest thinkers and greatest humanitarians throughout the world. In consequence of this, I was asked by the Rev. J. Bruce Wallace, under special circumstances, which will be referred to later, to give a lecture, the amplification of which has led to this book. In the course of the above examination, the facts came to my knowledge that are now to be presented to you. These facts, however surprising they may appear to you, were, I assure you, no less so to me. I am convinced, however, that anyone who examines them with even a little care and patience, and with an open mind, will come to the same conclusion as I have done, and reap a rich reward. I would emphatically echo the words of Uriel to Esdras, who asked for understanding of some of the most important subjects dealt with in this work, and was answered as follows: The more thou searchest, the more thou shalt marvel. 2 Esdras 4:26. Skepticism is ignorance, writes Victor Longhead, and a sign of wisdom is to keep our minds open and our mouths shut when scientific wonders are put before us. Disbelief is easier than belief if in accordance with environment or custom, and is usually due to indolence, and is never a thing to be proud of. Rawson. Psychical research is by far the most important work that is being done in the world. W. E. Gladstone. Remember that hardly anything is known scientifically about psychology. It is only recently that it has been deemed worthy of being studied and taught. Professor James, one of the leading psychologists of modern times, writes as follows: "Psychology is but a string of raw facts, a little gossip and a wrangle about opinions, a little classification and generalization on the mere descriptive level, a strong prejudice that we have states of mind, and that our brain conditions them, but not a single law in the sense in which physics shows us laws. At present, psychology is in the condition of physics before Galileo and the laws of motion, or of chemistry before Lavoisier. We should, as Sir William Crookes has said, keep our minds like the windows of a lodging house, say, with a notice written thereon, 'Rooms to let.' A correct word picture. And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." John 8:32. It is my intention to present, in accordance with the most recent scientific knowledge, a correct word picture. In other words, by the presentation of up-to-date natural science and latter-day practical metaphysics, to enable you to understand better what this material world assumes to be, and how through the exposure of all its hidden workings, and therefore seeming mystery, it is possible to emerge from the mists of shifting appearances into the sunlight of eternal facts. Mr. Balfour, in his presidential address to the British Association a few years ago, pointed out the necessity of not limiting ourselves to material facts alone, but of coming out of the realm of the unreal, that is, the material world, into that which has hitherto been termed abstract, namely, the spiritual world or world of reality. It is certain that every honest, unprejudiced seeker will find, as I have proved for myself, that the substitution of metaphysical working, or deep, systematic thinking, produces practical effects, as far exceeding those obtained by physical methods as sunlight exceeds rushlight. The theory or explanation of material phenomena now put before you has been gradually evolving, and includes and accounts for every known so-called fact of the material world, whether physical or so-called mental, accepted by science, or of the class called occult. This theory is daily, although sometimes unknowingly, being corroborated by leaders in natural science all over the world. Many of the most important facts have been confirmed since they were first brought to my knowledge. F.W. Grant, the author of that most valuable commentary and translation of the Bible known as the Numerical Bible, which has not yet been generally appreciated, made a special study of the meaning of numbers, which enabled him to obtain great insight into the Bible, and through it into the history of the material world, past, present, and future. Priceless information, essential for the protection of the human race, is recorded in the Bible for the warning, instruction, and consequent immediate safety of those who discern the scientific significance of its spiritual messages. It is interesting to note in connection with the object of this lecture that the same author in his book, Spiritual Law in the Material World, writes as follows: "Standing as I do but at the threshold of all this, or given to enter but a little way, I dare predict to him who shall bring together, as in a stereoscopic picture, the two worlds of science and scripture into the unity which they really have, that he shall achieve for himself a joy beyond utterance." Well, this has been the case. But all the glories to my sense appealing can no such raptures win, as come with majesty and joy of healing, from love and light within T. Albert D. Watson. The mysteries of our world. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom, which God ordained before the world unto our glory. 1 Corinthians 2:7. Our planet is full of mystery, and of the universe only enough is known to make those who are thought to know a great deal partially recognize their ignorance. And if any man think that he knoweth anything, he knoweth nothing yet as he ought to know. 1 Corinthians 8:2. Professor Drummond writes, "Pound the one subject upon which all scientific men are agreed, the one theme upon which all alike become eloquent, the one strain of pathos in all their writing and speaking and thinking, concerns that final uncertainty, that utter blackness of darkness bounding their work on every side. This darkness is ignorance, the mystery of evil, the only cause of the apparent limitation in every direction. This darkness has now been dissipated. Occult phenomena. Amongst the phenomena known to investigators for which it has hitherto been manifestly impossible to account in any rational way, are those connected with thought-reading, prophesying, clairvoyance, clairaudience, second sight, psychometry, somnambulism, duplicated personality, suggestion, hypnotism, spiritualism, the ancient temples, faith healers, theosophists, the Indian yogis, Mohammedan fakirs, and the witches and sorcerers of olden days. So ignorant have we been of such matters that until quite recently their investigation was tabooed by scientific men on the ground that there was no method of obtaining exact knowledge concerning them. There are many other mysterious phenomena, such as ghosts and visions, miracles and enchantments, and marvelous powers that various men have exercised, of which there are many instances recorded in the oldest known writings, in the Bible, and throughout all history. These phenomena are now no longer mysterious, and by reversal of the many falsities in connection with them, they serve as waymarks to better, and ultimately to permanent things, the ideas of God. Scientific difficulties. Even if we put on one side all that may be considered miraculous, those facts which are called scientific are just as bewildering. Take, for instance, the ether, which is full of paradoxes, is a material earth, as stated, flying at the rate of about 18 miles per second through this ether, the density of which is believed to be 480 times greater than that of the densest matter on the earth. To what are due the deviations in the movements of the Moon and Mercury? Why does the ninth satellite of Saturn revolve in a direction contrary to the others, and contrary to the general rotation of our solar system? Why do the projections of the Western Hemisphere correspond to the indentations of the Eastern? Why does not the Sun get appreciably cooler? Why is a comet attracted, and the particles of its tail apparently repelled by the Sun? Why is the view of so-called natural laws constantly being altered? Why, according to Professor Jevons, can only about one mathematical problem out of a million be solved? Why does chemical affinity work in different ways on different substances? What is electricity? What indeed is vibration or force? What is heat? Why is a bar of steel magnetized under a shock if held in one position and not in another? Why does matter sometimes repel and sometimes attract matter? Why at the temperature of liquid air does phosphorus lose its violent affinity for oxygen and sulfuric acid no longer turn litmus paper red? Why does aluminium, which does not decompose water when cold or oxidize at ordinary temperatures, decompose water violently and visibly oxidize with water containing the slightest trace of mercury? Why do extreme heat and cold produce similar effects? Why does a gyroscope running at a very high speed present a strong resistance to any force used to alter its position? Why does every substance, including water, contract upon cooling, while water and bismuth alone expand just before freezing? What is the cause of the movements of the planets and their satellites? What is gravity? To what are the varying cohesive, elastic, frictional, viscous, electric, and magnetic properties due? What are the laws underlying the freedom and mutual constraints of molecules? Such questions have been puzzling both physicists and chemists for centuries. Now at last we have the solution. It is a remarkable thing that the more the materialist has investigated such matters, and the greater his experience of them, the more uncertain has appeared his knowledge, and the further he has seemed from any fixed laws. Take, for instance, astronomy. Until recently it was thought the laws governing the movements of the solar system were absolutely fixed and well known. It is now being found that we had practically no real knowledge of them. Astrologers, who laugh at what they speak of as the ignorance of Western astronomers, will tell you wonderful things that they have learned from applying the facts brought to light by the astronomers, who, confining themselves to the evidence of their five senses, have failed to reap the reward of their discoveries. Astronomy is the most perfect science because we know least about it. T. Edward Carpenter. All these difficulties can now be demonstrably accounted for by the real metaphysician, who alone has perfect control over the seeming laws of physics. Medical difficulties, when we come to the subject about which we should know most, namely, man, how little we find is generally known. He is a mass of mystery and contradictions. Take medical practice, for instance. The only certain thing about it is its uncertainty, and yet some of the greatest men have given up their lifetime to its study and almost broken their hearts at different times over their apparent inability to help a sufferer. Few professions have given, and are giving the world up to the present day, such noble examples of self-sacrifice as the medical profession and those connected with it. Yet is disease lessening. Dr. James Johnson, surgeon to King William Roman IV, said, "I declare my conscientious opinion, founded on long observation and reflection, that if there was not a single physician, surgeon, apothecary, man-midwife, chemist, druggist, or drug on the face of the earth, there would be less sickness and less mortality. Why, according to Sir Victor Horsley, do over 10,000 patients die annually in London alone after operations? Why did the Metropolitan Asylums Board recently report in 1 year alone? Sekai 3, 111 cases of mistaken diagnosis admitted to their isolation hospitals. Why did the well-known Dr. Abercrombie write, "Medicine is the science of guessing. Why does a person apparently die of fright? In fact, when is he really dead, since, as will be shown, he does not really die, that is, pass into another state of consciousness, for several days after the appearance of death? Why does a man's hair turn white in a night, in the case of a Bengali criminal, in front of the spectators? Why does seasickness almost invariably disappear in moments of danger? Why does one person catch a disease and another under similar circumstances escape it? In fact, what is the cause, so-called, of many diseases?" Sir John Forbes, M.D., F.R.S., Fellow of the Royal College of Physicians, said, "No systematic or theoretical classification of diseases or of therapeutic agents ever yet promulgated is true or anything like the truth, and none can be adopted as a safe guide in practice." Why is the practice of medicine so different in different countries and at different periods? Dr. Mason Good, a well-known professor, writes, "The effects of medicine on the human system are in the highest degree uncertain, except, indeed, that it has already destroyed more lives than war, pestilence, and famine all combined." Why did Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse write, "I am sick of learned quackery," and Oliver Wendell Holmes say in a lecture before the Harvard Medical School, "I firmly believe that if the whole materia medica could be sunk to the bottom of the sea, it would be all the better for mankind and the worse for the fishes." Why in allopathy is a large amount of a drug given that causes opposite symptoms to those of the disease, and in homeopathy a small amount of a drug that produces the same symptoms? And why do both contrary systems produce a seeming cure? One of the latest ideas is to give drugs to increase fevers, on the ground that a fever is nature's method of supplying increased blood to parts affected, so as to get rid of local disease. Why is this so when ice is freely used, and previously the temperature was kept up, both methods producing like results? Why is it that what is one man's meat is another man's poison? To what is the effect of infinitesimal homeopathic doses due? Why does a harmless draught, surreptitiously substituted for a narcotic mixture, equally send a patient to sleep? Why have the drugs used been so constantly changed? In fact, why in civilized countries is the use of drugs being given up altogether. Sir Olmroth Wright informs me that it is useless to expect from the drugs with which we are at present acquainted destruction of the bacteria in the interior of the organism, and that the method of extinguishing bacteria by the knife will be finally given up. Why are talismans so believed in? What is the explanation of the deaths and cures of sickness produced at a distance by the witch doctors in Central Africa, and of the wonderful facts related by thoroughly credible travelers in Siberia, Abyssinia, and elsewhere? Why did the Aswan Arabs, who a little time ago visited London, devour venomous snakes and allow themselves to be stung by scorpions without harm after being apparently hypnotized by their chief? To what may the mysterious results be ascribed for which 500 people were burnt in Zurich in one day, and 10,000 in Germany in a year, with the object of stamping out witchcraft? What sustains the army of so-called quacks? What caused Lavoisier to say, medicine came into the world with a twin brother called charlatanism, and Voltaire to say, the art of medicine consists in amusing the patient while nature cures the disease? Why did Sir James Paget write to Sir Henry Acland in 1866 as follows? What unsatisfactory cases these are! This clever, charming, and widely known lady will some day disgrace us all by being juggled out of her maladies by some bold quack, who, by mere force of assertion, will give her the will to bear, or forget, or suppress all the turbulences of her nervous system. 4. Healing. Why do we believe more in the power of drugs to heal than in the power of God? Is God incapable, or is he unwilling to heal our sin and sickness? What do we mean by the term God when we say that God heals? What is the cause of the apparent healing done by numerous sects, of which the best known are the Peculiar People, the Zionists, the Salvation Army, and of that done at Bethshan, at the holy baths of Lourdes, and elsewhere? How is it that such circumstantial records of the healing of various diseases by the touch of English kings have been handed down to us? What is the explanation of King Menelik's healing of snake bites at a distance, and of the many varieties of faith healers and other different forms of what appears to be mental healing? None of this apparent healing is of any permanent value, as will be seen hereafter. There is only one method of healing that rests upon a scientific basis. On the same scientific basis rest substantial replies to all questions that can arise. Physiological difficulties. What is the connection, if any, between mind and brain? Why did Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S., writing of important physiological and pathological discoveries, say that they have not, it will be found, brought us one hair's breadth nearer the comprehension of the way in which the physical basis of mind is related to mind at all? How are nerve stimuli transmuted into sensation or ideas? How do the nerves affect the muscles, either to contract or release them? Why do nerves seem to ache after they are no longer there? For instance, when a leg has been amputated. How is the inverted image at the back of the retina transmitted to the brain? Why do we not see everything upside down? What is the process whereby the likeness of the parent is transmitted to the offspring? How is it that such great physical changes suddenly take place in a child just before the moment of birth? What is the medium between the so-called mental and physical systems? There is an extensive literature on the subject which sets forth many different theories and speculative explanations, and yet no one has ever pretended to understand such matters until recently. Unrecognized human capacity. Here again there have been on numerous mysteries. How did Bidder, the eminent civil engineer, seem, as his granddaughter told me, to see in the air the answer to any mathematical question without calculating? Others, called calculating boys, have done the same. What is the source from which Moses, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Daniel, and Huldah the prophetess, with such people as Jacob Boehme, Andrew Jackson Davis, and many others, have drawn their surprising knowledge. To what were the wonderful powers of Emanuel Swedenborg due? By what means did the natives know at once in the Egyptian bazaars of the death of the heroic Gordon? How does news travel so quickly in Central Africa and other places? Why does one speaker electrify an audience and another produce no effect? And as is a matter of common knowledge, the speeches of one member of parliament sound well and read badly, and vice versa. Why does a rot sometimes set in at cricket? Why is one man lucky and another man unlucky? What was Rary's secret for taming horses, and what was that of Major Wood? Why did not the tiger spring upon Sir Charles Napier, but slink away when gazed at fearlessly? Plus, what were the laws known and utilized by Daniel in the lion's den, and by his 3 co-religionists in the fiery furnace? It can now be proved that all men have latent within them marvelous powers, and can successfully apply the same laws for their own benefit and that of others. He is a rich man who can avail himself of all men's faculties. Emerson. Unaccountable animal wonders. There are many things here that no one hitherto has been able to explain. How is it that a dog or cat will find its way straight home after having been taken away 100 miles by train? Why do cubs of wild animals, for instance, moments of danger, obey the dam without a sound being uttered, a movement apparently taking place? How do ants convey each other a whole series of instructions concerning places to be visited and work to be done, as far as one can tell, by merely momentarily touching each other's antennae? A scientific friend mine tells me that, over and over again, he has noticed that if bird building its nest finds a straw too heavy to lift, it dips one end in water and then is at once able to fly away with it. Why this? Where does a cat find the fulcrum whereby it falls on its paws, even if held only just above the ground with its feet upwards? How is it that a serpent fascinates a bird or frog? Why does hen remain motionless when it is laid on its back and a line drawn away from its beak? How do soft insects, the smaller death watches or so-called book lice, make their sounds? How do birds travel for many miles with no apparent movement of their wings? We now find that the only difference between the material man and material animal is one of degree, and man has unconsciously limited the powers of animals instead of improving them. Philosophy difficulties. There are also other things of vital importance that have puzzled all thinkers for ages. For instance, why is evil permitted to come into the world? This, until recent times, has been the greatest puzzle to all schools of thought. Why have most of us found ourselves disappointed travelers, aimlessly wandering on the shores of time, tossed to and fro by adverse circumstances, apparently inevitably subject to sin, disease, and death? Why in this world, on the one hand, is there sometimes, without any apparent reason, such wonderful happiness, though always temporary, while on the other hand, all nature teems with instances of the most diabolical ferocity and awful misery, making a living hell for countless millions of the seeming lower forms life, patient, tortured sufferers? What is the reason of so-called evolution? Is there anything besides Darwin's natural selection? Or, as Wallace puts it, the struggle for existence? Huxley spoke of predetermined lines of modification, and since then some biologists, endeavoring to explain evolution, have suggested what they provisionally called Bathomism, i.e., a tendency towards progress inherent in organisms. All these great thinkers have acknowledged that there must be some further explanation which someday would be discovered. Finally, why has the world appeared full of mysteries for so long, and why is it that, until recently, the more we learned, the more difficulties appeared, and the less we found we really knew? Knowledge is proud that he has learned so much. Wisdom is humble that he knows no more. Cowper. The following words of Professor Jevons show our previous lamentable ignorance. It might be readily shown that in whatever direction we extend our investigations and successfully harmonize a few facts, the result is only to raise up a host of other unexplained facts. Even religion and therapeutics need regenerating. No one admits this more fully than the leading exponents of these two great would-be benefactors of mankind. At 30, man suspects himself a fool, knows it at 40, and reforms his plan. At 50, chides his infamous delay, pushes his prudent purpose to resolve. We might add that at 60, he regrets his lost opportunities, and at 70 thinks that it is too late to do anything. One can readily imagine an intelligent, well-informed visitant to this earth for the first time, reporting nearly the whole of its inhabitants to be afflicted with an ignorance of the truth about their own affairs that amounted to insanity. Such a pitiable state of ignorance does the mass of mankind appear to be in, that we find a well-known writer on astronomy saying, "Science, therefore, cannot go back to the absolute beginnings of things or forward to the absolute ends of things. It cannot reason about the way matter and energy came into existence or how they will cease to exist. It cannot reason about time or space as such, but only in the relation of them to phenomena that can be observed. Science cannot inquire into them, the facts that are stated in the first chapter of Genesis, for the purpose of checking their accuracy. It must accept them as it accepts the fundamental law that governs its own working, without the possibility of proof." E. W. Maunder. This shows something fundamentally wrong in the line of research. Surely we have forgotten the injunction, "Open thou mine eyes, that I may behold wondrous things out of thy law." Psalm 119. 18. Dr. J. W. Hasinger has said, "What is wanted is to see science put on her spectacles and get honestly down to hard work on these difficult but universal and most important subjects. When that time comes, and it is rapidly coming, psychism, in its broadest sense, will be tried by a jury of its peers, and the verdict will be in accordance with the evidence of all mankind, everywhere and from the beginning, and will not represent merely a self-sufficient ignoring of the whole testimony and an a priori judgment of the whole case. The facts will not be superciliously thrown aside, the evidence will not be perverted nor garbled, inconvenient facts will not be suppressed, the truth will be elicited as it would be by skilled lawyers, and the opinion rendered as it would be by able and impartial judges, and science will then win a crown of imperishable glory. Nay, more, in that day the judgment will be found reflected upon and applicable to many other great problems. Now the despair of science and solid achievements will come in all directions. Science is clearly moving in the direction of the spiritual. Nothing can be more certain. This prophecy is of interest, as it is now fulfilled and solid. Achievements are coming in all directions. The mystery of God. Amid the mysteries which become more mysterious the more they are thought about, there will ever remain the one absolute certainty, that man is ever in the presence of an infinite and eternal energy from which all things proceed. Herbert Spencer. Cicero said, "It is difficult to attain and dangerous to publish the knowledge of the true God." T. It is well known and referred to in the Bible that what the early Christians taught was looked upon as a mystery, and that there were various grades of learners. Without controversy, great is the mystery of godliness. 1 Timothy 3:16. What is the difference, if any, between Jesus the Christ and the ideal Christ that Paul taught us was the wisdom and power of God? Why are we told to have only one God in the Bible, and yet told in the prayer book that the Father is God, the Son is God, and the Holy Ghost is God? And yet there are not three gods, but one God. Why does our prayer book, which is a schedule to an act of Parliament, speak throughout of us as the children of Israel, of Abraham, or of Isaac? Why does the preface of the only book in England of which the perpetual copyright is retained, the authorized translation of the Bible couple. England with Zion, both words being in italics. We speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, even the hidden wisdom, which God ordained before the world unto our glory. 1 Corinthians 2:7. This mystery finished. The days of the voice of the seventh angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God should be finished, as he hath declared to his servants the prophets. Revelation 10, verse 7. Ignorance of truth is the cause of all misery. Gautama Buddha. Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. John 8:32. This mystery, which is thus referred to by the great apocalyptic thought reader, is the mystery of good which arises from ignorance of the laws of eternal mind, the fact being that God, good, is never absent. The light shineth in darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. John 1:5. This mystery is now solved. Reason and revelation are reconciled. The only practical solution of this perplexing problem of human existence may be found in the simple teachings, and is illustrated in the little understood life of Jesus the Christ. When intelligently considered, even the mysticism shrouding the Godhead disappears, leaving a practical knowledge of God. All mystery disappears as we gain the scientific practical understanding of his statements. There is nothing covered that shall not be revealed. Luke 12:2. For it is in truth the word of God which effectually worketh. 1 Thessalonians 2:13 in us, and we appear gradually to obtain not only a knowledge of material things, but the scientific understanding of God that gives life everlasting. The prayer, "Give us, dear God," again the lost chord of Christ, is being divinely answered, and again the song, "Peace on earth, goodwill towards men," floats o'er the earth. The solution of all mysteries. But the Comforter, which is the Holy Ghost, whom the Father wilt send in my name, he shall teach you all things. John 14:26. Even the mystery which hath been hid from ages and from generations, but now is made manifest to his saints. Colossians 1:26. The world of illusion. The solution of all these seeming enigmas lies in the fact that this so-called material world is only a world of constantly shifting appearances, false illusions, so-called mental phenomena, and every form of matter, every form of sin, every form of disease and trouble, even the form itself of so-called man, can be caused to appear and disappear by what is falsely termed thinking. This is because all matter is ethereal, that is, merely supposititious mechanical vibrations in a theoretical ether. The one certainty of science is the existence of a mental world. Huxley. Reality, the only reality is God and his mental or spiritual manifestation, perfect man and universe, a perfect state of consciousness, called heaven. Having a false sense of existence, viewed from a false standpoint, a belief of life in matter, the material so-called man has an equally false sense of substance, and sees this perfect world only through a false material sense of it. He has been fooled, self-hypnotized, into believing his material self and the ether world to be real and true, whereas the material part of it is simply a temporary misconception of the real man and universe, a false belief of substance in matter, an illusionary effect, cinematographic pictures hiding heaven, the real world, from us. We must voice the truth and make all men see what is the fellowship dispensation of the mystery, which from the beginning of the world hath been hid in God. Ephesians 3:9. No mind and non-mental. Mortals have hitherto been utterly deceived as to the definition of the word mental. What has hitherto been dignified by the terms mind and mental turns out to be purely ethereal matter in varying degrees, from its most tangible and ponderable forms to the ethereal lines of force originally advanced by Faraday. It should be spoken of as no mind and non-mental. Human mind turns out to be human. matter, a mechanical counterfeit of true consciousness, the result of electrical stresses in the ether, and therefore purely ethereal. The only power is love, alias mind or God, and we cannot control matter scientifically by a negative mind. The false spiritual world, being utterly ignorant of the ethereal conditions of the final yet elementary state of matter, and knowing that there must be consciousness and therefore reality, mortals have mistakenly conceived of the invisible, ethereal conditions as a spiritual world, and against all logical deductions, their buoyant sense of hope has led the majority to think that on death they reach a far distant life eternal in a hypothetical perfect world. The real mind, God good, is infinite, eternal mind, and is of necessity eternally good and good only. Now this is demonstrable. The knowledge of God, heaven, and our real selves is a true mental science, demonstrable through application of the rule of right thinking. So-called mental science, which is limited to mere mechanical change of human phenomena, is an entire misnomer and utterly misleading, and should at best be distinguished as non-mental science, because it is not mental and not scientific. Matter non-mental. Numberless quotations might be given here which show that deep, logical thinkers have recognized that matter cannot possibly be solid fact, but must be merely a form of material impression, false mental, or more accurately, non-mental phenomena. The following are instances, and more are given later. Professor Herbert says, "The common supposition, then, that the material universe and the conscious beings around us are directly and indubitably known, and constitute a world of positive fact, is an entire mistake, based upon astonishing ignorance of the essential limitations of human knowledge." John Fiske, the well-known historian and professor of philosophy, writes, "It was long ago shown that all the qualities of matter are what the mind makes them, and have no existence as such, apart from the mind. In the deepest sense, all that we really know is mind, and as Clifford would say, what we call the material universe is simply an imperfect picture in our minds of a real universe of mind stuff." Kant also said that this world's life is only an appearance, a sensuous image of the pure spiritual life, and the whole world of sense, only a picture swimming before our present knowing faculty like a dream, and having no reality in itself. For if we should see things and ourselves as they are, we should see ourselves in a world of spiritual natures, with which our entire real relation neither began at birth nor ends with the body's death. The practical value to the world of this truth, which has been enunciated by many other logical thinkers of equally worldwide reputation, has never been grasped by the majority. Until recently, no one has ever followed it up to its logical conclusion, namely, that if the material universe is simply an imperfect false impression, then all that is necessary, in order that we should behold the real and perfect universe, is to change our thoughts to the standard of perfection, and so see the perfect picture, when the imperfections must disappear and heaven appear. Matter, the manifestation of false impressions. Matter, like space and time, cannot be defined. W. Rouse Ball. Matter is merely the manifestation of false impressions of truth. Lord Kelvin expressed it as made up of thought forces. Plus it can be made to appear and disappear by so-called thought, and this in two different ways, one temporary because unscientific, the other disappearance permanent because scientific. Consequently, the material world, as long as it has its apparent existence, is subject to continual changes and has no fixed laws, so-called thought. Literally, electric vibration, being the essence of material apparent action. Matter is simply a series of cinematographic pictures. Carpenter says, "The source of all power is mind." Professor Huxley says, "If the hypothetical substance of mind is possessed of energy, I for my part am unable to see how it is to be discriminated from the hypothetical substance of matter. His philosophic position he has summed up as follows: "The key to all philosophy lies in the clear comprehension of Berkeley's problem, which is neither more nor less than one of the shapes of the greatest of all questions: what are the limits of our faculties? And it is worth any amount of trouble to comprehend the exact nature of the argument by which Berkeley arrived at his results, and to know by one's own knowledge the great truth which he discovered, that the honest and rigorous following up of the argument which leads us to materialism inevitably carries us beyond it. The more completely the materialistic position is admitted, the easier it is to show that the idealistic position is unassailable, if the idealist confines himself within the limits of positive knowledge." And he adds, in conclusion, "And therefore, if I were obliged to choose between absolute materialism and absolute idealism, I should feel compelled to accept the latter alternative." Locke, another thinker misunderstood by materialists, writes, "Bodies, by our senses, do not afford us so clear and distinct an idea of active power as we have from reflection on the operations of our minds. Of thinking, body affords us no idea at all. It is only from reflection that we have that. Neither have we from body any idea of the beginning of motion. I judge it not amiss to direct our minds to the consideration of God and spirits for the clearest idea of active powers. God having fitted men with faculties and means to discover, receive, and retain truths, according as they are employed." A correct basic theory. Our scientific theories are perfectly legitimate as long as they are formed as a means towards practical applications. Edward Carpenter. Hitherto we have tried to fit our facts into our theories and have had to change our theories so as to explain our new facts. In the correct basic theory now brought to your notice, we can fit in our real facts, the facts of good and the spiritual universe, and at the same time test and account for our so-called facts, which are really only final and foundationless beliefs with reference to the material world. In this way, we check our knowledge by means of our theory and prove it later by demonstration. Probed to the bottom and laid bare, this correct material theory enables us to account rationally for the first time for our so-called facts. We must not, however, dwell on this theory and build it up in imagination as permanent fact. We have to reverse the elusive truth of this theory and so give everlasting place to a knowledge of the absolute facts and the spiritual universe. This true knowledge is a revealed and practical science, the science of God as divine principle, with intelligent, living good as its manifestation. Every thought is followed by a similar effect, to a greater or less extent. Millions now recognize this and are trying to learn how to control illusionary impressions, miscalled thoughts. Our thoughts are the rudder of our life, says the Rev. I.R. Shannon. Let us then always steer dead straight. Let the wicked forsake his way, and the unrighteous man his thoughts, and let him return unto the Lord, and he will have mercy upon him. Isaiah 55:7. This is not so easy to do until you know how to do it. It can only be properly done in a scientific way. Let us proceed to advance fearlessly along this way, proving each step as we go. Evil Arno, the material world. Evil. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinneth from the beginning. 1 John 3:8. Everything in the material world is more or less bad or limited. Christian theology has not been able to make up its mind whether sin is a defect, or a transgression, or a rebellion, or a constitutional hereditary taint, or whether it is all these combined. W. R. Ng, M.A.D.D., plus Professor of Divinity, Cambridge. Buddhism, which is more of a system of incorrect philosophy than religion as at present taught, teaches that evil is the true kernel of existence, only to be removed with the cessation of existence itself. This is true so far as the material world is concerned. Our life is a false nature. 'Tis not in the harmony of things, this hard decree, this ineradicable taint of sin, Byron. The illusion, before a rigorous logical scrutiny, the reign of law will prove to be an unverified hypothesis, the uniformity of nature an ambiguous expression, the certainty of our scientific inferences to a great extent a delusion plus Stanley Jevons. Whence therefore comes this material world, and what is it? The Greeks taught that the source of sin is delusion or disease, a perverted condition of the mind. Sin, and therefore everything material, everything unlike God, is only delusion, deception, absolute illusion, but not an illusion that the perfect spiritual beings, our true selves, are suffering under. For being perfect, we could not in reality suffer from any illusion. Sin exists only as a false claim, an utterly false conception, and this is no true existence. The whole of the material world, with its material phenomena, is an elaborate mechanical counterfeit of the spiritual realities of all things, and is at best merely a dream, ethereal, illusionary fantasies, a mesmeric sleep, but without even a real dreamer. As Schopenhauer said, it is a disordered dream of humanity. The following illustration may enable you to understand the position better. Hold up your hand between your eyes and a light. Then put a sheet of paper between the hand and eyes and throw some mud on the paper. Let your hand symbolize the real man, the shadow on the paper the material man, while the mud represents sickness and sin. The shadow on the paper is not the real hand, and if the dirt is rubbed off the paper, then the shadow represents the material man, well and free from sin. Go on rubbing, and the paper will ultimately disappear, and you will see the hand, symbolizing the real man. Again, the real man in heaven may be symbolized by a human being in bright sunlight. The shadow then symbolizes the material man. As the sun becomes more central, the shadow decreases until ultimately it disappears. The devil and hell, the wicked, will not seek after God. God is not in all his thoughts. Psalm 10:4. This material world, this waste-howling wilderness, Deuteronomy 32:10, is therefore simply a terrible illusion, a grouping of false impressions, the devil's world, the very devil, the only devil there is. This self-imposed agony, this devil or evil, will continue until scientifically disposed of by denying the existence of all wrong thought and thinking rightly instead. The only devils are the devilish thoughts that attack us. The word devil is derived from the Greek diabolos, which means merely slanderer. The slander is that man is material and that there is life in matter. Marlowe, writing in the 16th century, makes Faustus say to Mephistopheles, "Where are you damned?" Mephistopheles replies, "In hell." And on Faustus asking, "How comes it then that thou art out of hell?" he replies, "Why, this is hell, nor am I out of it." Hell hath no limits, nor is circumscribed in one self-place. For where we are is hell, and where hell is there must we ever be. And to conclude, when all the world dissolves, and every creature shall be purified, all places shall be hell that are not heaven. Heaven and hell are not future states awaiting us at death. Justin Martyr in 150 A.P. wrote, "If you even dare blaspheme the God of Abraham, and say that the souls, as soon as they leave the body, are received up into heaven, take care." Jesus said, "The kingdom of God is within you, Mark. Go. Read among you, Luke 17:21, and we have not to die to get inside or among ourselves. Earth's crammed with heaven, Mrs. Barrett Browning. The fear o' hell's a hangman's whip, Burns. We make our own hell and our own heaven by the way in which we think, and we have to wake up as fast as we can and get out of hell, the hell of the wrong thoughts that attack us, into heaven a perfect state of consciousness, the world of perfect thoughts, a perfect ideas, the real world that is here round us, if we could only see it. Love builds a heaven in hell's despair. W. Blake, the only way to escape the suffering which is always the result of sin is to stop sinning. And the only way to do this is to stop entertaining wrong thoughts, as will be explained later. To the mistaken teaching that God made sin, sickness, worries, and troubles, that is, the material world and material man, is due much so-called atheism and agnosticism. The world is stamped with no more than a footprint of the divinity. Its goodness and wisdom are but caricatures of the divine, blasphemous because of their very traces of likeness, mimicking the Creator as a marionette mimics its living maker. The conception of nature as being, a direct expression or self-manifestation of the divine character, is responsible for the moral and spiritual perversions that are everywhere associated with polytheistic or pantheistic nature worship. To worship the caricature of divinity they're revealed to us is really to worship the devil, Tyrol. The non-reality of evil and therefore of matter. DS for the other people, which also come of Adam, thou hast said that they are nothing. 2 Esdras 6:56. For if a man think himself to be something, when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Galatians 6:3. The human problem of evil is at length solved. Mathematically, we know that anything that ever was nothing or ever ceases to exist cannot be real, whatever it may seem to be. Therefore, evil must be unreal, however real it may appear, for no logical mind could believe it to be everlasting. Nothing evil or even imperfect can possibly last, as it is self-destructive. It always disappears sooner or later. It cannot even harm you when you realize its non-reality. They that war against thee shall be as nothing, and as a thing of naught. Their works are nothing. Isaiah 41:12-29. The non-reality of matter has now been proved. So fixed has been our belief in its reality that the majority still believe it is something real and permanent. As this belief changes, so we shall see a changing world, until the mist of matter disappears, with its attendant evils, sin, sickness, worries, troubles, and limitations of every kind. The things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:18. God, as the principle of good, is very different from the God whom we have been taught to fear, the God who not only allows but uses evil to punish the human beings that he is supposed to have made. How can the principle of good even know of evil? If God knows evil, he must have known of it beforehand, and therefore must have intended it or ordered it. For God, being infinite mind and eternal cause, must necessarily be omniscient and omnipotent. Habakkuk says, Thou, God, art of purer eyes than to behold evil and canst not look on iniquity. 1 verse 13. How could God know of evil and not instantly destroy it? As all sin and trouble are simply an hypnotic effect, if God could be conscious of it, this infinite power would straightway reduce the universe to chaos. This is one of the proofs of its non-reality, for God is mind and mind must be all-knowing. All nations before him are as nothing, and they are counted to him less than nothing. Isaiah 40:17. Nebuchadnezzar saw this, and said, All the inhabitants of the earth are reputed as nothing. Daniel 4:35. Seeing evil nowhere exists, for God is all things, and to him no evil is near. Origen, about 125 AP. All evil is merely a false appearance, produced by wrong thoughts. It's the last enemy mind and hostile will, which came not from God, but from itself, are to be destroyed. Origen. Now the sin of which I speak is this, when a man abandons that which really exists and serves that which does not really exist, there is still that which really exists, and it is called God. Melita to Antonius Caesar, about 150 A.D. Jeremiah said, Out of the mouth of the Most High proceedeth not evil and good. Lamb 3 verse 38. And as John said, all things were made by him, John 1:3, it is clear that evil is not a thing, that is nothing. In the Timaeus, Plato depicts the material world as essentially vile. He is unable to think of the pure and holy deity as manifested in it, and accordingly separates the Creator from his creation so called by the whole breadth of infinity. St. Augustine said that, without him was nothing made, for without the sovereign good there is no good. But that is evil, in which there is no good, and consequently it is nothing, because evil is nothing but the absence of good. He also made other statements of the kind. For instance, evil is therefore nothing, because it was made without the Word, without whom nothing was made, equals I. For thou art not a God that hath pleasure in wickedness, neither. The root meaning of the Hebrew word avon, translated in the Bible sin, is nothing. Again, the word naughty means of the nature of naught, like nothing. In Lancashire, the word knout means either nothing or naughty, the two being indistinguishable in speech. Wicked only means bewitched. We have all been bewitched, alias hypnotized, into a belief in evil. We rejoice in a thing of naught. Amos 6:13. God or good is and must be reality. Therefore evil is the absence or opposite of good, and therefore the opposite of reality, a non-reality. This is seen also from the fact that at some time or other all evil must disappear. The terrible one is brought to naught. Isaiah 29, verse 20. Evil must by its nature eventually destroy itself. All the evil of our life only seemingly exists, because it has been there so long. Tolstoy. What origin has evil? Behold, ye are of nothing, and your work of naught. Isaiah 41:24. Tf evil is a dream or illusion. What was the origin of this illusion? This is the constantly recurring question that has puzzled the leaders of mankind from the earliest days. Namely, what is the origin of evil? This is practically the same question as, what is the origin of matter? Is it conceivable that God created evil? The answer is absolutely logical. As evil is a non-reality, it never began. No one ever created it, because it does not exist. If you could find out who created it, then it would be real, if evil is said. To be real, it is the business of those who say it is real to find out how it began and who created it. The impossibility of finding this out is one of the many proofs of its non-reality. Matter is a misstatement of mind. In truth, no thing is contrary to God. Theologia Britannica. The problem of evil is manifestly insoluble. We have to make our choice between theories, none of which is free from grave difficulties and objections, plus WRNGMADD. At one time, there was a belief that there was a flat earth, and the medieval church burned those who denied the so-called fact. Who created the flat earth? It never existed. No one ever created it. It was an entire illusion, a lie about the round earth, and when it was known to be a lie, the belief in its reality, which was the only sense of existence it ever had, was gone. So the belief in a material world is a lie about the real world. As you find out the truth, the lie disappears, and you gradually appear to become conscious of the glorious reality, which has always existed here, around us, the kingdom of heaven, a perfect world. The truth, and the truth about the truth, alone is knowable. There may be countless lies about the truth, but only one truth. We may believe a lie, but we know the truth. Truth is demonstrable. Thou shalt have no other gods before me means you shall believe only in the existence of good, God, and his manifestation, and not believe in evil or matter. If you do, you will experience the sense of evil and limitation, sin, sickness, worries, and troubles. Since there is no being outside God, what we call separation from God, fall, or sin is but a negative reality, a defect or privation. Evil has no substantial existence. A thing has real existence only so far as it is good, and its excellence is the measure of its reality. Perfection and reality are synonyms. Evil is the absence of good, life, and being, scotus erigena, the illusory cause of evil. In the light of our present knowledge that all is mind and mental, it must be remembered that in searching for the origin of evil, there can only be a false suppositional mentality, a basic false mentality, to deal with. It being now agreed that matter is merely what is called force or electricity, it is obvious that any seeming material phenomena are entirely secondary and consequent on this false mentality, which is thus the author of itself, and all its manifest apparent phenomena. A mad world indeed, my masters. Shakespeare. If mind can maintain its own phenomena, it is self-proved to be eternal cause. If the so-called mind fails to maintain its own phenomena, it is self-proved to be unreal and elusive, a false mental basis for whatever may apparently be built upon it as its manifestation. Mind is its own great cause and effect. The mind that thus proves itself to be eternal cause must be God and infinite. This statement includes of necessity the further recognition that the mind that is God must be wholly good. Herein will be found conclusive proofs that material sense impressions are not permanent. The continually disappearing, sick, sinning, and consequently dying phenomena that are spoken of as human beings are proved by their disappearance to rest solely upon the aforesaid false mental basis. The only reality is God and the spiritual man and world. No mind, this false mental basis, hitherto called mind and now designated no mind, not mind, and the false mental or non-mental impressions, called thoughts, are but the suppositional opposites of God or mind and God's thoughts, which constitute the only mentality and the only true mental impressions. The personification of this false mentality that has been called human mind and body is self-destructive. Cursed from its supposed starting point of a material conception, it is but a pet nest for devils, a home for evil thoughts of every kind and description, the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, and a cage of every unclean and hateful bird. Revelation 18:2. All evil conditions come from wrong thoughts, the god of this world, 2 Corinthians 4:4, a belief in the power of evil, owing to a want of the scientific knowledge that there is only one God, and that good. One of the wise sayings of the celebrated Dr. Abernethy was that, when a man begins seriously to dissect himself, he will soon be a fit subject for the undertaker. In Jeremiah 6:19 we read, "Behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened to my law, the law of good, the only really existing law. Be not overcome of evil, but overcome evil with good." Romans 12:21. The only way to do this is to practice the scientific method of thinking. In Psalm 23:4 we read, "I will fear no evil, for thou art with me." This thou is God, divine principle, the law of good, which, if we only think rightly, never fails to effect the permanent disappearance of any particular evil. Sin the cause of disease. A large proportion of the interminable trouble and myriad forms of disease in this world are acknowledged to be due to sin, perhaps 40%. A medical specialist in diagnosis told me that he thought about 75% of disease was due either to sin in the individual or sin in his parents. We now find that all disease is due to sin, but in probably 60 out of 100 cases, the sin is the lesser one of what would be popularly called merely wrong thinking, belief in a power other than that of God. This, as will be shown, is the primary cause of all disease and sin. This wrong thinking is due to ignorance. Hence, all disease is mental. Socrates said that sin was ignorance. Sin is ignorance of truth, ignorance of God. Dr. Thompson, surgeon to H.M. prisons in Scotland, after observation for 18 years, says, "I have never seen such an accumulation of morbid appearances as here. Scarcely any die of any one disease, for almost every organ of the body is more or less diseased or degenerated. The arraignment of the so-called man. Man that is born of woman is of few days and full of trouble. He cometh forth like a flower and is cut down. Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean too? Not one." Job 14, 1, 2, 4. The 5 material miscalled senses condemn themselves. They cannot see, hear, feel, taste, or smell God. Has God created these senses that do not enable us to understand Him in the slightest? Throw out of work the body's senses, and thy divinity shall come to birth. Secret Sermon on the Mountain in Corpus Hermeticum. Most people have formed the habit of talking of the human body as something wonderful. It seems to me that it is wonderfully bad. Even a schoolboy could point out many possibilities of improvement. The eye is, one believe, supposed to be the most wonderful part of the human frame. Professor Helmholtz, one of the leading scientific men of modern times, said, referring to the human eye, of which he had made a special study, "Of all our members, the eye has always been held as the choicest gift of nature, the most marvelous product." Then, after commenting on its details, he adds, "If an optician would sell me an instrument which had all these defects, I should think myself quite justified in blaming his carelessness in the strongest terms and giving him back his instrument. If a material man had the different powers of vision, apparently possessed in part by the different animals, his sight, although incomparably better than that of human beings, would be quite imperfect in comparison with the power of sight of which, as will be seen hereafter, man is capable. The physical eye, however, as will be shown later, is unnecessary for the exercise of this power. Every other part of man is equally defective, and he does not even rival a lobster, which so easily reproduces a lost limb. The ignorant man, a helpless victim. Therefore my people are gone into captivity, because they have no knowledge. Therefore hell hath enlarged herself, and opened her mouth without measure." Isaiah 5, 13, 14. It has been stated that man is born free. This is absolutely untrue of the human being. This so-called man is born a helpless babe and remains helpless, the victim of circumstances, the foot/ball of chance, until he gains some faint idea of what God is and learns how to think rightly. What poor things mortals are, bound together in this bundle of so-called life. Monkeys on a stick, pulled about by conflicting emotions, creatures of impulse. We are swayed by every passing thought, whilst we are learning how to control these thoughts. This lamentable position can only continue until man knows how to think rightly, and thus exercises his rightful dominion. The death struggle of nature. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. For we know that the whole creation groaneth and travaileth in pain together until now. Romans 8, 19, 22. Darwin showed the fierce struggle that lies beneath the seeming peace of nature. Many sensitive natures have been overwhelmed, and are daily being overwhelmed by this universal unrelenting nature, red in tooth and claw. Dr. Macpherson of Edinburgh says that a mere segment of an earwig will fight with a segment of an Australian ant under the unmistakable influence of rage until exhaustion or death ensues. Even with the smaller animal life one sees this. Romanes in Animal Intelligence gives particulars of a conflict between a small rotifer and a larger one, and Sir William Dawson states that and Amseba shows volition, appetite, and passion. The pious Jacobi is stated to have said, "Nature conceals God, man reveals God." Haeckel writes, "The raging war of interests in human society is only a feeble picture of the unceasing and terrible war of existence which reigns throughout the whole of the living world." Sense. Many of those present must have felt the oppressive sense referred to in the words, "My soul is sick with every day's report of wrong and outrage with which earth is filled," plus Wordsworth. No wonder Philip Moreau, who speaks of this world system as stupendous, gigantic, remorseless, terrifying, says, though composed apparently of human beings and existing presumably for human beings, it nevertheless devours men, women, and children placidly and for trifling considerations. Tilda Goethe, with all his prosperity and riches, states that he had not had 5 weeks of genuine pleasure in his whole life, and Caliph Abdulrahman said that in 50 years he had had only 14 days of pure happiness. Many have not had this small amount. How different it is when one knows how to think rightly. Fiske, the well-known historian, says, "In every part of the animal world we find implements of torture surpassing in devilish ingenuity anything that was ever seen in the dungeons of the Inquisition. We are introduced to a scene of incessant and universal strife, of which it is not apparent on the surface that the outcome is the good or the happiness of anything that is sentient. Tf, the creator of such a world, is omnipotent. He cannot be actuated solely by a desire for the welfare of his creatures, but must have other ends in view, to which this is in some measure subordinated. Or if he is absolutely benevolent, then he cannot be omnipotent, but there is something in the nature of things which sets limits to his creative power. On the other hand, with the lowest there is a sense of good. A friend of mine recently heard a miserable, poverty-stricken wretch slouching along in the cold, soliloquizing as follows, "God help the poor swines as have no home of their own this weather. Few of us are thankful enough for what we have." Wonders of the world. Most people are ignorant of the immensity and diversity of the universe, or else they could not possibly have thought of God as they have done. Our solar system, which itself appears to be rushing through space at about 12 miles per second, the velocity of one star is 200 miles a second, is a mere speck in the heavens, and yet the orbit of Neptune, the farthest planet of this system, is, on an average, 791 millions of miles from the Sun. A train running at 60 miles an hour would take over 5,000 years, nearly the whole of historical time, to traverse the distance. Alpha in Centaur, the nearest fixed star to the Sun, is about 25 millions of miles from it, yet the great nebula in Orion has been stated to be 250 times the distance from the Sun of the nearest fixed star. The speed of light would enable it to travel round the equator 7 times in a second, yet it could travel round 1,000 million times during the 4 1/3 years it takes to come from Alpha Centauri. The number of the stars perceptible by means of the great telescopes is estimated at 400 millions, red, orange, yellow, green, lilac, purple, etc. Over 100 million stars are now capable of being photographed. Many of these are of an enormous size. For instance, Rigel in Orion and Yenhash, Aridid in the Swan, are at an immeasurable distance away and must exceed our Sun many thousands of times in volume, in mass, the idea of God, and in splendor. The great southern sun, Canopus in Argo, is estimated by Carl Snyder as having a volume more than 1,000,000 times that of our Sun. The size of the universe is quite appalling when we comprehend it, for it seems really to be infinite, to have no boundary. Space and the worlds in space, inhabited worlds, many of them, no doubt, extend beyond the reach of the longest telescope. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc. LL.D. F.R.S. Robert Blatchford, in God and My Neighbor, writes as follows: "On Earth there are forms of life so minute that millions of them exist in a drop of water. There are microscopic creatures more beautiful and more highly finished than any gem, and more complex and effective than the costliest machine of human contrivance. In the start of creation, Mr. Edward Clodd tells us that 1 cubic inch of rotten stone contains 41,000 million vegetable skeletons of diatoms. Talk about Aladdin's palace, Sinbad's Valley of Diamonds, Macbeth's witches, or the Irish fairies. How petty are their exploits, how tawdry are their splendors, how paltry are their riches, when we compare them to the romance of science. Do you believe that the God who imagined and created such a universe could be petty, base, cruel, revengeful, and capable of error? I do not believe it." The arraignment of the so-called God. The national attitude of ignorance regarding God in the past is shown by the phrase in legal contracts referring to unavoidable disasters as acts of God. Even so-called civilization has its devilish side. According to Victor Longhead, in the United States 12,000 people are annually killed and 70,000 injured by railway traffic. Baxter, the religious writer, actually states that God himself will take infinite pleasure in the eternal torments of the damned. The Rev. M. Baxter told me that we should literally see all the scenes depicted in the Apocalypse. The lie that God made matter, this mist that hides from us the real and glorious spiritual world, has brought forth such statements as the following: "It is his world. Remember, he made it and he is omnipotent. Why did not he make it better? If it is wayward and intractable, it can be no more than he expected or ought to have expected. Wherein consists his right to punish us for our transgressions? Suppose we challenge it, what will he say in defense?" Benson writes, "The essence of God's omnipotence is that both law and matter are hissed and originate from him, so that if a single fiber of what we know to be evil can be found in the world, either God is responsible for that, or he is dealing with something he did not originate and cannot overcome. Nothing can extricate us from this dilemma, except that what we think evil is not really evil at all, but hidden good. This is obviously impossible. Under no circumstances can evil be good, and it can never be less nor more than evil. But it has only recently been discovered that evil, as manifested illusion, will temporarily hide from us the permanent good. Until this good is understood and acknowledged to be spiritual, tangible, the only reality. Could a God of even the human standard of morality have made this material evil world of rampant injustice? Or could such a hellish wilderness of tangled dreams form part of an original perfect conception? Read Mr. William Watson's arraignment of the powers of Europe at the time of the Armenian massacres, and then think. Yea, if ye could not, though ye would, lift hand, ye halting leaders, to abridge hell's reign, if such your plight, most hapless ye of men. But if ye could and would not, oh, what plea think ye shall stand, you at your trial, when the thundercloud of witnesses shall loom at the assizes of eternity? Haeckel truly writes, "If the one God is really the absolutely good perfect being they proclaim, then the world which he has created must also be perfect. An organic world so imperfect and full of sorrow as exists on this earth, he could not possibly have contrived. Now God is the greatest friend and guide that a man can have, a very present help in every kind of trouble. Poor, deluded humanity, what a terrible penalty it pays for ignorance of God, how fatally it is deceived." Good, moreover it goodness needeth not to enter into the soul, for it is there already, only it is unperceived. Theologia Germanica. God, the principle of good, never made the material world, nor ever could have made, or even know of, such a horrible nightmare. If so, he is unquestionably responsible. Sin, disease, and death are absolutely unnatural. The true God made the real world, and we find the Bible statement scientifically accurate. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Genesis 1:31. The material world is only a false sense of the real or spiritual world, which is here now and everywhere, and which, to those who look for it, shines through the visible world in glimpses of eternal verities. I expect that the great mass of the beauty around us is hidden from us, even from the highest at present. Theism recognizes an omnipresent energy, which is none other than the living God. The presence of God is the one all-pervading fact of life, from which there is no escape. John Fiske. Consequently, the love, the life, the beauty, the joy, the wisdom, radiant realities of God's creation, in fact, all the good of which we unfortunately only get indications in this so-called material world, is real, made by God. Lo, this only have I found, that God hath made man upright, but they have sought out many inventions. Ecclesiastes 7:29. The man that God made is perfect, sinless, and eternal. Paul said, neither death nor life, nor things present, nor things to come, nor height nor depth, nor any other creature shall be able to separate us from the love of God. Romans 8:38-39. He knew well enough that the real man was in Christ, and never could be separated from God, divine love. The earth is full of the goodness of the Lord. Psalm 33:5. This is spoken of the permanent and perfect spiritual earth. Matter, while held in its place by ignorance and false belief, merely hides from us the real spiritual earth, with all its spiritual beauty and goodness, so that we get a limited, material sense of it, instead of seeing it as it really is. How fortunate it is that we get even gleams of reality, intuitional, significant, timely foreshadowings of the truth. O world as God has made it, all is beauty, and knowing this is love, and love is duty. T. Robert Browning. Sir Oliver Lodge says, everything sufficiently valuable, be it beauty, artistic achievement, knowledge, unselfish affection, may be thought of as enduring henceforth and forever, as part of the eternal being of God. And all that is at all lasts ever, past recall, earth changes, but thy soul and God stand sure. Robert Browning. Evolution of our sense of God. Every human institution, therefore, religion itself, so far as man can affect it, is exposed to inevitable decay. Accordingly, a religion which is not waiting for a revival is waiting only till it be swept away. Christianity has always reformed itself, and will to the end of time continue to reform itself, by going back to the words and to the life of Christ. Max Mueller. When mortal so-called man was a mere brute beast, he had no God. He did not even understand what good was, and probably ate his children if he could get at them. This stage of ignorance is alluded to in the second verse of the first chapter of Genesis as darkness. This first chapter can be looked upon as a symbolic description of the real or spiritual world, referred to by John in chapter 1, verse 3 of his Gospel, when he said, all things were acute made by him. The second chapter of Genesis gives the old Jewish idea of how the material world started, commencing at the 6th verse. The first chapter may also be taken as a description of the false belief in the evolution of the material, or so-called man, from materiality or absolute ignorance and bestiality, up to the true knowledge of God and dematerialization. By this term is meant the entire disappearance both of the material body and so-called mind, spoken of by Paul as the carnal body and the carnal mind, which constitute what is called the material man, and is enmity against God or good. The former, the material body, was dematerialized by the great way shower, the man Christ Jesus, in the silent precincts of the tomb, and the latter was dematerialized at what is called his ascension, this being the disappearance of the material form of the man Jesus of Nazareth to the limited human senses of those who failed to be able to perceive his more perfect form. The spiritual body, his real self, the Son of God, imperceptible to the five limited senses, always existed in the real spiritual world, heaven, which, in fact, is here around us, only we see it falsely. Sooner or later, we all have to get rid of our so-called human mind and body. Even we ourselves groan within ourselves, waiting for the adoption, to wit, the redemption of our body, Romans 8:23. The experience of Jesus, the master metaphysician, understood, will bring a repetition of his attainments, including all his miracles, but without the accompanying crucifixion or tomb, which were the incidental outcome of general, ignorant, and malicious opposition. The deep significance of the Master's life, of his words, and of his works, is only just beginning to dawn upon a world waiting in expectation for its release from the overwhelming burdens, which to so many make life now the hell that we were falsely taught we might find to be awaiting us only in the future. I have laboriously and freshly examined every single passage in the New Testament bearing upon the subject of God's will, and I have also examined freshly every single passage in the New Testament bearing upon suffering and affliction. I fail to find one which warrants the belief that sickness and death are the will of God sent directly by his hand upon us. If sickness and suffering are according to the will of God, then every physician is a lawbreaker, every trained nurse is defying the will of God, every hospital is a house of rebellion instead of a house of mercy. All the conditions which increase suffering and breed sickness are therefore fulfillments of the will of God, and sanitation is blasphemy. This tradition quickly reasons itself out into impossibility, truly said. Man makes God in his own image. Xenophanes said that if horses, lions, etc. could paint, they certainly would make gods in their own image. The idea of God gradually evolved, until we come to the jealous God of the Hebrews. This race, strong-thinking, strong-headed, and determined, looked upon Jehovah as a supernatural being, who not only told them to slay their enemies, but actually slew them himself, and required sacrifices of innocent animals, such sacrifices, taken literally, being very little better than human sacrifices to the heathen's idea of God, called Moloch, Baal, etc. The Lord said unto Moses, Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Vex the Midianites and smite them, for they vex you with their wiles. Numbers 25:4, 17, 18. The Lord met him Moses, and sought to kill him. Exodus 4:24. Saul inquired not of the Lord, therefore he slew him. 1 Chronicles 10:13, 14. The firstborn of Judah, was evil in the sight of the Lord, and he slew him. 1 Chronicles 2:3. The idea of God gradually evolved until we see in Psalm 51:17 that God required not the sacrifice of innocent animals, but the sacrifice of a broken and a contrite heart. A still higher concept is the later prophet's idea of God, exemplified in the following words, I desired mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings. Hosea 6:6. Later on, we reach the modern theological idea of God, impossible for any logical person to understand who has thought deeply on the subject. Conscious matter must imply pantheism, and it is the false conception of God that makes men Christians only in name, spiritual only in empty theory, whilst material in daily practice. A merciless God, who allowed a majority to be eternally punished, who permitted the inhuman torture of his beloved Son, who created beings capable of sin, who permitted cruelties inconceivable, was the necessary outcome of an ignorance that was as extraordinary, when we really think logically, as it was universal. Believing man to be the victim of his Maker, eternally punished for the sins of a few tired years, no wonder God was more feared than loved. No wonder so-called Christians made their religious beliefs a source of fiendish cruelties towards those who differed from their conception of such a devilish God. In the light of the teachings of Jesus, the true understanding of which is now spreading all over the world, we find that this idea of God is little better than that of a magnified human conception of man, and that not even of a noble man. After 19 centuries of propagandism, Christianity is now compelled to apologize for Christendom. Prof. R.D. Hitchcock. The definition of God: let not him who seeks the Father cease until he find him, and having found him let him be amazed, and being amazed he shall reign, and, reigning, shall rest. Sayings of Jesus, discovered in Egypt in 1904. Degrees. As people's idea of God has become more spiritual, so has their sense of deity become better. The ideas of primitive Christianity are again elevating mankind. We learn the essence of all goodness and reach the true, because scientific, concept of this that Jesus demonstrated, the God who is all in all, the God who is good and infinite, leaving no room for anything else. Not a personal tyrant, but love itself, life itself, truth itself, one infinite mind. This mind is the cause of all love, all life, and all truth, and is reflected in the intelligent, compound idea, man made in the image or likeness divine principle of good, life, truth, and love, called God. Synonymous terms for mind as God are spirit, the essence of all holiness; soul, the foundation of all wisdom and knowledge; all substance, real and permanent substance, not our false sense of substance; intelligence, the principle of all science, and consequently, the first and only cause, and the only reality. The remnant shall return, even the remnant of Jacob, the English-speaking races. See Appendix I, unto the mighty God, is 10 ver 21, this great turning point of the recognition of God, showing forth the infinite, of the omnipotence and omnipresence of good, has now been reached. All that really exists is in and of God. For I am God, and there is none else. Isaiah 45:22. God, being all in all, is not a separate person, he is the only person. Archdeacon Wilberforce writes, beautiful and consoling as is Isaiah's conception of God as universal mother, as one whom his mother comforteth, so will I comfort you. It is still deistic. It still leaves the infinite intelligence as a person, which he is not. God is the only person, the one and only ego. If our mind models become less spiritual, we deteriorate morally, physically, and what is wrongly termed mentally. We must therefore drop our sense of a finite, personal, changeful God and get a better conception of the quality and quantity of universal, infinite good. This more perfect idea held to constantly in our thoughts of things and people must alter not only our churches, but our physique, both of which depend upon our ideals. Of man it has truly been said, for as he thinketh in his heart, so is he, Proverbs 23:7, == Speak to him, thou, for he hears, and spirit with spirit can meet. Closer is he than breathing, and nearer than hands and feet Tennyson. The Logos. The Logos is the quality of originating mind that forms, upholds, sustains all that is. Without the Logos was not anything made that was made. Archdeacon Wilberforce. The Trinity. Theology has long tried to obtain some simple and logical explanation of the Trinity. Life, truth, and love constitute the Trinity of God, mind, soul, spirit, namely God the Father, Christ, the spiritual idea of sonship, the manifestation of God, and the Holy Ghost or Comforter, divine science, the action of God on man, the ideal man, the reflection of God that makes man what he is, namely the knowledge or consciousness of God, by means of which God acts and works. Instead of the many gods that weak mortals now have, we must have only one God, and that triune God must be good and all in all. It is not possible that two opposite concepts of God can both be true. If we break the first commandment and have more than one God, evil must punish us for this sin and keep on punishing us until we return to the Father, whom Paul describes as the Father of all, who is above all and through all, and in you all, Ephesians 4:6. Heckel writes, "To this triune divine ideal shall the coming 20th century build its altars." I conclude my monistic confession of faith with the words, "May God, the Spirit of good, the beautiful, and the true, be with us." I doubt whether even infidels have no God. Their God they probably call cause or nature. Is their God far removed from the God who used sickness to punish the beings he had so badly created that they were capable of sin and its punishment, sickness? The more purified the human nature, as a rule, the higher the idea of God. That extraordinary character Napoleon said, "Since ever the history of Christianity was written, the loftiest intellects have had a practical faith in God. All are but parts of one stupendous whole, whose body nature is, and God the soul, Pope. Origin of good, whatsoever God doth, it shall be for ever." Ecclesiastes 3:14. He is the rock, his work is perfect. Deuteronomy 32:4. All the good that we ever received or ever shall receive must come from the action of this ever-active principle, the principle of good. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above any limited human conception, and cometh down from the Father of light's absolute infinite good, with whom is no variableness. James 1:17. Good is permanent, evil is illusionary. When dining together, a well-known and religious medical man and a leading clergyman were discussing the great wave of spirituality now flooding the world, and its inevitable results. The medical man turned to the clergyman and, referring to a mutual friend of theirs, said, "It is a curious thing that this is not so much affecting men like you and me, but scientific men like, who has been brought up all his life as a practical and scientific man. Yet what is your knowledge of God and my knowledge of God as compared with his?" This he said because their friend had been able to prove his knowledge of God by the instantaneous healing of sin and the sickness resulting therefrom. In Hebrews 8:11, it is foretold that in the latter days mankind will not need to be taught the knowledge of God, for all shall know me God, from the least to the greatest. St. Augustine says, "God is present everywhere in his entirety, and yet is nowhere. He dwells in the depths of my being, more inward than my innermost self, and higher than my highest." The scholastic mystics say that God has his center everywhere, his circumference nowhere. Such teaching deals only in spiritual abstractions. We have now a practical knowledge of God and man, something that will help us over every difficulty that can possibly present itself. An understanding of both as coexistent and co-eternal, spiritual and perfect. The religion of many gods. God forbid that we should forsake the Lord to serve other gods. Joshua 24:16. Simultaneously, side by side with the evolution of the idea of one God, was what might almost be called an evolution of a religion of many gods. This began with the worship of the constellations and multitudinous natural objects. It developed into the worship of relics, images, etc., the deification of human beings, alive and dead, and now ends with the attempt to make each man a god for himself. This is evidenced by the false mental science, now being taught by those who, unfortunately for themselves and their followers, know no better, and suffer bitterly for their fatal and needless ignorance. This so-called mental science rests entirely upon a false material basis, and is only the modern and final development of the so-called black art, which has been recognized but not understood from the earliest ages. So many gods, so many creeds, so many paths that wind, while just the art of being kind is all the sad world needs. E.W. Wilcox. This question of the worship of many gods and the misery to which it inevitably leads is dealt with in appendices Roman 2 and Roman 3. Is the real man material or spiritual? Call no man your father upon the earth, for one is your Father which is in heaven. Matthew 23:9. For ages man has been cajoled and generally hypnotized into the belief that he is a material being, liable to sin, sickness, worries, troubles, and ultimate death. There is not a word of truth in it. It is a misapprehension of existence, absolutely false. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Galatians 6:3. It is, then, as it appears, the greatest of all lessons to know oneself. For if a man knows himself, he will know God. Bishop Clement Pedag, 111. There is no question more important to solve than that of knowing what human knowledge is, and how far it extends. Descartes. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. Romans 8:19. Jesus said, Ye neither know me nor my Father. If ye had known me, ye should have known my Father also. John 8:19. The message of Jesus through Mary to his brethren is equally ours by right of inheritance today. I ascend unto my Father and your Father. John 20:17. This ascent is mental. Man is not material. The material or carnal man as described in the Bible. Ye are of your father the devil. He abode not in the truth reality, because there is no truth in him. He is a liar, and the father of it. John 8:44. The material man is simply an ethereal individualization of a theoretical human structure, a mere mechanical apparatus manifesting imaginative theories, and bad at that. He is the misformation or misrepresentation of spiritual being. He is dead to spirit, buried in matter. It is instructive to see how accurately the Bible description of the material or carnal man supports the so-called facts with reference to his history put forward in this work. The first man mentioned in the Bible as born to human parents became a murderer, Genesis 4:8. And the last time that man is mentioned is in connection with penalties to which he is liable, Revelation 22:19. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. Wisdom of Solomon 2:2. Thou art, and unto dust thou shalt return. Genesis 3:19. A man hath no preeminence above a beast. All are of the dust, and all turn to dust again. Ecclesiastes 3:19-20. Yet hath he seen no good, do not all go to one place. Ecclesiastes 6:6. The carnal mind is enmity against God. They that are in the flesh cannot please God. Romans 8:7-8. There is none that doth good, no, not one. Psalm 14:3. The heart of the sons of men is full of evil. Ecclesiastes 9:3. There is none righteous, no, not one. Romans 3:10. He that committeth sin is of the devil, for the devil sinneth from the beginning. For this purpose the Son of God was manifested, that he might destroy the covers. Roman 11, p. 243. Works of the devil. Whosoever is born of God cannot sin because he is born of God. 1 John 3:8-9. To him that knoweth to do good and doth it not, to him it is sin. James 4:17. They which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God. Romans 9:8. In me dwelleth no good thing. How to perform that which is good I find not. For the good that I would I do not, but the evil which I would not that I do. It is no more I that do it, but sin that dwelleth in me. For I delight in the law of God after the inward man. Romans 7:18, 19, 20, 22. As for man, his days are as grass, as a flower of the field, so he flourisheth. For the wind passeth over it, and it is gone. Psalm 103, 15, 16. The grass withereth, the flower fadeth, says Isaiah. He adds, however, but the word of our God shall stand for ever. Isaiah 48. Isaiah, speaking of the final end, says, all her princes, the princes of this world, that come to naught, 1 Corinthians 2, 6, shall be nothing. Isaiah 34, 12, and Job says of the wicked, they go to nothing. Job 6, 18. Mr. Arthur Balfour, the ex-Prime Minister of Great Britain, tells us that, as far as natural science is concerned, man's very existence is an accident, his story a brief and discreditable episode in the life of one of the meanest of planets. But this cannot be God's intelligent manifestation, though it might well describe the kind of man of whom Huxley was speaking when he said that he would neither affirm nor deny the immortality of man. For good ye are and bad, and like to coins, some true, some light, but every one of you stamped with the image of the King. Tennyson. The apparent duality. No man living hath yet seen man. Bishop Foster. Man begins to hear a voice that fills the heavens and the earth, saying that God is within him, that there is the celestial host. I find this amazing revelation of my immediate relation to God a solution of all the doubts that oppressed me. I recognize the distinction of the outer and the inner self, the double consciousness that within this sense erring, passionate, mortal self sits a supreme, calm, immortal mind whose powers I do not know. But it is stronger than I, it is wiser than I, it never approved me in any wrong. I seek counsel of it in my doubts. I repair to it in my dangers. I pray to it in my undertakings. It seems to me the face which the Creator uncovers to his child. Emerson. Michael Faraday, who spent his lifetime in the forefront of experimental research, declared in a lecture on education, delivered in the Royal Institution, London, that, high as man is placed above the creatures around him, there is a higher and more exalted position within his view. I believe the truth of that future is made known to him by other teaching than his own, and is received through simple belief of the testimony given. Something deeper than mere belief is needed. A practical and demonstrable understanding of truth is necessary for intelligent, harmonious existence. Had there been added to a character such as that of Faraday the priceless scientific knowledge of today, many years of painful waiting for the end of evil might have been saved the world. Things of today, what is a man? A dream of shadow is mankind. Yet when there comes down glory imparted from God, radiant light shines among men. Pindar. We feel we are nothing, for all is thou and in thee. We feel we are something that also has come from thee. Tennyson. T.T. is well men should be reminded that the very humblest of them has the power to fashion after a divine model. Maeterlinck. Herbert Spencer, though regarding the ego as the transitory state of the moment, yet suggests the existence of a permanent ego which cannot be known. The following statements are scientific when rightly understood. Ye are not in the flesh, but in the Spirit. Romans 8:9. We know that we are of God, and the whole world lieth in wickedness. 1 John 5:19. God sent forth his Son to redeem them that were under the law. And because ye are sons, God hath sent forth the Spirit of his Son into your hearts. Wherefore thou art a son, an heir of God through Christ. Galatians 4:4-7. This being so, we must therefore without delay put off the old man. The word world means aged man, which is corrupt, and be renewed in the spirit of your mind. Ephesians 4:22-23. We must rise from the burial of mind in matter into newness of life as spirit. See Romans 6:4. False spirituality. Let us here clear up a misconception that has misled many, especially earnest religious people. The spiritual man is not a human being who is constantly thinking of spiritual things, that is, a material person spiritually minded. The spiritual man is the real permanent man now and always in heaven, the Son of God. When you think of God, you are praying, but this is only the material sense, the false consciousness, awakening to a better sense of the spiritual world. This right method of praying is the endeavor to rise in consciousness to the true sense of heaven, now and here. The effect of this is the elimination of the material human sense, hitherto thought to be man. Even when the material counterfeit, hitherto thought to be you, is apparently conscious of evil, your real self is always thinking God's thoughts. For man is spiritual. The true man, the kingdom of heaven is within you, and whoever shall know himself shall find it. Strive therefore to know yourselves, and ye shall be aware that ye are the sons of the Almighty Father, and ye shall know that ye are in the city of God, and ye are the city. New sayings of Jesus from Oxyrhynchus equals, you are not sinful and material. God created man in his own image, and God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. Genesis 1:27-31. You are a perfect being in a perfect spiritual world in heaven, the kingdom of harmony, one with the infinite mind, as an individualized expression of that mind, an individualization of the Christ, a spiritual divine emanation, an impartation of God, governed by a perfect God, forever perfect, imaging forth the infinite perfection of mind, and with limitless powers act up to this perfect ideal. Mentally identify yourself always with your real self. We have a building of God, an house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens, 2 Corinthians 5:1. The kingdom of God is within you, Luke 17:21, within your present capacity of conscious realization. We are glorious children of a king, spiritual, eternal, and divine. TT alters the whole outlook on life. To know you personally are an idea in the mind of God. T. Archdeacon Wilberforce. Never have I not been, never haste thou, and never shall time yet come when we shall not all be. L. D.V. Barnett's translation of the Song Celestial from the Bhagavad Gita. We have to recognize clearly the distinction between this real perfect man, the Son of God, and the Son of Man, the material thing that we have hitherto thought to be ourselves. The Bible speaks throughout of man as the Son of God, and yet Jesus said, "Ye are of your father the devil," John 8:44. The ungodly said, reasoning with themselves, but not aright, "Let us oppress the poor righteous man, because he is not for our turn, and he is clean contrary to our doings. He professeth to have the knowledge of God, and he calleth himself the child of the Lord. We are esteemed of him as counterfeits. He abstaineth from our ways as from filthiness. He pronounceth the end of the just to be blessed, and maketh his boast that God is his Father. Let us see if his words be true. For if the just man be the Son of God, he will help him. Such things they did imagine, and were deceived, for their own wickedness hath blinded them. For God created man to be immortal, and made him to be an image of his own eternity. Wisdom of Solomon 2:1, 10, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 21, and 23. The exactness of this statement has scarcely even been conceived of, much less tested and proved, until recently. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. Matthew 5:48. Ye are the temple of the living God. 2 Corinthians 6:16. In him we live and move and have our being. Acts 17:28. The Spirit of God hath made me. Job 33:4. For we are also his offspring. Aratus, quoted in Acts 17:28. In the 8th Psalm, ver. 5, it is said that God made man a little lower than Elohim, AVM, or God, and elsewhere in the Psalms and in many other places the statement occurs that we are the sons of God. In the Authorized Version, the word Elohim has been translated angels. For the translators, being so misled by matter, could not see that the real man is and always has been spiritual, and that, being made by God in his image and likeness, he never could fall, nor be materials. Thou madest man, he knows not why, he thinks he was not made to die, tildeth. And thou hast made him, thou art just, Tennyson. Jesus, as recorded in John 10:34-35, not only quoted Psalm 82:6, "Ye are gods," but also drove it home by adding, "And the scripture cannot be broken." The full statement in the psalm is, "I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High." This definition shows the absolute unity of God and the real man, man not being God, but the manifestation of God, the compound idea of God. The word used in the psalm is Elohim, and in John theory, both words referring to the higher sense of God. Nearly all great men who have lived their religion have recognized and taught that man is divine. St. Athanasius wrote, "He became man that we might be made God." St. Augustine said, "He called men gods, as being deified by his grace, not as born of his substance." Plus, it is the false sense that hides the divine possibilities. Zechariah, with prophetic foresight based upon a knowledge of the one true God, when speaking of the final battle in the latter days, writes, "The house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before them." Zechariah 12:8. "And it shall come to pass, that in the place where it was said unto them, Ye are not my people, there shall they be called the children of the living God." Romans 9:26. This prophecy is now being fulfilled. "Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God." Revelation 21:3. The essence of our being, the mystery in us that calls itself I, are, what words have we for such things, is a breath of heaven, the highest being reveals himself in man. We are the miracle of miracles, the greatest inscrutable mystery of God. We cannot understand it, we know not how to speak of it, but we may feel and know, if we like, that it is verily so. Thomas Carlyle. Sons of the living God. And now are we the sons of God. 1 John 3:2, "Ye are the sons of the living God." Hosea 1:10. Having found the true idea of God, which dawns upon human thought with the advancing light of spiritual understanding, man learns what he really is, and always has been, namely, the Son of the living God. In other words, a perfect spiritual being in heaven, a permanent individualization of spiritual, scientific consciousness. We are in infinity now, just as we shall ever be. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc., LLD, F.R.S. The following quotations are instructive. "I have said, ye are gods, and all of you are children of the Most High." Psalm 82:6. "Worship him, all ye gods." Psalm 97:7. "For I say unto you, that in heaven your angel does always behold the face of my Father." Matthew 18:10. "The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my Son." Psalm 2:7. "Which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God." John 1:13. "There is but one God, the Father, and we in him, I call." 8:6. "Ye are of God, little children." 1 John 4:4. The godhood of man is the fact that spiritual evolution is bringing to light. Man is the noblest work of God. Himself from God be could not free. Emerson. In this material world, man should so recognize his noble destiny, his oneness with God, that holiness be found in him, and he should live the Christ life. The open-minded humility of this greatness is well recognized and expressed in Eastern teaching as aseka, the one who has more to learn. Of such a man, Professor Rhys Davids writes, "He is now free from all sin. He sees and values all things in this life at their true value, all evil being rooted from his mind. He experiences only righteous desires for himself and tender pity and regard and exalted love for others." The Christ, both John and Paul have pointed out that we are in Christ. We are in him that is true, even in his Son, Jesus Christ. 1 John 5:20, blessed with all spiritual blessings in heavenly places in Christ. Ephesians 1:3, this does not mean that we are in the man Jesus. Jesus of Nazareth is plainly terrestrial. His advent was the glory, his reception the shame of the human race. Sir Oliver Lodge. The Christ is the spiritual selfhood of Jesus, the spiritual idea of the divine principle, love, the true idea of God. Few grasp the far-reaching and glorious signification of Peter's reply to our Master, "Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God." Matthew 16:16. Each of us is an individualization of that consciousness, an individualization of the Christ. In him is no sin. 1 John 3:5. All the spiritual beings together are the Christ. We being many are one body in Christ. Romans 12:5. We Arene, Jesus Christ. 1 John 5:20. Your bodies are the members of Christ. 1 Corinthians 6:15. In Christ shall all be made alive. 1 Corinthians 15:22. Your life is hid with Christ in God. Colossians 3:3. The church, which is his body, the fullness of him that filleth all in all. Ephesians 1:22-23. Remember that church means originally an assembly. It is held together by the power of love alone. Union with Christ must be something real and substantial, and not merely a metaphor and a flower of rhetoric. Rev. Charles Kingsley. St. Augustine says, "Let us rejoice and return thanks that we have been made, not only Christians, but Christ." Dr. Ng, Professor of Divinity at Cambridge, writes, "Union with the glorified Christ is the essence of Christianity." Professor Wallace of Oxford says, "The great deed that seems to emerge as the life of Christ is the bringing into one of God and man. Since the Christ is as infinite as God, the true idea of God, by whom are all things, and we by him." 1 Corinthians 8:6. We therefore individualize the power or activity of God. For God is seen to work by man, the Christ by reflection, Christ the power of God, and the wisdom of God. 1 Corinthians 1:24. His eternal power and Godhead. Romans 1:20. This is the mystic Christ of the early fathers, see Ephesians 3:3-5-9 and Appendix X, which now is no longer hidden and misunderstood by those who can prove their knowledge of God by demonstration of the Christ power. When we recognize that the mystic Christ is in all, and that every human being is a potential Jesus, we have realized what it is to be in the Lord. If only we could stand fast in this truth. Archdeacon Wilberforce. The second coming of Christ. Do not be afraid of an idea, because it has several times striven to make itself appreciated. Every great revelation is likely to have been foreshadowed in more or less imperfect forms, so as to prepare our minds and make ready the way for complete perception hereafter. It is probable that the human race is quite incompetent to receive a really great idea the first time it is offered. So it was with the idea of the Messiah, which was abroad in the land and had been for centuries before Christ's coming, and never has he been really recognized by more than a few. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.C., LLD, F.R.S. God must be absolute good, life itself, truth itself, love itself, and the perfect world must be governed by the principle of all good. The manifestation of good must be made in the image and likeness of good of God. The accounts of the first creation in Genesis 1:26-27 and later on in Genesis 5:1 bear witness to this. Man therefore must manifest life, truth and love, having life eternal, and being absolutely truthful and loving. He must thus be found active, energetic, and absolutely joyous, having all knowledge of what he requires, all wisdom, all intelligence, with an infinite vista of infinite variety before him. You are now and ever have been, in reality, a perfect spiritual being, the same yesterday and today and forever. Hebrews 13:8. To the human consciousness, this truth of our unity with God comes as the birth of a new idea. In reality, it is as old as eternity. This is the second coming of Christ, which comes to each of us when we are ready, lifting us into heaven, into the kingdom of God that is within, when with glorious possibilities daily unfolding, our heart goes out to every man, and joyously manifesting the Christ, life, love, and truth are spread around, filling the hungry with good things. Life is an ecstasy, Emerson. Life is a well of delight, but men poison it at its fountain, Nietzsche. Thy soul must overflow, if thou another's soul wouldst reach. It needs the overflow of heart to give the lips full speech. Think truly, and thy thoughts shall the world's famine feed. Speak truly, and each word of thine shall be a fruitful seed. Live truly, and thy life shall be a great and noble creed. Horatio Bonar. Sec I before the immense possibilities of man, all mere experience, all past biography, however spotless and sainted, shrinks away, degrees Emerson. 3 points of view. Throughout history, there have been 3 great classes of thinkers who, approaching the knowledge of this so-called material universe from different points of view, have always been more or less antagonistic. These are the theologians, who look at things from a religious point of view, the natural scientists, who look at things from a material point of view, and philosophers, who have until recently looked at things chiefly from a human, and therefore semi-metaphysical point of view. During the last few years, a great change, a splendid and glorious change, pregnant with meaning, has been taking place amongst the advanced workers in these 3 schools of thought, the least being amongst the metaphysicians and the greatest among the natural scientists. For generations, these 3 classes of thinkers, starting from a slough of ignorance, have been climbing up the mountain of knowledge and emerging from the mist into the bright sunlight. Nearing the peak, the theologian looks round and is staggered to find on one side the scientific man close within reach, and on the other the metaphysician likewise emerging from his wilderness of theories into practical metaphysics. I will proceed to do a marvelous work among this people, even a marvelous work and a wonder. Degrees for the wisdom of their wise men shall perish. Isaiah 29:14. Paley says, we believe what we are taught, and as Bishop Westcott in his Gospel of the Resurrection puts it, we receive the facts and the dogmatic interpretation of the facts simultaneously. We have to change all this and learn how to learn. Then we shall commence to give up our multitudinous false ideas. Where is the wise? Where is the scribe? Where is the disputer of this world? Hath not God made foolish the wisdom of this world? 1 Corinthians 1:20. There are things which the intellect can seek, but by herself will never find. These things instinct can find, but will never seek them unprompted by the intellect. Henry Bergson. Choice of words. At the present time, the difficulty in understanding the relative views of these 3 great classes is largely a question of terms. There will now be put forward some ideas which cannot fail to enable those belonging to different schools of thought to understand each other better, and so change opposition into cooperation. It is always more or less difficult to express metaphysical truths in literal or physical terms. This is why in all religions there is such a wonderful variety in their methods of expressing such concepts. Plato felt this, for as James Martineau says, his speculations present the liveliest image of a mind struggling with the inadequacy of language to shape into consistent expression relations which nevertheless consist in reality. Expanding thought has to find expression and define its use. Of terms, various religious phrases, which may possibly appear to have a hackneyed significance, are used in this book in their scientific sense and with definite purpose. For instance, wake up is used as it would be to awaken one under the influence of hypnotism. Now it is high time to awake out of sleep, for now is our salvation nearer than when we believed. Romans 13:11. A treatise on an inversion of false ideas must include truer meanings of words in general use. Knowledge of truth, knowledge the wing wherewith we fly to heaven, Shakespeare. Good, not what we have hitherto called good, but absolute good, is truth. God and good are synonymous terms, and in the Zon and 20 other tongues good is the term for God. All religion is a question of man's conception of God, of good. And to find out a man's religion, you must find out what he thinks of God. The only real test of a religion is, are its doctrines demonstrable? It must be proved in every department of life. A religion that will teach us how to live, that will hold up clear and high the laws of life, and win us to obedience to them, this is the religion the world needs, and it is the only true religion. W. M. Salter. For a righteous man thinketh that which is righteous, and whilst he does so, and walketh uprightly, he shall have the Lord in heaven favourable unto him in all his business. I. Hermes Vis. 1 ver 10. The only perfect religion must be scientific Christianity, as was that of Jesus the Christ. His innate spirituality enabled him in his boyhood to utilize the powers that God had given him, and to put aside the limitations that appeared to fetter those around him. John Smith, the Cambridge Platonist, truly said, "Such as men themselves are, such will God appear to them to be." Dr. W. R. Ng, Professor of Divinity at Cambridge, writes, "So closely do gods resemble their worshippers that we might almost parody Pope's /line and say that an honest God is the noblest work of man. We have made God manlike instead of man godlike. Men changed the glory of the uncorruptible God into an image made like to corruptible man." Romans 1:23. Religions differ according to their amount of spirituality. This is the essential difference. Some are so material that they are not worthy to be even called religions. The higher the religion, the more spiritual it is, and the more it rests on right thinking and its resultant right acting, making our words golden rays in the sunlight of our deeds. What thought is so right and so high as thinking of God? Now God is spirit. This is a more correct translation than God is a spirit. John 4:24. Consequently, true thoughts are not material, but the opposite, namely spiritual, or of spirit, God. Having found our God, we have to find out how to apply this sacred knowledge rightly and therefore scientifically. Acquaint. Irenaeus quotes Hermes as scripture, and Origen thought it divinely inspired. Eusebius and Jerome say that it was read publicly in the churches. Now thyself with him and be at peace, thereby good shall come unto thee. Job 22:21. And this is life eternal, that they might know thee the only true God. John 1% ver. 3. We have to gain a true conception of God and man, the divine man. In proportion as we gain a better understanding of the spotless selfhood of God, so do we become more like him and more like our real selves, which are created in the image of God, good, and in the likeness of God. Genesis 1:27 and 5:1. The acknowledgement of the perfection of the one, infinite God, and the realization that God is all, confers a power nothing else can. The ego is God, infinite soul. Man is the reflection of the ego, coexistent with God, being the eternally divine idea. God is infinite individuality, one living principle, for God is life and God is all. Can one say more? All is of God that is and is to be, and God is good, let this suffice us still. Whittier. The beginner, in his path upwards, may at one time think that he has lost his God, when he recognizes that God is principle, but soon after he will joyfully admit that he has found the Christ, truth, life, truth, and love. See note F on page 569. Browning makes Paracelsus say, "By intuition genius knows, and I knew at once, what God is, what we are, what life is. Alas, I could not use the knowledge aright. Now we can use this knowledge, which as a lens magnifies the divine powers that are a present possibility to all, until so recognized that we use them to the full extent for the benefit of all mankind. What a glorious life then appears before us, enabling us to step out into the sunlight of truth. God crowned. What we require is no new revelation, but simply an adequate conception of the true essence of Christianity, paradoxical philosophy. Wisdom, knowledge practically applied to the best ends, New Century Reference Library Dictionary. To know truth we require wisdom. Solomon gives us a scientifically accurate statement of man's inherent ability to attain to true knowledge. He says, "He hath given me certain knowledge of the things that are, namely, to know how the world was made and the operation of the elements, the beginning, ending, and midst, of the times, and all such things as are either secret or manifest, them I know. For wisdom, which is the worker of all things, taught me, for in her is an understanding spirit, holy, one only, manifold, subtle, lively, clear, undefiled, plain, not subject to hurt. She is the breath of the power of God, and a pure influence flowing from the glory of the Almighty. I perceived that I could not otherwise obtain her, except God gave her me, and that was a point of wisdom also to know whose gift she was. I prayed unto the Lord, and besought him." Wisdom of Solomon 7, 17, 18, 21, 22, 25, and 8, 21. "Though thou lovest the earthly wisdom now, yet when thou shalt be clothed upon with the heavenly wisdom, then thou wilt see that all the wisdom of the world is folly, and wilt see also that the world hates not so much thee as thine enemy, which is the mortal life." Jacob Boehm. This mortal life is now found to be merely a mistaken, and therefore false, view of life. Theology, the science that treats of the evidence, nature, and attributes of God, especially of man's relations to God. New Century Reference Library Dictionary. Of the three classes of thinkers endeavoring to ascertain truth, referred to earlier, let us take first the theologian, as his work is the endeavor to gain and teach the knowledge of God. Whether truth passes under the theologian's names of God, Elohim, or Jehovah, under the scientific man's name of cause or nature, or under the metaphysician's name of mind, we find that religion, which we may almost define as the endeavor to understand and practice the law of God or good, has, taken as a whole, presented a steady evolution. Such an idea, for instance, as eternal punishment or aimless torture and eternal roasting amidst noxious vapors, as it has been described, is now almost given up by the more spiritual and cultured classes. The idea of atonement is now altering. No longer does a view of God as a jealous, one may almost say a savage God, sacrificing his dearly beloved Son, appeal to us. Absolute good or truth is the mind that includes all life, truth, love, wisdom, and joy, in fact, all the good. The statement that God cannot know evil, and therefore cannot know the material world, excited as much hostility 10 years ago as the assertion of universal salvation did 50 years ago, when men thought that salvation was their reward for being as good as they could be, not recognizing that material thought is the instrument of all reward or punishment in a material world. Behold, the righteous shall be recompensed in the earth, much more the wicked and the sinner. Proverbs 11:31. To think that God can know evil is equal to saying that eternal consciousness of infinite goodness can at the same time be conscious of evil, an obvious impossibility, even for a moment, as it is equivalent to saying that black is white. So many have been the hopeless inconsistencies in the material world that we have quite calmly fallen into the habit of accepting as true such absolutely illogical statements. Soon there will be no further cause for Carlyle's scathing remarks. Quackery and dupery do abound in religion. Above all, in the more advanced decaying stages of religion they have fearfully abounded. But quackery was never the originating influence in such things. It was not the health and life of religion, but their disease, the sure precursor that they were about to die. The only real test of a religion are its doctrines demonstrable, the only perfect. Religion is divine science, Christianity as taught by our great master. His teachings are now at last becoming understood, and as they become understood, so do they become demonstrable. This is because they are founded on an unfailing, underlying principle, the principle of good, an active, living principle. Thomas Aquinas, whom Huxley spoke of as possibly the most subtle of the world's thinkers, states in his Summa that theology, the Word of God, is the only absolute science known, and shows that every phase of natural science is purely relative. This is correct, as it is solely based upon mere human knowledge. If Christianity is not scientific and science Christian, one or other is untrue. Dogma. What is a dogma? Knowledge imposed by authority. Annie Besant. How can we attach much weight to dogma, which has been the cause of constant demoniacal religious contests in the past? It rests upon the balance of probabilities, on man's authority. Custom doth make dotards of us all. Every age and nation makes and unmakes. Each sect tampers with the prevalent dogma, and the individual modifies it to suit himself. Heaven keep us from the broken reeds of dead rights. Creed, dogma, and traditionalism in the church are fast forcing the best men out, and as a prominent theologian has well said, are fast making the church an asylum for drones and imbeciles. Stephen Hasbrouck. Full well ye reject the commandments of God, that ye may keep your own tradition. Mark 7:9. In the old days of rigid dogma, knowledge revolved like a squirrel in a cage, and intellect was chained in thrilling regions of thick-cribbed ice. Those who put forward new religious ideas were burnt. Those who enunciated new scientific truths were treated as heretics. There is but one heresy, belief in the possibility of separation from God. There is no necessity to give the names of religious martyrs, Earth's luminaries. There have been hundreds of thousands tortured in the name of religion. In the 13th century, 183 so-called heretics and their pastor were burnt alive together before the Archbishop of Rheims and 17 prelates. The scientific martyrs are also numerous, although less known. Pietro, the great philosopher and physician of the 13th century, was held to be a wizard and condemned to be burnt alive. Copernicus, who in the 16th century elucidated the action of the solar system, but thought that the planets moved round the sun in a circle instead of in a kind of ellipse, because God could only choose a perfect figure, was excommunicated for heresy. Galileo, because he declared that the earth moved, was imprisoned. Bruno, who declared the stars to be suns, was burnt at the stake as late as 1600 A.D. Franklin's electrical experiments with kites were ridiculed, and his papers on lightning conductors ignominiously thrown out by the French Academy. Newton was accused by Leibniz of introducing occult qualities and miracles into philosophy, the law of gravity being subversive of natural and inferentially of revealed religion. Darwin was denounced and then whitewashed by being buried in Westminster Abbey. Jesus himself, the great example, and the most scientific man that ever lived, met a felon's fate. So is the path of human progress strewn with the pitiable evidences of the inhuman battle that has been waged throughout the ages. Today there is almost the same unreasoning conflict of creed, the same antagonism of sectarian bitterness. Brave men have dared to examine lies which had long been taught, not because they were freethinkers, but because they were such stern thinkers that the lie could no longer escape them. John Ruskin, Gods and dogmas do not perish in a day. Dr. Le Bon. What originally was blasphemy or infidelity is now orthodox. Orthodoxy is my doxy, heterodoxy is other people's doxy. Many of our clergymen 3 centuries ago would have been burnt for teaching what is already considered practically antiquated dogma by those most earnestly reaching out for spiritual truth. The miracles of yesterday are the scientific discoveries of today. Our present beliefs are simply the heresies of previous days. Paracelsus truly wrote, "That which is unexpected will in future prove to be true, and that which is looked upon as superstitious in one century will be the basis for the approved science of the next." Dr. Hasinger recently has written, a clergyman of one of our largest Protestant denominations, returning a few years ago from one of their general assemblies and who spent a few days with me, said that if a clergyman had risen and stated what 3/4 of them honestly believed, he would have been expelled by a 2/3 vote. No wonder someone has said, get on, get honor, get honest. Dean Farrar in The Bible and the Child writes, there are a certain number of persons who, when their minds have become stereotyped in foregone conclusions, become obtrusives, and not unfrequently bigoted obtrusives. As convinced as the Pope of their own personal infallibility, their attitude towards those who see that the old views are no longer tenable is an attitude of anger and alarm. Those whose intellects have thus been petrified have made themselves incapable of fair and rational examination of the truths which they impugn. They think that they can, by mere assertion, overthrow results arrived at by the lifelong inquiries of the ablest students, while they have not given a day's serious or impartial study to them. Euro's aggressive skepticism is absolutely fatal to any sort of scientific progress. It warps everything it touches and vitiates every result obtained. It is no more defensible or tolerable than the simple and unquestioning faith of those who accept everything that turns up at a séance. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. Unbelief is usually due to indolence, often to prejudice, and never a thing to be proud of. Doubt may be scientific, pending investigation, but denial on a priori never remains. Archbishop Whately has said that man will never change his mind who has no mind to change. Another writer has said, consistency is the bugbear of little minds. Huxley has said, clear knowledge of what one does not know is just as important as knowing what one does know. Even philosophy has its paralyzing dogma. The celebrated Auguste Comte actually proposed the creation of a committee to limit the scientific researches which should be permitted. Both scientific and religious dogma is fast fading. Dr. Campbell Morgan, possibly the most orthodox evangelical among leading congregational ministers, said recently in one of his sermons, 10 years ago, when I began my ministry, 40 in this pulpit, there were things in theology upon which I would have dogmatized as I cannot dogmatize now. The 3 stages of truth. Professor Agassiz says, every great scientific truth goes through 3 stages. First, people say it conflicts with the Bible. Next, they say it has been discerned before. Lastly, they say they had always believed it. T.J. Hudson amplifies this and says, first, it is met by a universal shout of derision. When that fails to disprove it, as it sometimes does, everybody claims it as his own. When that is disproved, as it sometimes is, each claimant proceeds to cover himself with a dust of old libraries in an effort to prove that it was always known. Indifference, as Lawrence Wetherill says, is a robber of opportunities. and I am not sure that it does not keep a man back more than aggressive skepticism. New truths are hateful to the sluggard. A Baptist minister of Arkansas is said to have told some members of his congregation, on his return from a summer visit to Port Smith, that he had seen men making ice a foot thick. The congregation, who were sound Orthodox believers, received this statement with amazement, being doubtful whether he was not mad. The giant intellect of the deacons quickly settled the question, for, as the Lord could not make ice more than 3.5 inches thick in that country in the winter, to say that a man could make it a foot thick in the summer was a tale so contrary to reason and experience as to be preposterous, and the preacher was turned out of the church for his scandalous lying. H. Croft Hillier, in Heresies, writes, "New truths are hateful to the public of science included. All is a case of wriggling in familiar mud holes. Science will have nothing to do with so-called occultism and snubs metaphysics because the truths of occultism and metaphysics are not in the parish of science." Throughout the world, the exponents of physical science have been held up to scathing ridicule by those familiar with occult matters, now recognized as merely having to do with shifting forms, ethereal phenomena. Many of the truths now put forward, although new to the natural scientist or only recently admitted, have been, as a matter of fact, known and taught for years. Fortunately, this habit of burying our heads in the sand has now passed, and all workers are on the lookout for higher truths. Strive for the truth unto death, and the Lord shall fight for thee. Eccles 4 ver 28. At the same time, as Huxley has said, take nothing for truth without clear knowledge that it is such. Sculptors of life are we as we stand. W. M. Salter says, "The mighty power hid from our gaze by the thin screen of nature and of nature's laws is with our struggles after a perfect right. If God be for us, who can be against us?" Romans 8:31. Philosophy, the knowledge of the causes of the phenomena both of mind and matter. New Century Reference Library Dictionary. Philosophy, like a moth fluttering round an incandescent electric lamp, has, as will be shown hereafter, continually touched the fringe of the truth, that truth Plato so desired to know. Sankaracharya, a noble representative of Hindu thought, taught that perfect knowledge was perfect bliss. Knowledge of God is eternal life, and at last philosophy is on the threshold of truth, with the door opening wide to the glorious light which has always been shining. The great merit of such men as Descartes is that they are open-minded enough to view as doubtful what up to their time had been considered uncontested truths. We all have to maintain this position, which is really the outcome of logical reasoning. As Dr. Le Bon says, too often do we forget that the scientific idols of the present day have no more right to invulnerability than those of the past. Truth must be demonstrably true. Sayani, knowledge, the comprehension of truth or facts, truth ascertained, Webster. Tf. The time is ever to come in the religious history of the human race, when what may be called God's science of man is to supersede theology, which is man's science of God. That time is already here. T. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. At last, we begin to understand the science of mind. Science, the atmosphere of God, is eternal and includes all truth. Natural science, like theology, has also been hampered by its dogma. Dr. Hasinger writes, "The dogmatism of theology finds a full counterpart and co-worker in her newer sister, dogmatic science. The scientific pursuit is a noble one to espouse. The work is grand beyond comparison. The fruits are already priceless and vast, but specialities always narrow the field of vision of the specialist. And the time for dogmatism has not yet come, and will not come for ages, if at all." Writing of the extraordinary phenomena that natural scientists are now admitting must point to some great underlying facts of life, He also says, "I do not fully understand these things, but that is no reason why I should allow others, who understand them very much less, or not at all, to do the understanding for me." I agree with Professor De Morgan that the physical explanations I have seen are easy, but miserably insufficient. I merely cite the facts, however, leaving to other skilled psychologists the interpretation of the phenomena. Natural science has, however, presented a steady evolution, checking the statements put forward by the metaphysicians, and plodding on by the gradual elimination of falsities to the recognition of the non-reality of matter, which soon all leaders in science will accept and acknowledge to the world as an absolute fact. Our present spiritual understanding is the fruit tree yielding fruit after his kind, whose seed is in itself. Genesis 1:11. We are waking up out of our learned and happy ignorance. Scientific statements change. What is true in one age is out of date in the next. Natural science is essentially a matter of observation, weighing, measuring, etc. It is now coming to the end of its powers in this direction, for the simple reason that so attenuated has the thought of matter become, that we cannot obtain apparatus sufficiently delicate to deal with so ethereal a conception. Who can weigh an electron, who can measure a line of force? Its arguments and deductions are now based on mathematical formulae, and we have to fall back on reason and logic. For mind is the alpha and omega, not the human, falsely called mind, but the mind that is all in all. Paracelsus. Natural science has come back now to the knowledge possessed by Paracelsus, nicknamed the other Luther, the first teacher who ever held a chair of physical science. Striking at the monopoly in learning by teaching in German instead of Latin, he produced a revolution in science as great as the one Luther produced in the Church, and even before Luther's first public denouncement of papacy, began his lectures at Basel by lighting some sulfur in a dish and burning a papal bull with the books of his great predecessors in the medical art, Avicenna, Galen, and others, saying, "Sic vos ardebitis in Gehenna." So far advanced was he in the hidden knowledge of the material world that many, even of those who scoff at the knowledge of the scientific man of the present day, are unable to follow him in his explanations. For fear of punishment for sorcery, he had to conceal his doctrines and used fanciful names. Even those who have recognized and testified to his ability have not recognized the depth of knowledge that he had sounded. It always appeared as though he must have been able to obtain knowledge inspirationally, and I recently found that Dr. Hartmann had testified as follows. Paracelsus was a Christian in the true meaning of that word, and he always attempted to support the doctrine he taught by citations from the Bible. He asks, what is a philosophy that is not supported by spiritual revelation? Edward Burdo, MRCS, in his Life of Paracelsus, writes, he was called a quack and impostor because he cured sick folk by unaccustomed methods. We have baptized these methods now and given them orthodox names. Thus does the quackery of today, like its heresy, become the orthodoxy of tomorrow. We know how this man's character has been misrepresented in so many ways. We can see that much of his so-called arrogance was inspiration, and inspiration so far beyond the conception of the narrow, bigoted, grossly ignorant, monkish minds about him, that the inspiration of genius was probably mistaken oft-times for that of wine. Behold a man gluttonous and a winebibber, but wisdom is justified of her children. Matthew 11:19. A recent writer says of him, into the tangled undergrowth of theosophy, mysticism, magic, and theology, he burst with the pioneer's hatchet. This path was narrow and dangerous. Fortunately, he seems to have steered clear of its leading pitfalls, although he, like others, made the mistake of thinking that it was the sole powers of the spirit in man that, by occult means, produced material things and gave him exceptional powers. He recognized, however, that in black magic, or when these powers were used to harm or to interfere with others, they were demoniacal. We now know that white magic, or when these powers are apparently used to further the wishes of others, is almost as bad. Before his time, religion and science of the day were one. Working from a material, false basis, each harmed the other, religion strangling science, science putting religion on a false pedestal. The genius of Paracelsus was so far beyond that of those around him that he was slandered and misrepresented universally, and ultimately he is supposed to have been, to all intents and purposes, murdered in 1541 by those who were jealous of him. This is the history, more or less, of all those who have been before their time and have had sufficient moral courage to put forward their views. True science includes true religion. Give us not only angels' songs, but science vast, to which belongs the tongue of angels and the song of songs. Mary Baker Eddy. Huxley has said, true science and true religion are twin sisters, and the separation of either from the other is sure to be the death of both. Science prospers exactly in proportion as it is religious, and religion flourishes in exact proportion to the scientific depth and firmness of its basis. He also has said, the antagonism of science is not to religion, but to the heathen survivals and bad philosophy under which religion herself is often well-nigh crushed. Herbert Spencer writes, to reach that point of view from which the seeming discordance of religion and science disappears, and the two merge into one, must cause a revolution of thought fruitful and beneficial in consequences. M. Flammarion's forecast of the religion of the future is that it will be scientific, founded on a knowledge of psychical facts. This religion of science will have one great advantage over all that has gone before it, unity. Henry Drummond, in the preface of Natural Law in the Spiritual World, writes, theology must feel today that the modern world calls for a further proof, nor will best theology resent this demand. It also demands it. Theology is searching on. Seek I every hand for another echo of the voice of which revelation also is the echo, that out of the mouths of two witnesses its truth should be established. Science speaks to religion with twofold purpose. In the first place, it offers to corroborate theology, in the second, to purify it. If the removal of suspicion from theology is of urgent moment, not less important is the removal of its adulterations. The artificial accumulations of centuries of uncontrolled speculation. They mark the impossibility of progress without the guiding and sustaining hand of law. We are in the midst of a mental revolution. Sir Oliver Lodge has written, the region of religion and a complete science are one. This complete knowledge, the seal of deity having the impress of heaven, is divine and is now at hand. For years science has been separating itself from the falsities of religion, and the greatest intellects of the 20th century have been slowly divorcing themselves from it. Now the light has come, and again the two are wedded together. This time with an indissoluble band, the band of the knowledge of truth. Science is clearly moving in the direction of the spiritual. Nothing can be more certain. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. Weary of matter, science would endeavor to give the meaning of spirit. Ethics, the science that treats of the principles of human morality and duty. New Century Reference Library Dictionary. Ethical science is already forever completed, so far as her general outline and main principles are concerned, and has been, as it were, waiting for physical science to come up with her paradoxical philosophy. Physical science has now come up. The world's awakening. Religion is a great reality and a great truth, nothing less than an essential and indestructible element of human nature. Herbert Spencer. True religion is helping our fellow man. For this It is necessary to obtain a better knowledge of God. The world is fast waking up to the true knowledge of God and all that this means. We are seeing that we cannot be pushed into heaven at the last moment by a blind belief in an inhuman sacrifice of a dearly beloved Son, but that we receive day by day, moment by moment, only the results of the right and wrong thinking of ourselves and others. Fortunately, we are now recognizing that by right thinking we rise into a consciousness of complete dominion over the evil that hitherto may have appeared irresistible. For since by man came death, by man came also the resurrection. 1 Corinthians 15:21. Blessed and holy is he that hath part in the first resurrection. Revelation 26. The Greek word anastasis, translated resurrection, means primarily an arousing from sleep. Come now and let us reason together, saith the Lord. Isaiah 1:18. For the first time in the world's history, every man's highest reasoning faculty can be satisfied by the demonstrable truth that is now flooding the world, proving beyond all cavil the omnipotence of good at all times and under all circumstances. Awake thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. Ephesians 5:14. The entrance of thy words giveth light. Psalm 119:130. The true light, which lighteth every man that cometh into the world. John 1:9. This is the light of the knowledge of God and his manifestation, heaven. What is heaven? Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the things which God hath prepared for them that love him. But God hath revealed them unto us by his Spirit. 1 Corinthians 2:9-10. The material, seeming man, gradually waking up, progressing towards a better recognition of the real and therefore spiritual existence, finds out that heaven is not a local habitation, but the harmony of mind and body, a perfect state of consciousness in which his real self exists at the present time. He also finds that this sense of a material world, including his apparent selfhood, is only a false sense which, when corrected by the true knowledge of God, disappears. That is to say, the human being gradually loses a false sense of the world as material and appears ultimately to see things as they really are, passing through the gate of truth into the heaven of soul. The human body and so-called mind will, yea must, be ultimately entirely dematerialized. For flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God, neither doth corruption inherit incorruption. 1 Corinthians 15:50. Then it will be universally demonstrated that man has never actually existed in a material body or been dependent upon such an imperfect organization. That which is born of flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. John 3:6. The kingdom of God that is within is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 13:11. The following statements with regard to heavenly realities are neither speculative nor arbitrary, but logical conclusions drawn from scientific premises and proved by illustrative demonstrations over limitations of material laws. Heaven is not, a noted preacher once said in a sermon, an eternal sitting in damp clouds, playing on harps and singing praises to God, as so many seem to think. It has recently been recognized that we make our own hell and our own heaven here, and few men are fiends enough to want a worse hell for anyone than many men are temporarily in at the present moment, the hell of their own wrong thoughts, due to their not knowing how to think rightly. The mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Milton, again, who has not tasted, if not of heaven, of a wonderful sense of heaven at some time during his lifetime. Love rules the court, the camp, the grove, and men below and saints above. For love is heaven, and heaven is love. Sir Walter Scott. The kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, Lo here, or Lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. Luke 17:20-21. The further a man goes in search of it, the less likely he is to find it. T. Lao Tzd. In other words, heaven is a perfect state of consciousness, or divine state of mind, consisting of what the three classes of thinkers before referred to call respectively God and heaven, cause and its manifestation, mind and its ideas. That is to say, it consists of the real people, the real planets, the real things, of which we appear to see the false concepts round us. Consequently, each of us is, and always has been, in reality, a perfect being in a perfect world, governed by a perfect God. Every mystic tells us that heaven is around us all the time. W.R.N.G.M.A.D.D., Dean of St. Paul's. God hath made everything beautiful in his time, but unfortunately the world is set in their heart, so that no man can find out the work that God maketh from the beginning to the end. Ecclesiastes 3:11. Fortunately, however, in the light of present-day knowledge of man as spiritual, we cease to blame God for our own shortcomings, and a man soon begins to find that under the worst circumstances, by turning in thought to God, he can get a faint sense of heaven, and along this scientific high road gain a clearer and increasing sense of its perfection, here and now. In this way, he gradually gets rid of his troubles and the troubles of those around him, and so proves his knowledge of God good. Individuality. The remark has sometimes been made, it would be very uninteresting if everyone were alike, however perfect they might be. Sir Oliver Lodge even has written, a mechanically perfect, thoroughly finished world would perhaps be rather dull, and puts into the mouth of an imaginary inhabitant the following words: Good heavens, I cannot stand this. I am going to put a bit of grit into some of these too well-oiled machines, as I want to see an explosion or an earthquake or something interesting. I do not know what a burglary is, but even a burglary would be a change to this sort of Sunday school existence. Do not any of you fellows know a wild animal that we might try to kill, or a serpent that might try to bite us, and give us some relief from the monotony? Or is there no young person with an apple who would tempt us to have a bite? It is true I was made good, utterly, hopelessly good, but I believe, alas, that it is possible for me to be obstreperous. I propose to try. In the present spiritual reality, all men are perfect, but this does not prevent spiritual progress. To every individual comes a constant succession of different ideas, each absolutely perfect. Consequently, each person with whom you come in contact has new beauties of infinite variety to which he calls attention. The difference between men, that is, their individuality, is the difference in the succession of God's ideas that unfold and are reflected by them. And by this, they are distinguished. Even in the seeming material world, as you increase in intelligence, you differentiate between people, not by their appearance, but by what they have mentally presented to you. The unfolding of God's ideas. To all of us, now in heaven, there has throughout eternity come a constant succession of perfect ideas. This is the unfolding of the only good ideas. They come from God and return to God, for all being is God, individually and collectively. God as life sends these ideas. God as truth enables us to understand and therefore enjoy them, and God as love causes us to represent them, that is, call the attention of our fellowman to them or pass them on, so giving him the joy that we have received from them and receiving the happiness that this gives us. In other words, in heaven we are always exchanging perfect ideas with our fellow men. Everything in heaven has to do with this perfect interchange of ideas, this revolution in God's orbits that is constantly taking place. In the so-called material consciousness, we are simply apparently receiving a counterfeit impression of these as spiritual realities, false views of the permanent ideas of. God. Creation, God, hath in these last days spoken unto us by his Son. We individualize the Christ, whom he hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds. Hebrews 1:1-2. We have the power of grouping together any number of these perfect ideas that come to us into new combinations, spiritual and tangible bouquets of lovely ideas and combinations of them. These also we represent, pass on, in the way of God's appointing, for the benefit of our fellow men. We do not, however, lose them ourselves, as they form part of our definite individuality. This fresh grouping of ideas is the only creation in heaven, because all the ideas of which these combinations are formed have always existed and are perfect and infinite. They cannot be increased in number. This is the only evolution, spiritual evolution. This is illustrated in the highest plane of human consciousness. Here, we find that wherever joy is, creation has been, and the richer the creation, the deeper the joy. He who is certain, absolutely certain, that he has brought a living work to the birth, cares no more for praise, and feels himself beyond glory. Henry Bergson. Such joy can only accompany the unfolding of further good to humanity, heavenly happiness. Pave with love each golden mile, and thus have heaven here this minute, and not far off in the afterwhile. Nixon Waterman. It is obvious that in this kingdom of heaven, the kingdom of harmony, a perfect understanding, which is the basis of happiness, reigns between all. Desire and fulfillment are one. This implies a continual harmonious interchange of ideas. We are eternally representing God's ideas, expressing our ideals in new creations or groupings. This redistribution of God's thoughts is the source of infinite happiness, individual and universal. Happiness can be differentiated into 4 principal divisions. First, every spiritual being loves his fellow man, even one met for the first time, with a love of which the material man can hardly form even a faint conception, because it is the perfect love of God. Secondly, we are always interchanging perfect ideas with those we love, either individually or otherwise. Thirdly, we are continually manifesting God's power of grouping together new combinations of glorious ideas, so giving our fellow men fresh happiness and consequently gaining the highest happiness ourselves. Fourthly, we can wander with those we love amongst infinite worlds of incalculable beauty. These 4 chief sources of real happiness are counterfeited by 4 in the material world. First, we have the love towards our fellow man. Secondly, the interchanging of ideas with those we love. Thirdly, even the making of a rag doll for a child gives us a sense of happiness that would not follow many a greater action prompted by a lesser motive. And fourthly, who has not been lifted heavenwards by the beauty and grandeur lying behind nature's handiwork? The reason for this is that all the love and happiness, of which we get only glimpses in this material world, is real, though our sense of it is limited. Souls that are gentle and still hear the first music of this far-off, infinite bliss. Sir Edwin Arnold. Reality of good. For all that must be called good belongeth to none, but the true eternal goodness, which is God only. Theologia Germanica. Now all that this material world indicates of good is real, the love, the life, the beauty, the joy, etc. We get at times glorious glimpses of this reality through the mist, wonderful love, marvelous beauty, unspeakable joy. For now we see through a glass darkly, 1 Corinthians 13:12, and through every grass blade the glory of the present God still beams. Carlyle. Earth's crammed with heaven and every bush afire with God, Mrs. Browning has said. As we progress, the mist gets thinner, and with the millennium dawns a foretaste of God's world. To limit future good is unquestionably to limit God. Matter, apparently hinting the existence of the spiritual realities, only hides their perfection from us, giving us a false sense of the real world. And as the matter is dematerialized, the glorious realities of these perfect ideas gradually appear clearer and clearer. The ideal is the real. Well seen, Carlyle. The realities of existence can be conceived, and they are probably assisting us, stimulating and guiding us in ways of which we are only half conscious, and some of us not conscious at all sense. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc., LLD, FRS, equals, a thing of beauty is a joy forever. Its loveliness increases. It will never pass into nothingness. Keats. Pope little knew the depth that lay behind his words. One truth is clear, whatever is right. Proof of our knowledge of heaven. That one who, outside pure mathematics, pronounced the word impossible is wanting in prudence. Reserve is above all a necessity when he is dealing with the animal organization, arrego. The way to prove whether or not your knowledge of heaven is true is this. If anything is going wrong in the material world, and you realize clearly enough the spiritual perfection of the reality, of which that wrong is the counterfeit, the instantaneous disappearance of the trouble will indicate your realization to have been correct. This means that the difficulty in the material world is immediately put right. This is one important difference between true knowledge and that put forward by the various schools of religious thought, namely, that you are now able to prove your theory by direct experiment and have not to rely solely upon logical deduction. Another important difference is that if the mortal called you is thinking scientifically, realizing constantly that you, your real spiritual self, not a material you, are led by God, then, through the action of God in destroying evil, the mortal you appears to be led by God, the principle of good, just in the way that a young child is taught and protected by its mother when learning first to walk. The you may have its troubles and difficulties, but there is steady progress, and every now and then you will pause and recognize with satisfaction the progress made, of which you were not conscious at the time of the struggle, when the mental faculties were clouded as the you passed along, battling its way through a seeming mist of wrong thoughts. Movement instantaneous. Stars and mountain peaks are thoughts of the eternal mind, Paracelsus. Being a mental world, man can go instantly from what, to use material symbols, may be called place to place, in heaven. There is no necessity for such apparent bodily action as accompanies physical movement from place to place. A man moves mentally. For instance, one spiritual being can draw the attention of another spiritual being to the spiritual reality of what is in the material world called the planet Mars. Instantly both have all the effect of what may be called being in Mars. That is to say, without any other movement but the mental one, they are conscious of some of the perfect ideas of the spiritual reality of the planet Mars. When the thought of this spiritual planet or compound idea comes to a man, it does not appear as something distant. He is fully conscious of, and shares with his fellow man, all the beauties that are delighting him, to an infinitely greater degree than the human being does when in the midst of beautiful surroundings. When the enjoyment has been obtained from being conscious of these lovely ideas, the other spiritual being, desirous of returning the happiness that he has received, and being reminded of past enjoyment of heavenly beauties, can draw the attention of his fellow man to the spiritual reality of some ideas in another planet, say Jupiter. All that is necessary, then, is to think of those ideas, and at once they are both conscious of the new ideas connected with the spiritual reality of Jupiter. Practical results and undeniable proof. Let us not reject experience on the ground of dogmatic assertion and baseless speculation. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc., LLD, FRS. The proof of the above being true is found through its practical application. If in the material world you find that you have lost your train or apparently have not time to go from one place to another, you can get over the difficulty by turning in thought to God, denying the reality of the trouble and realizing that in heaven man goes instantly from one idea to another, or you can realize that man is always in the right place. Then, through this reversal of thought and your recognition of the action of God as taking place in heaven, the wrong ethereal thoughts that appear as forms of trouble are destroyed, and you find yourself out of the difficulty, although you cannot be certain that what usually happens will occur. For instance, sometimes you will find on going to the station that there is another train that you knew nothing about. Sometimes that a slip coach has been put on to a later express, or the difficulty disappears in some other way. Sometimes the unrecognized action of God results in your finding that there has been no need to go at all, and that the object of your going has been affected in some unexpected way. Perfect sequence of thought. In heaven, an individual called never says he cannot come, but it is always exactly the thing most desirable, as there is always a perfect sequence of thought, and the two with mutual rejoicings blend in true unity of joint appreciation of the wonderful ideas of God. To indicate the perfect sequence of thought, it may be stated that when you have finished listening to, for instance, a glorious sonata, we have to use material expressions and are called to admire a beautiful piece of scenery. This scenery is an exact visual. We must again, unfortunately, use a material expression representation of the sonata and a further unfoldment of perfection. Whatever one does, it brings infinite happiness to all concerned. In this material world, we move with trouble and even danger from one place to another, and often, whilst thinking of something totally inconsequent, politely cover a yawn with our hand, whilst our neighbor points out what he thinks the beauties of nature. Spiritual reality of parts of the body. What if earth be but the shadow of heaven, and things therein, each to each other like, more than on earth is thought? Milton. Everything in the material world only counterfeits and hints the existence of spiritual reality. For instance, the spiritual reality of the hand is the power to grasp an idea. The reality of the teeth is the capacity to analyze and dissect the ideas. Your material digestive organs counterfeit the power with which you digest, assimilate, and understand the ideas, and the arm counterfeits the power with which, in the reality, you represent them. That is, call the attention of your fellow man to them, or pass them on. The spiritual reality of the lower limbs is the power to move in thought from idea to idea. That is, as mentioned, you can call the attention of your fellow man to lovely ideas, even the spiritual reality of any planet or star, and directly you think of them, you have all the effect of being there and enjoying them together. Man being made in the image and likeness of God, every aspect of God has its reflection in him. Consequently, the reflection of every aspect is counterfeited by some portion of the material man. These are all the portions inside the body. The limbs counterfeit the different powers of the spiritual man, and the different parts of the head the various capacities. There are three great aspects of God: life, truth, and love. So there are three important organs in man which counterfeit the real organs of the spiritual man. The real spiritual lungs are the reflection of God as life, through which man receives the ideas of God. The liver, the reflection of God as truth, through which man arranges the ideas and groups them together into new combinations to be represented to his fellow man. The heart, the reflection of God as love, through which the circulation of the ideas goes on as man calls the attention of his fellow man to the ideas he is enjoying, so that he participates in such enjoyment. This is an indication from which each person can himself work out the other details as occasion demands. Further details are given in Appendix Roman 4, and note on page 571. A world of 4 dimensions. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, the holy city, New Jerusalem, having the glory of God, and the city lieth foursquare, and there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it. Revelation 21, 1, 2, 11, 16, and 22, 3. For some years, reasoning from the analogy of an imaginary two-dimensional being, conscious only of length and breadth, and unable to recognize height or depth, or anything above or below him, and therefore unconscious of the appearance of this three-dimensional world, various thinkers have suggested that there might be a world of 4 dimensions, of which the seeming three-dimensional man was equally unconscious. It has been suggested by Mr. Wells that this 4th dimension is time. It may be more accurately expressed as spiritual infinity. Now heaven may be described mathematically as a world of 4 dimensions, wholly spiritual. Plus everything that we see now as 3-dimensional is only ethereal, namely, the real 4-dimensional world seen wrongly from a false material standpoint, since the material man is only conscious of 3 dimensions of it, and that consciousness itself is false and absolutely misleading. TF, therefore, we find the subject becomes more thinkable by assuming, say, a 4th-dimensional being than by following the ramifications of matter and force into infinite space and time. We are quite justified in adopting the former method. E. Carpenter. Though doubtful assumption is better than nothing, definite knowledge is an absolute necessity for true progress. In the same way that an imaginary 2-dimensional being, appearing like a small, flat object and only seeing the soles of your boots on the floor, would describe you as a straight line, say 11 inches long, 3 inches wide, black, sometimes muddy, going about with a twin brother, the fellow soul, and constantly appearing and disappearing. So does the 3-dimensional man describe his neighbor quite wrongly until he knows the truth. Should the 2-dimensional being describe the soles of the boots as having no intelligence, no feeling, and being of little use, he would make the same mistake that we do if, talking of our fellow man, we describe him as an ignorant fool or otherwise, as it is called, malpractice, that is, think in a derogatory way of him. If the sharpened point of a pencil, held vertically, point upward, were placed by the side of this 2-dimensional being, he would see it as a very short line. As the pencil was raised, he would see this line increasing in length and might speak of it as growing. When the pencil had been sufficiently raised, he would see nothing and might speak of it as dead. So in this 3-dimensional world do we get a false sense of birth, growth, and death. Every tree, for instance, as it apparently grows, is merely an exhibition of certain phenomena, preconceived as material so-called facts, and self-raised by the universal thought on the subject of vegetable growth. In a presidential address to the British Association, Professor Cayley, the famous mathematician, declared his belief that every mathematical truth has an objective correlative in the world, that is, may actually describe a state of equilibrium. Taking, for instance, a suspension bridge, you can mathematically set out the tension of a wire, the pressure of the wind, the elasticity of the metal, etc. The truth at the back of Professor Cayley's statement is one of the proofs that the 4th dimension exists. For this mathematical theory has been developed to a very considerable degree. In the Wintonian of February 1910 is an article on the 4th dimension by R.A.T. He states, "To put it very briefly, the knowledge is a real and working knowledge, and the 4th dimension would enable us to move in defiance of the present known limitations of space. So-called occult results are not, however, due to action in four-dimensional space, as they merely exhibit the phenomena of a three-dimensional world that are not generally cognized by the limited physical senses. Such results are solely concerned with matter in its finest ethereal form, invisible under normal human conditions, and have nothing to do with the real world, heaven. It is significant that C. H. Hinton, in his recent book, A New Era of Thought, suggests that the birth, growth, life, and death of animals are explainable by suggesting that an animal's life is simply the phenomenon of a four-dimensional being passing through a three-dimensional world. This is interesting because there is nothing to show that an animal may not be a limited sense of a real, spiritual being. He also says, after many years of work, during which the conception of four-dimensional bodies lay absolutely dark, at length, by a certain change of plan, the whole subject of four-dimensional existence became perfectly clear and easy to impart. The writer of the article in the Wintonian says, I may say that I devoted no little time some years ago to an effort to comprehend the fourth dimension, according to Hinton's directions, but it was a failure. All such efforts must prove failures whilst there is any confusion, as in the case of Hinton, between 1. The human, material, three-dimensional thought forms that Hinton recognized were all around us, although unseen by those who are not psychic, that is, whose sight is not sufficiently developed, and 2. The spiritual reality of which these and all other material thoughts are but counterfeits. The following short quotation from Cajori's History of Mathematics will express briefly some results of the fourth dimension, showing that the four-dimensional world cannot possibly be subject to material limitations. Newcomb, the American astronomer, showed the possibility of turning a closed material shell inside out by simple flexure, without either stretching or tearing. Klein pointed out that in the fourth dimension knots could not be tied. Veronese showed that a body could be removed from a closed room without breaking the walls. C.S. Peirce proved that a body in four-dimensional space either rotates about two axes at once, or cannot rotate without losing one of its dimensions. Mr. W. W. Rouse Ball, Fellow and Tutor of Trinity College, Cambridge, puts forward some interesting views with regard to a four-dimensional world, which he says affords an explanation of some difficulties in our physical sciences. At the end of last year, William Siddies, a boy aged 10, who appears to be a mathematical prodigy, delivered a lecture before the Harvard Mathematical Club, in which he put forward some new theories regarding the fourth dimension. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S., writes, to show how far we have been propelled on the strange new road, how dazzling are the wonders that waylay the researcher, we have but to recall matter in a fourth state, T. These references will show how mathematicians are endeavoring to gain a knowledge of a four-dimensional world. Counterfeits and symbols. The invisible things of him God from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. Romans 1:20. For Christ is not entered into the holy places made with hands, which are the figures of the true, but into heaven itself. Hebrews 9:24. Man is spiritual and four-dimensional. The apparent material man is not real, but is purely illusionary. The ideal, after all, is truer than the real, for the ideal is the eternal element in perishable things. It is their type, their sum, their raison d'être, amile. And things are not what they seem, Longfellow. Matter, motion, and force are not the reality, but the symbols of reality, Herbert Spencer. A material world of 3 dimensions only is visible to the material senses. Consequently, everything about you is simply something connected with your spiritual self seen falsely, seen materially, a counterfeit of the spiritual reality. There is a natural body and there is a spiritual body. The first man is of the earth, earthy. The second man is the Lord from heaven. 1 Corinthians 15:44-47. We have a building of God, an house not made with hands, eternal in the heavens. 2 Corinthians 5:1. Charles Kingsley said, "The belief is coming every day stronger with me that all symmetrical objects are types of some spiritual truth or existence. Everything seems to be full of God's reflex, if we could but see it. Oh, to see, if but for a moment, the whole harmony of the great system, to hear once the music that the whole universe makes as it performs his bidding." Plato in the Phaedrus says, "The higher qualities which are precious to souls are seen through a glass dimly, and they are few who, going to the images, behold in them the realities, and they only with difficulty." St. Paul says, "For now we see through a glass darkly," 1 Corinthians 13:12. Professor Drummond said, "Nature is a working model of the spiritual. It is a very poor counterfeit model. The world constructed with the impressions of our senses is a summary translation, and necessarily a far from faithful one of the real world, which we know not." Plus T. Dr. G. Le Bon. All must gain the knowledge of the real man, of our real selves. So in man's self arise august anticipation, symbols, types of a dim splendor ever on before. Browning, the revelator, seeing in advance what is about to happen, writes, "The kingdoms of this world are become the kingdoms of our Lord." Revelation 11:15. Upon the heights we see that every act and every thought are infallibly bound up with something great and immortal, Meterlink. For anything that may be proved to the contrary, there may be a real something which is the cause of all our impressions, that sensations, though not likenesses, are symbols of that something, and that the part of that something, which we call the nervous system, is an apparatus for supplying us with a sort of algebra of fact, based on these symbols. Professor Huxley. This something that Huxley so indefatigably searched after has been proved to be God, the principle of all good, the great I am, mind, spirit, soul, life, truth and love, all substance, intelligence, and the only cause. Swedenborg spoke of correspondences, but confused heaven with a false belief in spirit, appearances, as it is clear from his writings that he thought the spiritual world was visible around us under certain material conditions. He had not learned that the things seen by him, which he thought were spiritual, were merely materialized thoughts in their more ethereal and less tangible Sekai form, and he imagined that there were at least 3 worlds, the material, the spiritual, and the divine. Plato said that the ideas were the real things, while mundane objects were only elusive forms, and wrote, "For nothing can have any sense, except by reason of that of which it is the shadow." As is well known, he gave to ideas the greatest import, and said, "They existed before the world material world, and the world was created after their pattern." Edward Carpenter writes in The Art of Creation as follows, "With Plato the great ruling ideas were justice, temperance, beauty, and the like. But he also considered that there were ideas or patterns, eternal in the heavens, of all tribes and creatures in the world, as of trees, animals, men, and the lesser gods, and he even went so far as to suppose ideas of things, such as beds and tables, see Republic, Book X. Certainly it sounds a little comic at first to hear the absolute essential bed spoken of, and Plato has been considerably rated by many folk for his daring in this matter. He has been accused of confounding the idea of a bed with the concept of a bed. It has been said, too, that if there are ideas of beds and tables, trees and animals, there must also be archetypes in heaven of pots and pans, absolute essential worms, beetles and toadstools, and so forth. Plato, however, had no doubt considered these difficulties, and it may be worthwhile for our purpose to pause a moment over them. Man himself and his nature is rooted deep in the nature of God, from whom he springs, and so may we not say that in some sense the idea of bed is rooted in the ultimate reality and nature of things. But anyhow, it is an attempt to show how the Platonic ideas may be brought into some sort of line and harmony with modern science and philosophy, and it enables us dimly to see how the great panorama of creation has come forth, ever determining and manifesting itself from within through the disclosure, from point to point, and from time to time, of ever new creative feelings of ideas, the whole forming an immense hierarchy, culminating in the grandest, most universal being and life. As shown in Appendix I, and elsewhere, the wonderfully advanced ideas of Plato were probably due to his being an Israelite of the tribe of Dan. The quotation shows how advanced thinkers of the present day are endeavoring to get at the truth, which daily gleams brighter through the mist of matter. Further foreshadowings of heaven are given in Appendix Roman 4. Natural laws, merely memoria technica. If nothing is to be called science, but that which is exactly true from beginning to end, I am afraid there is very little science in the world outside mathematics. Among the physical sciences, I do not know that any could claim more than that each is true within certain limits, so narrow that, for the present at any rate, they may be neglected. Professor Huxley. Our views of so-called natural laws and of our so-called ascertained facts have constantly been changing, and such laws must be looked upon as merely a gigantic system of memoria technica made use of to arrive rapidly at conclusions. A scientific man working from a material basis can, by deduction, answer innumerable questions merely because he has a recognized system of so-called natural laws to which he has recourse, and by which he deduces his results. He could not recollect even a small percentage of these results if he had to rely upon his memory for them. Every now and then he ascertains a new fact or series of facts, and then has to alter his theories in order to fit in these facts. Otherwise, he would not be safe in drawing conclusions from such theories. Professor Drummond writes, "The laws of nature are simply statements of the orderly conditions of things in nature, what is found in nature by a sufficient number of competent observers. What these laws are in themselves is not agreed. That they have any absolute existence even is far from certain, but that they have any causal connection with the things around is not to be conceived. Natural science and its material laws are merely objective states of a false mentality." See note A on page 551. Signor Marconi, at a banquet given in his honor by the American Institute of Electrical Engineers, said, "Whenever matter had to be considered, there could be no exact law of action. These so-called laws of matter are merely modes of material motion, the individual's false sense of the real laws of God, and they therefore vary with individuals. God's laws are invariable and inviolable because God is principle, the foundation of all law and order, and God always works through moral and spiritual law, the immutable and eternal law of good, and by none other. The advancement of human knowledge. The utmost successes which our scientific method can accomplish will not enable us to comprehend more than an infinitesimal fraction of what there doubtless is to comprehend. Professor Jevons. Only those who have made a study of the subject and are in constant touch with advanced thinkers recognize what a marvelous change is at the present time taking place all over the world. Old ideas are fast disappearing. Natural science stands expectant, awaiting developments. The science of God awaits us. Only a short time ago, Faraday said that if even a straw could be moved by willpower, then his conception of the universe would be altered, but he considered such a thing as absolutely incredible. Yet Sir Oliver Lodge, speaking to the British Association recently, asked how do we know that a body may not be moved without material contact by an act of will? I venture to say that there is something here not provided for in the orthodox scheme of physics, that modern physics is not complete. Miracles are no more impossible, no more lawless, than the interference of a human being would seem to a colony of ants or bees. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc., LL.D., F.R.S. No miracles could have been exceptions to any law. They must have been scientific and divinely natural, due to the inevitable action of a universal spiritual law. God, being principle, is the principle of all law and order, and a perfect principle could not possibly allow of any deviation from its essential rules. The region of the miraculous, it is called, and the bare possibility of its existence has been hastily and illegitimately denied. Sir Oliver Lodge, F.R.S., as Professor Drummond says, science can hear nothing of a great exception. The word miracle merely means marvel. The work of Jesus was marvelous. Now we can confidently assert, indeed prove, and that with overwhelming evidence, that we know the laws governing these scientifically normal occurrences. Professor H. Langhorne Orchard, in reading the Gunning Prize essay for 1909 at a meeting of the Victoria Institute, held at the Royal Society of Arts, stated that science set herself to take account, not of some facts only, but of all. The aversion to miracles, which was cherished by some scientists, did not rest, he said, upon a scientific basis. It might now be stated as a truism that belief in the fact of miracles was thoroughly compatible with the true scientific temper. As to the question whether miracles had actually occurred, science answered in the affirmative. Bible miracles were a priori probable from the nature of the phenomena and the conditions under which they were said to have taken place. They were inseparably bound up with revelation and explained what was otherwise inexplicable. The exodus of the Israelites from Egypt was unintelligible if the attending miracles did not really take place. Miracles, he said, explained Christianity, and nothing else did. They gave the key to its doctrines, they accounted for its wonderful rise and spread, and the divine vitality of its continuous history. Gibbon, whose views on the subject make him a safe authority, writes, during the age of Christ, of his apostles, and of their first disciples, the doctrine which they preached was confirmed by innumerable prodigies. The lame walked, the blind saw, the sick were healed. The dead were raised, demons were expelled, and the laws of nature were frequently suspended for the benefit of the Church. Mr. George Rawlinson, tutor of Exeter College, writes as follows, there is good evidence that the ability of working miracles was not confined to the apostolic age. Papias related various miracles as having happened in his own lifetime, among others, that of a dead man who was restored to life. Justin Martyr declares very simply that in his day men and women were found who possessed miraculous powers. Quadratus, the apologist, is mentioned by a writer of the 2nd century as exercising them. Irenaeus speaks of miracles as still common in Gaul when he wrote, which was nearly at the close of the 2nd century. Tertullian, Theophilus, and Minucius Felix, authors of about the same period, are witnesses of the continuance in their day of at least one class of miracles. Plus, the Prayer Book of Edward V.I. contains a service of healing, and the journals of Fox and Wesley contain numerous stories of healing by prayer. The world wants to know the laws that govern these miracles so as to apply them. It has a right to the benefits that are attainable. Men, by this expression, is meant throughout this work both men and women, as there is no essential difference, are now thirsting for knowledge. All men worthy of the name have, as Browning calls it, a wolfish hunger after knowledge. They will no longer accept a stone for bread, nor the creeds and dogmas of others. They want something definite, something logical. They want proof of everything advanced, practical proof, something to make them better men and women. They want men to live what they teach and openly teach what they live, without fear of criticism or aiming at reward. Like William Law, according to Gibbon, men should believe all they profess and practice all that they enjoin. H.C. King, president of Oberlin College and author of Reconstruction in Theology, writes as follows: "There are laws in the spiritual world. We can find them out. We can know their implied conditions. These conditions we can fulfill, and we can so count confidently upon results. Payment. If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap your carnal things?" 1 Corinthians 9:11. Sometimes a man, being helped mentally and becoming a permanent recipient of priceless treasure, is unwilling to make a return of which he is capable. This is proof that to work for such a one would be to spend time which it were better for humanity should be given to others, who, receiving the truth, in their turn spread it abroad, and themselves become centers for the spread of truth and the healing of sin and disease. The primary object in life is to bring as many people as possible to the knowledge of truth, so that they can relieve themselves and others of suffering. The only thing that is worth doing in this material world, and the only thing that will bring us any permanent happiness, is to help our neighbor, and the action of the eternal law of good results of necessity in good to the helper. The only way in which we can help ourselves and others is by obtaining a better knowledge of God, and so learning to be better men ourselves. This, therefore, the keynote of all right endeavor, which God never fails to reward. A consistent theory of material phenomena. We are, it appears, on the very verge of the discovery of a greater integration, as Professor Richet, the learned president of the Society for Psychical Research, believes, which shall include all the psychical classes of phenomena which I have mentioned, but which shall not itself be any single one of them. It will include spiritualism, it will include clairvoyance and telepathy and prevision, but yet not be any one of these things. It will harmonize and surround and interpret these mysteries and many more. And this is the trend of Psychology Day and is the apology for these chapters. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. In making public the elaborate detail of the human consciousness and its undreamed-of possibilities, a serious question confronts us at the outset. While scarcely 1/1,000,000th part of possible good is known, is equally true that only a small fraction of the possible practice of evil has ever been dreamed of, and much less attempted. It is impossible to state the truth adequately without exposing the possibilities of evil. We lie between Scylla and Charybdis. Are we to suppress the knowledge of good on account of the fear of evil? The present condition of the world renders it essential to expose false mental working and show how harmful it is to all concerned, even the risk of mistakenly being thought to bring about a certain amount of evil. All mystery surrounding phenomena must be thoroughly cleared up to prevent a far greater danger. As the power evil, even in its highest apparent seething activity, is but as darkness before the sun of omnipotence. The needful throwing of light on hidden evil will never be feared by those who understand enough to avail themselves of the omnipotence of truth. Even now we are only beginning to understand, for we are in the morning of the times. The human race is a recent comer to the earth, and its palmy days lie in the future. There is an immense amount still to be discovered. Material science is modern, a thing of yesterday, full of hope and promise rather than of achievement. Much has been done, but we are still only, as it were, scratching the surface. There are things even now being dreamed of in philosophy, which were once outside its pale altogether. Philosophy is becoming a far more comprehensive thing than it used to be. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc. LL.D. F.R.S. Scientific forecasts. Huxley's prophecy that the next great discovery would be in the realm of mind has been fulfilled. It's certain that it would be comparatively easy to fulfill another of his prophecies, namely, that soon it would be possible to measure the strength of a thought as we measure the power of a steam engine. The following wonderful prophecy of another of the world's greatest thinkers and searchers after truth, Charles Darwin, has already been fulfilled. In the distant future, I see open fields for far more important researches. Psychology will be securely based on the foundation already well laid by Mr. Herbert Spencer, that of the necessary acquirement of each mental power and capacity by gradation. Much light will be thrown on the origin of man and his history. All over the world are little knots of people studying the apparent action of the so-called human mind and getting results of almost every description. All sorts of incorrect and incomplete theories have been put forward, and such theories are getting nearly as numerous as the religions of the present day. Professor Lombroso's recent book, After Death, What? Is an instance of the utter fog in which many of the really able men of the world are seemingly enveloped. It is time that the light of truth should be turned upon these conflicting false theories, so that men may know how to act intelligently. Exposure is 9 points of destruction. Having undertaken to prove the sense truly scientific foundation, upon which everything of importance in this book is based, there is now placed before you a consistent theory of the web of illusory material phenomena. This exposes the fallacies that have bound us, discloses the final and fundamental so-called basis of this material world and its hitherto inexplicable phenomena, and clears away all doubt as to its inevitable total disappearance by the recognition of spiritual reality. A bare fact is nothing or little till it is clad in theory. Sir Oliver Lodge, D.Sc. LL.D. F.R.S. Sense. In the forthcoming explanation of the so-called action of the material world, it should be clearly understood that this theory, whilst giving a system of sufficiently legitimate memoria technica to help us to arrive rapidly at conclusions, is correct but not true, being simply the logical outcome of the theories generally accepted as true when forced to their ultimate conclusion. The real position is that there is no material movement of any kind or description, no action, reaction, or interaction of particles. In fact, there are no material particles in this seeming world. It is not sufficient to state this. The fact must be proved that these seemingly moving pictures, with all their discordant detail, are not real, and therefore can be made to disappear. These pictures are hypothetical, ethereal impressions which seem to be flitting through the human consciousness and are only the real or spiritual world seen falsely, seen materially, by counterfeits or suppositional opposite beings in a suppositional opposite world. Professor W. James suggests, in speaking of the stream of consciousness, that the thoughts themselves are thinkers. This is true. The thinker and the thoughts are one. Cinematographic pictures. The whole of this material world is simply a series of cinematographic pictures. The men, animals, trees, in fact, all so-called life, being merely ethereal counterfeits. These forms have no more life or intelligence in them than the pictures on a cinematographic screen. They are merely shifting appearances. Such so-called material beings have apparently powers of thinking, reasoning, deducing and acting upon such deductions. Whereas, as a matter of fact, these so-called material personalities are merely individualizations of illusory, basic false mentality and counterfeits of the spiritual perfect beings. So-called thinking merely picturing. One cannot correctly speak of a so-called human being as thinking. Picturing would be a more accurate expression. The true people are perfect spiritual beings in a perfect world, governed by a perfect God, eternally manifesting divine wisdom. Material phenomena. The word phenomenon has been used for ages by philosophers to express that which is apparent to the senses or human consciousness, and which is ever-changing in appearance as distinguished from its substance or actual constitution, called noumenon, that is, what really exists. The only object in giving publicity to the following theory is to educate false thought out of itself, falsely called man, and show how phenomena are merely fleeting ethereal impressions capable of instantaneous destruction, either before, after, or during the moment that they appear to impinge upon the consciousness. In this way, we prove the non-reality of all so-called matter and the present eternal reality of God, good. Every great advance in the sciences consists of a vast generalization revealing deep and subtle analogies, jevons. A consistent theory, a safe temporary guide. There will now be put before you a complete theory, evolved by following to their definite ultimate conclusions the scientific premises to which for many ages a universal assent has been given, and by the grouping together of ideas, which are the result of the latest work of leading thinkers, some not yet presented to the world. Into this theory, you will find that all the new so-called material facts recently brought to light will fit. So far, this theory has been a safe guide when new material phenomena and hitherto unknown so-called causes have had to be dealt with. It will also be of value to others who have not as yet had an opportunity of investigating such matters and find themselves in a difficulty, as we are all liable to do when facing seeming mystery. But little of this theory is new. Nearly the whole of it you will find has been given to the world at one time or another by theologians, philosophers, scientific men, and seers. My work has only been the winnowing of the chaff by the light of the knowledge of God. For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father which speaketh in you. Matthew 10:20. The purpose of modern science has been defined as the intellectual unification of the mind of man and the mind of God. Emerson expressed it as the extension of man on all sides into nature, till his hands should touch the stars, his eyes see through the earth, his ears understand the language of beast and bird, and through his sympathy, heaven and earth should talk with him. But even such a development of a material consciousness, apart from an increasing study and knowledge of God, would only extend man's present material and mortal experience. It would in no way lessen sin, disease, or death. This has been evidenced by many abnormal individual developments in the history of the world. It is necessary that an accurate view of the so-called material world be formed, instead of the present, almost universally accepted fallacious view, in order that we may all learn how properly to reverse false thoughts of it, and so gain dominion over it, and obtain the power to destroy all evil as it enters our consciousness. Every false sense of the action of mind must be uncovered before it can be universally destroyed by the action of truth. Every seed that has been falsely conceived of and implanted in the human consciousness will assuredly have to be exposed by someone as having been a lie from the beginning, before universal salvation can be achieved. The more we understand of the power of thought, the more we shall recognize the importance of this. It is a mistake to imagine that every individual has to dig up every seed, which the whole, as a whole, is responsible for spreading. Each man fills his niche, and one intelligent exposure of even one generally accepted mistake may bring its opposite truth to the comprehension of a world. God apportions to each his work, and each is individually blessed only as he fulfills it. At the commencement of my examination into metaphysical healing, I found a number of results that were quite inexplicable, according to the ordinary theory of matter. The atomic theory, propounded by Epicurus and elaborated by the poet Lucretius, was still accepted by the majority of people, although Thomson and others had seen that the ordinarily accepted idea of the atom could not be correct. I remember, after reading Professor Rijeka's defense of the atom in his presidential address to the British Association, about 7 years ago, saying to myself, "Goodbye, atom." The doctrine of a material evolution and the Darwinian theory, although incomplete, were accepted by scientists and were largely approved of by theologians. This theory of evolution assumes that in the primal nebula from which this planet evolved, everything potentially existed which in time would visibly belong copyright to it. Plus, if you leave out the word potentially, this will be absolutely accurate, supposing that the material universe had a real existence. The ether, scientific method, must begin and end with the laws of thought. Professor Jevons. The first thing that came to me of any importance was that the ether is most accurately viewed from a natural science point of view as consisting of lines of force, high-tension electric currents, at right angles to each other. See Inspiration Scientific, pp. 166-172. Professor Faraday, I learned afterwards, knew this, but did not publish it. Each of these lines of force is so-called vibration, miscalled a thought. Their action one upon the other forms matter. Sooner or later, an invention will be worked out for utilizing the so-called power of the ether. Several have been brought to me to advise upon, but none of the inventors understood really what the power was that they were endeavoring to utilize. Each had different ideas of it. The action and reaction of the lines of force, one upon the other, tends to cause a particle to revolve. So one day it will be found that there is a hypothetical etheric force always tending to make matter revolve, and this will be what is called utilized. Thomas A. Edison, when interviewed by the New York Times, gave us 7th in a list of probable discoveries. A new force in nature of some sort or other will be discovered, by which many things not now understood will be explained. We unfortunately have only 5 senses. If we had 8, we'd know more. Nikola Tesla in 1891 foresaw that the power of the ether would soon be utilized as a source of ordinary motive power. He wrote, "The time will soon be when it will be accomplished, and the time has come when one may utter such words before an enlightened audience without being considered a visionary. We are whirling through endless space with inconceivable speed. All around us, everything is spinning, everything is moving, everywhere is energy. There must be some way of availing ourselves of this energy more directly." Sound is supposed to travel at about 100 ft per second. The Hertzian waves, according to Maxwell, have a rate of transmission, but not by means of the atmosphere, of from 100,000 to 300,000 ids per second. Sight and sound are both transmitted, not by the vibration of the atmosphere, but by the vibration of the lines of force of which the ether is composed. In the transmission of light, the ether is supposed to vibrate up to at the very least 1,000,000,000,000 oscillations per second to produce violet light. Sir William Crookes says that such statements go to show the infinite power that in reality lies at the back of all so-called force. It is as a result of a theoretical vibration of the ether that the material man appears to gain knowledge. It is from this vibration of the ether that we get our material sense of movement. All phenomena are merely apparent vibration of the ether. Color is in us, not in the rose, said Professor Langley. Dr. Hasinger writes, the transmission of light alone, for example, requires a substance so dense or rigid that in the mass, face to face, as it were, it will quiver from a state of absolute quiescence into a velocity or rapidity up to at least 1,000,000,000,000 oscillations in each second of time. It requires that rapidity to produce the sensation of violet light on the retina, and in case of the sun, that this oscillation shall be continuous along a line nearly 100 million miles long. For us to see the planet Neptune requires that the line from the sun to that planet as a relay station must be 3,000 million miles long, and as long again for the wave of reflected light to travel back to our telescopes. Yet the distance of Neptune is a mere infinitesimal fraction of the distance from our planet to many of the so-called fixed stars. The ether, while the substance of all substances in actual density and resistance, lacks one, and so far as we know, only one, property of matter, and that is gravity. To our physical tests, it is without gravity. This is a good illustration of the inconsistency of the present material theory of the universe, which is now believed to be dependent upon a property found lacking in its original element. Sir John Herschel, in his paper on light, states that a cubic inch of this ether, if confined and relieved from outside pressure, would have a bursting pressure of more than 17 billions of pounds to the square inch, and adds, do what we will, adopt what hypothesis we please, there is no escape in dealing with the phenomena of light from these gigantic numbers, or from the conception of enormous physical force in perpetual exertion at every point through all the immensity of space. Strike out the word physical and change exertion to action, and the latter portion of the statement is correct. This ether is the theoretical foundation of a supposed material world and of all its troubles, and has to be self-destroyed by being short-circuited. Professor Poincaré, a learned French mathematician and a member of the Academy of Sciences, writes, a day will come when the ether will be rejected as useless. Plus this day has come, and we find the ether not only useless, but the supposititious cause of all trouble. Fortunately, this illusory web, with all its fictitious movement and power, whether called ether, devil, or mortal mind, is shortly about to disappear. Material thoughts, though thought, no feeling, is ever manifested save as the result of a physical force. This principle will before long be a scientific commonplace. Herbert Spencer. The next thing of importance found was that each of these lines of force was what has been called a thought, and each thought a high-tension electrical current vibrating at a different rate. So-called good thoughts have a high vibration, and bad thoughts a lower speed of vibration. Both are purely material and even more outside the spectrum than the Marconi or Hertzian waves. Professor Huxley said, I believe we shall arrive at a mechanical equivalent of consciousness, just as we have arrived at a mechanical equivalent of heat. What has hitherto been misconceived of as mind is now proved to be this mechanical equivalent of consciousness, the exact opposite of the mind that is God. These thoughts, so-called good, bad, and indifferent, may be said to sweep across the human mind of a man all mixed up together. They appear to pass at the rate of about 20 miles an hour, so we find Professor Myers speaking of the stream of consciousness in which we habitually live. Sense. Each thought has a different effect upon the so-called mind, which is merely a series of closed electrical circuits vibrating in unison with different thoughts. As they pass over it, somewhat as the transmitter of a telephone vibrates on account of the passing current, so giving the impression of what are called sound waves. These thoughts can be short-circuited and destroyed, as each consists of a series of small oval-shaped particles, a negative electrical charge at one end and a positive charge at the other. By slightly turning one particle, they all short-circuit each other to an infinite distance on either side. Human thoughts, merely external beliefs. A mortal does not create his thoughts. Every so-called thought that ever made a man apparently think, say, or do anything existed as far as it could be said to exist, only as an elusive, non-mental, contradictory opposite to true thoughts, ages, to use the human phraseology, before there was any material sign of human being, or even of what is called the material world, because of false concepts of time and space. These false beliefs appear as though spread out over suns of time, cinematographic pictures apparently passing in rapid review as mere mechanical automata. Professor Clifford truly said all unconscious action must be mechanical and automatic. The human personality is a mere mechanical machine, void of any life or intelligence, and the so-called mind is merely a harp of many strings. When you really understand what the material world pretends to be, you will recognize that the only things that can harm you are these thoughts, or false, non-mental impressions, which, until they are destroyed, come sweeping over the stringed instrument called the human mind. When you understand this, fear is a thing of the past. How can you possibly be afraid of being harmed by these thoughts when you really understand that they are merely high-tension electrical currents, absolutely powerless when you know how to deal with them? All that a human being can do is to intensify them and to make them seem a little more powerful at the moment. He cannot thereby harm you if your mental work is properly done. Self-intensification. When a person is said to be thinking, plus that which theoretically happens is, that thought is intensifying itself on the so-called mind of the person who is admitting the thought into his consciousness. When a hypnotist, for instance, is hypnotizing a person, the thought hypnotizes the one who is hypnotizing just as much as the one hypnotized. The so-called mind of the hypnotizer being a series of closed electrical circuits, the thoughts, sweeping along, intensify themselves by means of this human electrical instrument, and so harm him as much as, or more than, the person who is being directly influenced. Pain. Some years before my investigation of mental healing was commenced, I had to examine into a system for stopping pain electrically, and found that it could be instantly stopped by passing a high-tension electrical current through the nerve, if the current were made and broken with sufficient rapidity. Just over 450 makes and breaks per second were necessary. When the current was cut off, the pain returned. Pain is recognized as entirely a mental effect. Marini, the Italian poet, was so engrossed once with his poetry that he was badly burnt before he became aware of it. When you are in pain, you are simply suffering from an individual and collective belief in one special form of evil. If you knew with sufficient certainty to give absolute conviction and confidence that there is only one God, good, and that good can neither cause nor utilize pain, as it is a non-reality, and in reality all is joy, peace, and harmony, it would instantly cease. Instead, we have been educated to believe in the power of evil, and consequently experience the sad results such false belief inevitably brings. This is the punishment for disbelief in God, good, the penalty for breaking the first commandment. Pain, being merely a mental effect, is permanently cured by right thinking. Temporary relief is obtained when wrong thinking is momentarily stopped by an anesthetic, the human mind. It must be firmly maintained that it is the whole body that is the organ of mind. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. Each individual's so-called mind is merely matter, only of a finer texture than what is generally called matter, and invisible to the 15 normal human sight. It permeates the body as water does a sponge, and is necessarily of the same shape as the denser mass called the body. This material, human no mind, a carnal, false mentality, misnamed mind, can become separated from the body, and appears to pass without difficulty through ordinary matter. 20, which is merely materialized false thought, or human belief. Thou art a little soul human mind bearing about a corpse, Epictetus. No wonder St. Francis called his body brother ass. Huxley wrote, if the hypothetical substance of mind is possessed of energy, I for my part am unable to see how it is to be discriminated from the hypothetical substance of matter. Inner experience entitles us to posit the existence of something which is not the brain, nor in any absolute sense the correlate of. The hygienic uses of imagination, p. 4. Plus his body is as material as his mind, and vice versa. Science and Health, p. 290, line 31, Mary Baker Eddy, namely, the so-called mind is no mind. Mortal mind and body combine as one. Divine science shows it to be 30 impossible that a material body, though interwoven with matter's highest stratum, misnamed mind, should be man. Science and Health, p. 409, line 4, and p. 477, line 13, Mary Baker Eddy. Pythagoras seems to be the first to have stated that what he called the soul resembled the body, which died when the soul withdrew. 35. The so-called mind is mistakenly translated in the Bible and spoken of elsewhere as the soul, which in its root meaning implies deity, while this false mind forms no part of the real man, being merely a false mentality. Where referring to the material man, the word soul should be translated human sense. In 1562 AD, theology was confused over the apparent facts. Luther XL wrote, I permit the Pope to make articles of faith for himself and his faithful, such as the soul is the substantial form of the human body, the soul is immortal, with all those monstrous opinions to be found in the Roman dunghill of decretals. Luther's Works, Vol. Il. Fol. 107. The Bible speaks of body, soul, and spirit. The human body and soul are mortal, not part 45 of the real man. God is spirit, soul. The manifestation of God, good, as man and universe, can only be spiritual and immortal. John Goodseer, professor of anatomy in the University of Edinburgh, who was not only a naturalist, physiologist, and anatomist of European reputation, but also a philosophical psychologist of the first rank, taught that man in his 50 constitution consists of 3 elements, a corporeal, a psychical, and a spiritual. These he treated as of the sarx, psyche, and pneuma, and that it was in the last of these, and not in his corporeal element, that his personality resided. The brain but a distinct entity, constituting the very self of each of us, the bearer of our conscious states, and the principle of their unity. Moreover, this self is not only a principle of unity in consciousness, but a center of conscious activity, a something that can produce and experience effects. Gerald Balfour. Many leaders in science have recognized that this so-called human mind and body cannot exist permanently. A mechanical concept. The real nature of the relation between mind and brain is unthinkable. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. No wonder the well-known Thomas A. Edison, deep in the study of matter, is reported to have spoken as follows at a recent interview. I cannot see any use of a future life. There is no more reason to suppose the human brain, what you call a soul, to be immortal than there is to think that one of my phonographic cylinders is immortal. The brain is a recording office where records are made and stored. It is a mere machine. Mr. Edison, the reporter stated, explained the willpower which drives the brain as possibly a form of electricity and declared whatever it is material. This is perfectly correct with regard to the material man. The true man is God's consciousness, individualized intelligence. Man's innate spirituality can and must be recognized and utilized by the human consciousness to bring out immediate, harmonious environment and experiences. A chemical connect. At the recent International Physiological Congress, Reuters reports Professor Charles Richet of Paris as saying, "Every person differed not only mentally, but in chemical constitution from his neighbor. Every illness, every form of poisoning, produced in the blood definite substances, leaving traces which not even years would efface. Every living being was, perchance, a chemical mechanism and nothing more. This latter is true of the human, the basic false mentality. The individual conscious mind is like an island, an isthmus lordling, in a deep ocean. It appears as separated from all other lands, but on going below the sea it widens and widens until ultimately you find it part of the entire globe, completely connected with every other island. So the so-called mind, both in its upper and lower strata, is merely ethereal, materialized thought, and is connected with the mind, or basic false individuality of every human being, there being only one subconscious mind, named for convenience mortal mind, because it is purely a false, and therefore doomed, mentality. Scientific men speak of the ether, theologians of the devil. Ether, devil, and mortal mind, all three are merely different names for the same false concept, and a wholly illusory, a basic false mentality. Upon this visionary basis or belief, wrongly called the mind of man, all matter rests, and this mind does not respond to any really good thought, that is, thought of God, as it only vibrates with material thoughts, and even this vibration is purely illusory. The subconscious mind. Mind still remains to us an impenetrable mystery. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. Later, as demonstrated results disposed of false theories, it became evident that the so-called subconscious mind, or basic false mentality of each individual, is divided into what, for convenience, may be called cells plus or vibrating diaphragms, and that each thought of sin and each thought of disease has its corresponding cell in the subconscious mind, which cell, when caused to vibrate, is a temptation of sin or of disease. Your subconscious mind is the part of the ether called you. Now when your so-called conscious mind vibrates synchronously or in unison with the subconscious mind, you are conscious of the vibration, that is, of the impression, whether this is in the form of what is usually called thought, and you think it, or in the form of materialized thought, that is matter and you see it, whether these are coming into consciousness in the future called about to happen, or whether they have already come into consciousness, when required for a beneficial purpose. This result can be brought about by the action of God through true prayer. The action of so-called thoughts on the human consciousness is exactly like that of sound on a tuning fork. If the anger cell is clean and an angry thought passes over a man, it will have no effect, just as the note A will have no effect upon a tuning fork tuned to the note C. If there are, however, small ultimate particles on the anger cell, when the angry thoughts pass over the human mechanism, the cell will vibrate and the man be angry, as the electric particles damp down the cell and allow it to vibrate with the angry thought, just as pitch put on the C tuning fork will lower its note so that it vibrates with the lower note A. When the action of God, ever-active good, has obliged these particles, which are electrical, to short-circuit themselves, then the cell, being freed from them, will only vibrate with higher thoughts, thoughts of love, etc. Just as the tuning fork, when the pitch is cleaned off or some of the metal filed away, will vibrate with higher vibrations. When the consciousness is attuned rightly, low vibrations, such as so-called thoughts of disease or hate, will not act upon it, and thereby show their effect upon the body. The material body, and indeed, as will soon be recognized, the whole environment, expresses the condition of the individual human consciousness, and improves instantly that it is purified, or that the thoughts are changed for the better by the cessation or destruction of the wrong thoughts, leaving the better, or so-called good thoughts, the higher vibrations, to become apparent. These particles cannot get on the cells again. The body, materialism, is simply a logical blunder. Sir J. Crichton Browne, M.D., LL.D., F.R.S. The body is merely a massing together of electrons, which take the shape of, and have their apparent movement through the action of thoughts on the so-called human mind, and which a little time after death alter their grouping by decomposition. For of the soul human consciousness, the body form doth take. For soul is form, and doth the body more solid matter make. Edmund Spencer. Every right action and true thought sets the seal of its beauty on person and face, and every wrong action and foul thought its seal of distortion. J. Ruskin. The electron. Later on I found that at some of the places where these lines of force or electrical high-tension currents cross, the interaction of these lines, one upon the other, forms the electron, or as chemists have called it, the ion, which is believed by scientific men to be the smallest particle of matter. These electrons, which, as Mr. Arthur Balfour mentioned, when president of one of the British Association meetings, are spoken of as a stress in the ether, are simply a twist in the two cross lines of force caused by their mutual attraction. They are vibration in 2 dimensions instead of 1, at the junction of the 2 lines of force. As the union of the male and female is apparently required in the animal, vegetable, and mineral kingdoms to produce so-called life, so it requires the junction of 2 lines of force and the interaction of positive and negative polarity to produce the electron, the smallest particle of matter. From this can be understood Lord Kelvin's belief in his vortex ring. Sir Joseph Larmor says, "The material molecule is entirely formed of ether and of nothing else, and speaks of it as a small vortex with an enormous speed of rotation." That advanced thinker, Professor W.K. Clifford, in 1875, wrote, "There is great reason to believe that every material atom carries upon it a small electric current, if it does not wholly consist of this current." Earlier still, Sir Isaac Newton suggested the existence of a stress in the ether surrounding a particle of matter. Faraday did his best to eliminate the supposed difference between matter and energy. Professor J.B. Bose has shown how the identity of response to stimulation exhibited by matter, whether animal, vegetable, or mineral, demonstrates the underlying unity of these 3. M. Guillaume, in La Nature, contends that the mutability of solid matter constitutes a kind of inferior life that has been unsuspected hitherto, but that can no longer be neglected by the attentive observer. Professor J.J. Thomson, F.R.S., now Sir Joseph Thomson, a few years ago gave a series of lectures in which he explained the method by which he had measured what he called the corpuscle, also called the ion or the electron. He had proved its electrical character and measured its velocity from 2,000 to 6,000 miles per second. These corpuscles were, as he expressed it, the ultimate particles common to matter of all kinds. In Sir W. Crookes, a good many years ago, it may be recollected, prophesied the discovery of the ultimate particle of matter, which, in 1886, he called protyl, formless mist, or the foundation stones of which atoms are composed, plus. Sir Humphrey Davy, in a lecture before the Royal Institution, in 1809, speaking of a possible substance common to all metals, said, TF, such generalizations should be supported by facts. A new, a simple, and a grand philosophy would be the result. Matter, I would ask all educated people to keep their minds open and not to close them and think they already know about the universe and the things in it, because as yet they have hardly begun. There. Plus proc Roy Soc. 1880 No. 205 p. 469 t. Works of Sir Humphrey Davy, Vol. Roman 8, p. 325. Are chapters and chapters to be opened, Sir Oliver Lodge. Matter is theoretically the realm of fatality, while true consciousness is essentially that of liberty, plus Henry Bergson. Matter is the objective supposition of spirits opposite, merely a manifestation of elusive thoughts. It can be correctly defined, in accordance with natural science, as electricity, simply a massing together of electrons, and can be caused to appear and disappear in two different ways. Either by the action of the so-called human mind, by strong determined thinking or willpower, when the electrical tension is merely released or altered, or 2. By turning to God in thought and denying the reality of the phenomena. The lines of force or thoughts themselves are then short-circuited, and not only the matter, but the apparent cause of the matter ceases its apparent existence in the material world or world of false consciousness. The first method is that used by sorcerers, witches, and hypnotists, and the latter is the way in which Jesus, the master metaphysician, worked. The former harms all concerned, the latter benefits the whole world, as it is the destruction of evil and is the only right method of treatment, that is, of prayer. Already our notions concerning the nature of matter have been revolutionized. It now seems that the electrons are electricity itself. Whither this will lead us can only with the greatest caution be pre-imagined. In any case, the consequences of this discovery, philosophical as well as scientific, are stupefying in the possibilities they open up to the thinker, as well as to the man of practical science. At last, science begins to join hands with philosophy. What will be the philosophy of 100 years hence? Imagination pales before the effort of attempting to conceive. T. Baron Russell. What is electricity? No one knows, and no one ever will know. Edison says, "We are still ignorant of the true character of electricity. Indeed, to me, after all the years I have spent in studying electricity, it is more a mystery now than ever. We know nothing about the composition of any body whatever, as it is." Huxley. Beginning to say that in all probability there was no such thing as matter, that when we had caught and tamed the elusive atom and split it into 700 little bits, these residual particles would turn out to be nothing more than superposed layers of positive and negative electricity. He refrained from speculating as to what would happen to us if some clever researcher of the future discovered a method of making these alternate layers of plus and minus cancel each other out. Mr. Charles E. S. Phillips said it had become the habit to look to physicists and chemists to clear up mysteries that surrounded us, and those who worked in the borderland, like Sir William Crookes, had great responsibility thrown upon them, and were looked to by the whole world as leaders. Matter merely ethereal phenomena. It will therefore be seen that matter is not something real, but it is ethereal or of the ether, a manifestation of false beliefs, and the miracles of Jesus illustrate the action of perfectly regular true mental laws. He could not possibly have worked in opposition to law. Anyone, therefore, can do these miracles if he understands the laws, and as the result of applying them, lives a good enough life, that is, a life of sufficient unselfishness. If a person, however, thinks that he, the material man, works them, he will find that he will not progress. He has to know that God, good, alone acts. T. Motion, Before beginning my investigation for the Daily Express, I never understood how a piece of matter could possibly move, as either it was in its place or it was not, and any movement from one of these conditions to the other was to me inconceivable. Now it is clear, in the light of present-day knowledge, that matter never moves, and that any apparent movement is merely successive dematerialization and materialization. In other words, that which we see is merely a series of ethereal cinematographic pictures, without any life or reality, which appear and disappear so rapidly that they give the impression of continuous movement. Even when matter is stationary, it is no less a series of vanishing cinematographic pictures. Professor Osborne Reynolds has proved this mathematically and says, "Such motion has all the character of a wave in the medium, and that is what the singular surfaces, which we call matter, are waves. We are all waves." Parmenides said this change is a transition from that which is to that which was not a moment ago. Mr. Bertram Russell, late Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, in his valuable work, The Principles of Mathematics, writes as follows: "There is no transition from place to place, and no physical existence of velocity and acceleration. This is true of so-called matter." Gravity. You sometimes speak of gravity as essential and inherent to matter. Pray do not ascribe that notion to me, for the cause of gravity is what I do not pretend to know. Sir Isaac Newton. What is called gravity, as my brother, Colonel H.E. Rawson, R.E. long ago pointed out, is merely an electromagnetic force, the mutual attraction of the electric particles, and due to synchronous vibration. This counterfeits the spiritual reality of omnipresent love, which draws all men closely together, making of them one harmonious whole. As the heavenly bodies attract, incline to one another, and are held together by the eternal law of gravitation, so heavenly souls lean to and attract one another, and are bound together by the eternal law of love. Max Muller. Nothing proves more clearly the unreality of any material attraction, be it called gravity or love, than the obvious fact of its ultimate separation as matter, whereas real love, being spiritual attraction, is eternal in its manifestation of perfect at-one-ment. Time now is eternity, now I am in the midst of immortality. Richard Jefferies. The apparent action of material thoughts at any given moment is merely due to our limited senses, which hitherto have prevented us from being conscious of any thought either before or after it comes into apparent action. When you recognize that the material world has nothing to do with your real self, and is, at best, only a dream without a real dreamer, you will see that philosophers are right when they say there is no such thing as time. Never the spirit is born, the spirit will cease to be never. Never was time, it was not. End and beginning are dreams. T. Sir Edwin Arnold. What we perceive of the universe are only the impressions produced on our senses. The form we give to things is conditioned by the nature of our intelligence. Time and space are then subjective notions imposed by our senses on the representation of things, and this is why Kant considered time and space as forms of sensibility. To a superior intelligence, capable of grasping at the same time the order of succession and that of the coexistence of phenomena, our notions of space and time would have no meaning. Time is, for man, nothing but a relation between events. Dr. G. Le Bon. As Kant pointed out, space and time do not concern things as they are in themselves, but only as they appear to our senses, being limitations imposed on the human mind by its very nature. There is real time in the real world, and this is expressed in the successive unfolding of ideas to the spiritual man. We are here face to face with that final inexplicability at which, as Sir William Hamilton observes, we inevitably arrive when we reach ultimate material facts. And in general, one mode of stating it only appears more incomprehensible than another, because the whole of human language is accommodated to the one, and is so incongruous with the other, that time cannot be expressed in any terms which do not deny its truth. The real stumbling block is perhaps not in any theory of the fact, but in the fact itself. The true incomprehensibility perhaps is that something which has ceased or is not yet in existence can still be in a manner present, that a series of feelings, the infinitely greater part of which is past or future, can be gathered up, as it were, into a single present conception, accompanied by a belief in its reality. John Stuart Mill. The scientific now, to stop short in any research that bids fair to widen the gates of knowledge, to recoil from fear of difficulty or adverse criticism, to bring reproach on science. There is nothing for the investigator to do but to keep straight on, to explore up and down, inch by inch, with the taper of his reason, to follow the light wherever it may lead, even should it at times resemble a will-o'-the-wisp. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S. All this is now easily explained, and it is possible to prove by direct experiment that what we call time is merely limited human perception. Out of a total of at least 500 cases of all kinds, my first result proving this may be given as an instance. Ages ago it was discovered and taught that there was no such thing as time. Everything, as far as it can be said to be happening, is happening at the same time. And the only reason why one cannot see a thing at any given time is because of this supposed human material limitation. Thinking over this, one sees that, if it is true, it ought to be provable by direct experiment. We ought to be able to pray now, and the effect of that prayer should have been as efficacious in the past as it has been generally admitted to be in the future. It is obvious that to the material senses we cannot alter what has, to those senses, already happened. We can at best only wipe out all recollection and all traces of it in the present and future. Again, if praying to produce an effect in the past, all we can do will be to prevent that past having been so bad as it would otherwise have been without the prayer. Recognizing that there is nothing impossible to God, a resolve was made to try the effect as soon as possible. The next day, a letter was received from a sister-in-law written the day before, on a Monday, and asking for help through the recently discovered method of scientific prayer, the deep, systematic, right thinking, which follows upon a right understanding of God and man. On receipt of this letter on Tuesday morning, recognizing that there is no such thing as time, and that therefore, practically the letter had only just been written, and knowing that now and always man is a perfect spiritual being, made in God's image and likeness, one denied the reality of the physical trouble and realized as clearly as possible the perfect God and perfect man, thus praying in the way that Jesus told us. By the next post, a letter came saying that a wonderful thing had happened, and how directly the letter had been written she was perfectly well. Thus were these logical deductions proved correct, as they have been many times since, by the best of all proofs, experimental tuition. Isaiah, speaking of the last days, says, "And it shall come to pass, that before they call I will answer." Isaiah 65:24. This time has now come. The thoughts on the subject that have always been there are now being recognized and understood. The metaphysical view of time, the fallacy of what is called time, is easily seen on looking at it from a purely metaphysical standpoint. In mind, everything is available. In heaven, you only have to think of anything to have it. There is no limit of time in eternity. All the vistas of the past and present are spread out to the mental vision at the moment they are thought of. No gulf of time separates the thinker from his thoughts, hence no time limit enters into the purely mental realm, and there is no other. The only gulf of any description that ever separates mankind from good is the gulf of vacuity or ignorance of an ever-present God expressed in infinite and perfect spiritual ideas filling all space and always available to man. We have now learnt that the so-called material accompaniments of any experience have no more reality than the sense entertained of them, and have also proved the practical effect produced on so-called material phenomena by thought corrected in accordance with the ideal standard. We can therefore face intelligently a so-called past event with the same assurance that we can face a present difficulty, knowing that both are merely false impressions. Each must be reduced to the common denominator absolutiae good, which is the requirement of God in accordance with Scripture, and therefore in accordance with principle. We in this state of consciousness can now prove by demonstration that that which hath been is now, and that which is to be hath already been, and God requireth that which is past. Ecclesiastes 3:15. The past and the time to be are one, and both are now. Whittier. It is of great value to recognize this power and to see that there is no loss of time between the moment when a patient turns to God in the form of writing for help and the time the consequent prayer is humanly said to commence. This knowledge is invaluable in many different ways. When, for instance, you have been in conversation with anyone and have forgotten to work for the mutual benefit, by realizing heaven as you speak, knowing that in the perfect world man speaks truth and man knows truth, as the only action is that of God. Truth you can make up for this by work done afterwards. You must not forget, however, that a golden opportunity has been lost, as you might have prayed at the time and afterwards as well, and so more completely cleared away wrong thoughts. Space is merely an apparent limitation in human consciousness, which fails to recognize the unity of the one mind and its one consciousness, the Christ. The subjective states of evil are negatives, destitute of time and space. The ethereal chart. To use as an ethereal diagram or chart this theoretical aspect of thought, which is the only logical deduction from the facts accepted as such by the natural scientists of today, assists in indicating to human consciousness a sense of the indispensable footsteps, whereby to free itself of itself. These footsteps are the denial of any power or even reality in evil, and the affirmation of eternal truth. Let it be clearly understood that this explanation of the basic workings of so-called matter is not a presentation of facts, but their expression in physical terms, symbolic of the apparent internal workings of matter, just as an algebraical formula is used by a mathematician to indicate a law and shorten a so-called mental process. Were the internal workings of so-called matter as harmless as the algebraical formula, it would be of little importance. But the acceptance of the conditions of matter with all its attendant phenomena, false as they are, and the individual and universal assent thereto, maintains and ensures its temporal manifestation, and allows of all the discordant conditions under which mankind is suffering. When a man grasps this, he will hasten not only to deny the existence of matter and all material theories, but he will probe matter to its depths, uncover the false theory upon which it is built, and find that its very foundations are utterly false. Only so-called thoughts or lines of force, mere verbal expressions, which all admit can instantly fade away into the land of forgotten dreams. Thus will all fear of it be lost forever. This wholly fearless, because intelligent, attitude is essential to gain dominion over evil, the non-reality of matter. When Bishop Berkeley said, "There was no matter and proved it 'twas no matter what he said," Byron Up to recent years, the indestructibility of matter was regarded as a dogma, to cast a doubt on which would have been regarded as rank heresy, while to advance the suspicion that there is, perhaps, no such thing as matter, but that all phenomena are merely due to force, as is accepted by the scientific world today, would have made the audacious innovator forfeit any right to be taken seriously. Now the throne of force or energy is being overturned. They have returned to the nothingness of things, Dr. Le Bon. Today it is true in all its fullness and strength that the greatest and profoundest students of psychology and of the kindred sciences, most of these sciences new and all of them reconstructed by fuller knowledge, are agreed with practical unanimity that the old past theories, or rather hypotheses of materialism, of nihilism, of empiricism, have been proven untenable and altogether worthless, and that the so-called physical sciences have never been at all capable of taking sides in the controversy which is now about ended. J. W. Hasinger, M.D. plus Hadwiler. A remarkable change in views has taken place lately. In 1900, Dr. Hadwiler, a German, undertook to satisfy himself by experimenting as to whether 2 ounces of different elements uniting chemically really always give 2 ounces of compound, an undertaking which to most of his contemporaries appeared just as necessary as to prove that water really becomes ice at the freezing point. Hadwiler found that the result of 2 weighings never agreed, and the differences were larger than could be accounted for by unavoidable variations of the balances, etc. The experiments lasted for a long time and were repeated with the same results, and the final conclusion to which he, and those working with him, came was that there is an actual loss of matter in every chemical change. This, when carried to its logical conclusion, means that matter is not a reality. If it is possible to make a certain weight of oxide of iron or other chemical disappear to the senses, as even the most elaborate balances are only aids to our senses, it cannot be held to be any longer impossible to make any other substance disappear, and given sufficient number of changes, the whole of matter must cease its apparent existence. At the time it seemed quite impossible that these results could be correct, but they have been since confirmed by the experiments of Dr. Le Bon, T. Professor Osborne Reynolds. For if a man think himself to be something when he is nothing, he deceiveth himself. Galatians 6:3. It is only comparatively recently that scientific men have recognized that matter is electricity or force, and it was only in the year 1902 that Professor Osborne Reynolds, F.R.S., LL.D., M. Inst. C.E., Professor of Engineering at Owens College, Manchester, one of the ablest mathematicians of the day, gave the world the result of 20 years' hard work, showing in the Rede Lecture T that he had proved mathematically that matter was a non-reality. I have never heard even a suggestion that he has made a mistake in his mathematical proof. Having theoretically proved the non-reality of matter, he postulated an impossible ether in his endeavor to prove what really existed, not recognizing that the only reality was God, as perfect mind and its manifestation. He says, matter represents the absence of mass, and again, matter is measured by the absence of mass. Mr. Rouse Ball writes of this as matter being a deficiency of the ether. Transcendentalism was once defined as a hole in a sandbank after the sandbank had been taken away. It is not transcendentalism, but matter, that modern physical science finds to be a theoretical hole in a hypothetical medium. Arthur Chamberlain. It is merely a great heap of nothing and nowhere to put it. Dr. Le Bon, this leading scientific worker, in his latest book, The Evolution of Forces, which is practically a textbook of material science, gives, in the calmest way, as if he was enunciating what ought to be known to every student, the fundamental principles of the material world as follows. 1. Matter, hitherto deemed indestructible, slowly vanishes by the continuous dissociation of its component atoms. 5. Force and matter are two different forms of one and the same thing. 6. Matter, therefore, is continuously transformed into energy. 8. Energy is no more indestructible than the matter from which it emanates. The formulas of mechanics are disappearing. Dr. Le Bon writes, professors who continue to teach the formulas of mechanics renounce more and more their beliefs in them. This fictitious universe, reduced to points to which forces are applied, seems to them very chimerical. There is not a single one of the principles of rational mechanics which is applicable to realities, recently wrote to me one of the scholars who have most deeply sounded the problems of mechanics, the eminent Professor Dwelshawers. Dury. Quite recently M. Sabatier, Dean of the Faculty of Sciences at Montpellier, propounded in an interesting inaugural lecture with the title, Is the Material Universe Eternal? The question whether it was quite certain that there was not a real and progressive loss of energy in the world, and more recently still, in a memoir on the degradation of energy, one of our most far-seeing physicists, M. Bernard Brunners, expressed himself as follows. What is our warrant for the statement that the universe is a limited system? If it be not so, what signify these expressions? The total energy of the universe or the utilizable energy of the universe? To say that the total energy is preserved, but that the utilizable energy diminishes, is this not formulating meaningless propositions? In answer to a letter in which Dr. Le Bon set forth his ideas on this point, the same physicist wrote to him, "The nothing is lost should be deleted from the exposition of the laws of physics, for the science of today teaches us that something is lost. It is certainly in the direction of the leakage, of the wearing away of the worlds, and not in the direction of their greater stability, that the science of tomorrow will modify the reigning ideas." Scientific views. /EACUTES only within the last 30 or 40 years that there has gradually dawned upon the minds of scientific men the conviction that there is something besides matter or stuff in the physical universe, something which has at least as much claim as matter to recognition as an objective reality, though of course far less directly obvious to our senses as such, and therefore much later in being detected. Professors Stewart and Tate. Besides those already mentioned, many deep thinkers are trying hard to fit in the old false ideas with the new ones now coming to light. Sir Ray Lankester, and he is quoted by Geddes and Thompson, in Evolution of Sex, p. 277, says, "The bodies of the higher animals which die may from this point of view be regarded as something temporary and non-essential, destined merely to carry for a time, to nurse, and to nourish the more important and deathless fission products of the unicellular egg." Metchnikoff says, "Scientific proof exists, therefore, that our bodies contain immortal elements. The reverse of this is true. Man, however, is immortal." The astronomer Professor Larkin has said, "Science now imperatively demands a conscious power within protoplasm, the only living substance, and science knows that this power is mental. It is not, however, the apparent power of the human mind, but the power of mind. Everything is in mind. Mind is not in anything." Lately, scientific men have recognized that matter is only something falsely conceived of by the human consciousness. Professor Oswald of Leipzig University, one of the leading men of the day, says, "Matter is only a thing imagined, which we have constructed for ourselves very imperfectly to represent the constant element in the changing series of phenomena." Huxley writes, "After all, what do we know of this terrible matter, except as a name for the unknown hypothetical cause of states of our own consciousness. The charge of materialism could only be brought against such a man by those abject materialists who have never had a glimpse of the profounder fact that the universe, as known to us, consists wholly of mind, and that matter is a doubtful and uncertain inference of the human intelligence. Grant Allen. Sir William Crookes, F.R.S., in 1879, speaking before the British Association, said, "We have actually touched the borderland where matter and force seem to merge into one another, the shadowy realm between the known and unknown. Here, it seems to me, lie ultimate realities, subtle, far-reaching, wonderful." Plus, a short list of the more plausible hypotheses accounting for the properties of matter, together with the remarks thereon of W. W. Rouse Ball, mathematical tutor at Trinity College, Cambridge, may be of interest. Descartes' continuous matter. There seems to be no way of reconciling such a structure of matter either with the facts of chemical changes or with the results of spectrum analysis. Popular atomic theory. The difficulties to which it leads appear to be insuperable. Boskovich's hypothesis. It has been described, perhaps not unjustly, as a mere mathematical fiction. Elastic solid ether. In spite of the difficulties to which this hypothesis necessarily leads, and of its inherent improbability, it has been discussed. Vortex ring and vortex atom hypotheses. The above theories are now regarded as untenable. Ether squirts hypothesis rests on the assumption of the existence of a world beyond our senses. The electron hypothesis seems very artificial. The bubble hypothesis. This is the theory put forward by Professor Osborne Reynolds, and whilst it is not correct, it is founded on what he had proved, namely the non-reality of matter. Consequently, we find Mr. Rouse Ball writing of it as follows. This theory is in itself more plausible than the electron hypothesis, but its consequences have not yet been fully worked out. Philosophy views. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy, plus Shakespeare. For ages, philosophers have recognized that the material world is not all that we have thought it to be. Even a few quotations will show how gleams of scientific truth came to them, though none grasped its practical side, and how to apply it to human experience so as to replace discord with harmony. Aristotle, for instance, whose teachings have been followed by the civilized world for centuries, not only said that matter was negative, but stated that the source of all motion only moves as an object of love. It is pure mind with no object but itself. It is thought, with thought as its object, pure self-consciousness with nothing beyond. It is God. Hume correctly threw doubt upon all the so-called sciences. Herbert Spencer says that what is real is permanent, what is not real is not permanent. Paul popularly defined the position over 800 years ago in the words, "For the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal." 2 Corinthians 4:18. The great Immanuel Kant, admittedly a giant amongst philosophers, at the end of the 18th century wrote as follows, and against other criticisms of the doctrine of immortality, one may adduce the transcendental hypotheses. All life is essentially only intellectual and not subject to time changes, neither beginning with birth nor ending with death. This world's life is only an appearance, a sensuous image of the pure spiritual life, and the whole world of sense only a picture swimming before our present knowing faculty like a dream, and having no reality in itself. For if we should see things and ourselves as they are, we should see ourselves in a world of spiritual natures, with which our entire real relation neither began at birth nor ended with the body's death. Fiske also, the well-known historian, professor of philosophy at Harvard and St. Louis, who in his earlier days was an agnostic, but whose last work was written to prove that science led irresistibly to the doctrine of immortality, wrote, "The untrained thinker who believes that the group of phenomena constituting the table on which he is writing has no objective existence, independent of consciousness, will probably find no difficulty in accepting this sort of materialism. If he is devoted to the study of nervous physiology, he will be very likely to adopt some such crude notion and to proclaim it as zealously, as if it were important truth, calculated to promote, in many ways, the welfare of mankind. The science material of such a writer is very likely to be sound and valuable, and he will tell us about Warara poison and frogs' legs and acute mania, and it will probably be worthy of serious attention. But with his philosophy, it is quite otherwise. When he has proceeded as far in subjective analysis as he has in the study of nerves, our materialist will find that it was demonstrated a century ago that the group of phenomena constituting the table has no real existence whatever in the philosophic sense. For by reality in philosophy is meant persistence, irrespective of particular conditions, and the group of phenomena constituting a table persists only so far as it is held together in cognition. Take away the cognizing mind, and the color, form, position, and hardness of the table, all the attributes, in short, that characterize it as matter, at once disappear. Apart from consciousness, there are no such things as color, form, position, or hardness, and there is no such thing as matter. This great truth, established by Berkeley, is the very foundation of modern scientific philosophy, and though it has been misapprehended by many, no one has ever refuted it, and it is not likely that anyone ever will. How useless has always been the intellectual grasp of a theory, however correct, without some definite method of putting it into practice. Professor Max Mueller has said, "To speak of matter or substance as something existing by itself and presented to the senses is mere mythology, and yet we are asked by materialists to believe that the perceiving subject or the mind is really the result of a long-continued development of the object or of matter. This is a logical somersault which it seems almost impossible to perform, and yet it has been performed again and again in the history of philosophy." E. Grant Allen writes, "The universe as known to us consists wholly of mind, and matter is a doubtful and uncertain inference of the human intelligence." The poet-philosopher Whitman writes, "Afar down I see the huge first nothing, I know I was there." In the British Museum are some writings in Latin recording conversations between Jesus and John, believed to be the ancient records of an African church and authentic. In one conversation, John asks Jesus if there is a material body. Jesus answers no. John then asks Jesus if there is a material earth, creation. Jesus again replies no. These pearls of truth are now beginning to be made public. In olden days, the discoverers thought them ridiculous. Hundreds of years ago, the Indian philosophers looked upon the material world as Maya, or illusion, thinking, however, that when this illusion disappeared, they would find themselves merged in the one great being whom we Westerners call God. They thought that we should lose our individuality, not recognizing, as Jesus told us, that the kingdom of God is within, Luke 17:21, within reach of our own individual consciousness at the present moment, and that therefore our individuality can never be lost. Principle is always individual in its intelligent self-expression. This suppositional opposite world a dream, I felt with amazement we are all plunged into a languid dream, our hearts fat and our eyes heavy and our ears closed, lest we should see with our eyes and understand with our hearts, and be healed plus, Ruskin, plus. It was very difficult to understand how the material world, which seemed so very real, could be a non-reality, until I learned to look upon it as a suppositional opposite world. For instance, If, as is happily quite impossible, someone in heaven should say, "How fortunate that we are not in a world where there are sin, sickness, and trouble," he would be talking of a suppositional opposite world. Yet such is the world which we have ignorantly believed real. At best a dream from which we have to wake up. There is not a single proof that can be advanced that this material so-called state of consciousness is not just as much a dream as the worst nightmare that anyone ever had. As Zophar said, "He shall fly away as a dream and shall not be found." Job 28. Health, peace, salvation universal, is it a dream? Nay, but the lack of it a dream, and failing it, life's love and wealth a dream, and all the world a dream. Walt Whitman. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Shakespeare. And surely it is not a melancholy conceit to think we are all asleep in this world, and that the conceits of this life are as mere dreams. Sir Thomas Browne. For we are born at all adventure, and we shall be hereafter as though we had never been. Wisdom of Solomon 2, verse 2. Human life is a dream and a journey in a strange land. Marcus Aurelius. Cause must be good. God, being cause, must be good, for evil is negative, and cannot, therefore, be an original creator. If two causes, one good and the other evil, originally existed, one must have destroyed the other long ago. The very nature of evil is self-destructive. One of the proofs of the non-reality of matter is the evil that appears to exist. If matter were real, then the evil would be real, and God, good, must have made it, as God created everything. If God created it, good alone is responsible for the evil. This is impossible. Evil could not emerge from good. If it is an unreality, God cannot even know of it. How is it possible that there should be a God who is love itself, who could possibly fail to relieve the human race if he were conscious of the trouble? God's consciousness, the Christ, is seen as spiritual perfect man, self-consciousness or understanding of good, which therefore cannot be conscious of evil. Even a human being cannot be conscious of evil, whilst he is conscious of even relative human good. The so-called evolution of the material world. From what has been already said, you will see that the so-called material world is simply a world of false sense, apparently originating in material thoughts or lines of force, matter being a manifestation of these thoughts. Material man and all lesser phenomena are but the illegitimate offspring originating in a false mentality. Consequently, spiritual evolution, or the continual grouping together of the perfect ideas in heaven throughout eternity, is the only true evolution, and what is now put before you is merely an accurate statement of the false belief about the spiritual world, as it falsely appears in human consciousness. Birth and death. Material evolution appears to take place through a process of birth and death, which are now found to be merely temporary successive changes, false views of the real and permanent men, animals, planets, and mineral life, counterfeiting the glorious, spiritual heaven and earth and men, which have been discovered to be always here at hand, whatever we may have appeared to see, hear, or think to the contrary. This will soon be almost universally acknowledged, and the instantaneous nature of the effect of this intelligent acceptance by the majority is now to be put before you. The universe material is transformation, life material is opinion. Marcus Aurelius. Lines of force. The starting of the material world, as far as one can say that such a thing ever started, was simply the false non-mental concept, appearing as lines of force or material thoughts, and everything that has what is called happened, or is going to happen materially, has always existed, as far as it can be said to exist at all, in the form of thoughts of which we successively become conscious. These material thoughts have no existence, as they are at best, but the false claim of a false sense of existence. Electrons. As this so-called start of a material world is merely lines of force. So-called material evolution continues, as it were, in a dream, and the electrons appear as already explained. The production of the electron by the action of one line of force upon another is the first example of the action of the male and female. The false belief in not only a material cause, but a divided cause, and as a consequence, an apparent lack of certain qualities in each individual consciousness. Aqueous vapor, particles gradually accreting out of the formless mist, plus Sir William Crookes, FRS. These electrons mass together and appear as aqueous vapor, of which the whole of the elusive material universe at one stage consists. Then the particles begin to revolve, and ultimately the whole of our solar system appears as a mass of aqueous vapor revolving round a center, that which is known as one of countless suns. Since this knowledge came to me, one of the leading astronomers in America has publicly stated, in a paper read by him, that he has proved mathematically that the world evolved from aqueous vapor and not from fiery gases. Having to introduce Sir Robert Ball when he gave his lecture on comets at the Queen's Hall, I had an opportunity of a long talk with him on the origin of the comets and other moving bodies in the heavens, and he told me that he knew of nothing that would prevent the theory that I had put before him from being correct. Charles A. Young, professor of astronomy at Princeton, says, "It appears probable that the original nebula, instead of being purely gaseous, was made up of finely divided particles of solid or liquid matter." Dr. Le Bon has also written, "Atomic elements only seem to be nuclei of condensation in the ether. What was to be one day the universe was then only constituted of shapeless clouds of ether." The constellations. As time appears to pass, portions of this aqueous vapor become detached by centrifugal force and themselves begin to revolve, and as these separate portions of aqueous vapor become compressed by the force of gravity, so the sun and different planets that revolve round it are formed. Whoever connected the symbolic accounts of the first and second creation that we find in the first and second chapters of the book of Genesis was evidently inspired, because it may be recollected that the second creation or Jewish idea of how the material world started begins in the 6th verse of the 2nd chapter with the words, "But there went up a mist from the earth." Ever since its formation, the earth has been getting steadily hotter owing to the compression due to gravity. This the above-mentioned American astronomer also confirms. So-called solid matter. The action of gravity continues, and gradually through countless changes, solid matter is formed. First the mineral, then vegetable life appear, so like the mineral that there is hardly any line of demarcation. Then so-called evolution goes slowly on, and higher thoughts become apparent, and vegetable life is followed by the lowest animal life, which is indistinguishable from it. This material evolution continues through the different grades of animal life, the amber, worm, reptile, mammal, and higher forms of animals up to the catarrhine ape. And finally, the material man, whose evolution steadily continues and will appear to continue until everything objectionable or even limited has disappeared, self-destroyed. Move upward, working out the beast, and let the ape and tiger die. Tennyson. The successive changes through which the child in the womb passes, before it is ultimately born as a human being, are among the many proofs not generally known of this sequence of evolution. During this evolution of each separate class of material phenomena, everything becomes more like its spiritual reality as the material counterfeits advance towards self-destruction. For instance, the flowers of today are not only more gorgeous, but many are exquisite in their sweet simplicity and purity. That everything becomes steadily less material is one of the proofs that matter is always advancing towards its final disappearance. This is equally true of every individual mortal of today, although it is not apparent owing to the increasing wrong thoughts attacking him. Material man. The human conception of man appears at first hardly more than a mere brute beast. Then he begins to obtain a knowledge of good, his love towards his family being probably his earliest good. Then the knowledge of good gradually evolves until man recognizes the existence of a being superior to himself and begins to lift his thoughts in what is known as prayer. As with the other classes of matter, the local evolution of races continues, constantly slowing down through men turning to many gods instead of to the one God. God, the idea of God gradually evolving, penetrates through the mist of human consciousness, as recorded in the Bible, until we learn how to pray rightly and obtain a knowledge of what God really is, namely, a living principle, absolute good, life itself, love itself, truth itself. We prove our knowledge of God by the effects which follow, and such demonstration of the Christ truth is Emmanuel, or God with us. John Stuart Mill said, "Every question that has God in it passes through 3 stages: ridicule, discussion, adoption. We are now in the 3rd or final stage, and all over the world men are beginning to recognize that there is no such thing as matter, and that the only reality is God. In its fullest significance, the term God includes manifestation, the spiritual kingdom, the inevitable end of matter. It is now well understood among those who are the recognized leaders of Christian thought that the essence of Christianity is and obedience to his the Master's law of love. Such a conception prepares the way for great unities and cooperations." Rev. Washington Gladden, D.D., LL.D. When enough, not in numbers, but in clearness and depth of thought, recognize the non-reality of matter, they act as one great open channel for the action of God, and every manifestation of evil disappears. That is, all sin, sickness, worries, troubles, and limitations. All this material sense of things, with its self-destructive laws, its illogical sense of existence, its remorseless tyranny and suicidal ignorance, instantly disappears, and all mankind are freed. We then find ourselves perfect and divine, expressing God, and in a perfect world, absolutely joyous, governed by life, truth, and love. "And I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea." Rev. 21, ver. 1. This is what is falsely called the end of the world. It is really the end of all evil and limitation, the end of what Carlyle speaks of as the ever-dying universe. The end of the world. "And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow, nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away." Revelation 21:4. "They shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and mourning shall flee away." Isaiah 51:11. When the end of evil comes, thank God it comes for the whole of humanity, and for the whole of the material kingdom. "For it is written, As I live, saith the Lord, every knee shall bow to me, and every tongue shall confess to openly acknowledge God." Romans 14:11. See Isaiah 45, verse 23. "Nevertheless we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness." 2 Peter 3:13. "For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind, and the voice of weeping shall be no more heard." Isaiah 65:17-19. We now know that matter vanishes slowly, and consequently is not destined to last forever, so William Crookes says, This fatal quality of atomic dissociation appears to be universal. The whole range of human experience is all too short to afford a parallax whereby the date of the extinction of matter can be calculated. This is true, but this date can be foretold both from the prophecies in the Bible and from the annual increase in the number of true mental workers. These are actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air, and like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded. Leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made of, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Shakespeare. Meaning of the end of the world. The Lord said, "As truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord." Numbers 14, 20, 21. The end of the world simply means the end of all false material mentality, all sin, sickness, worries, troubles, and limitations, literally their final disappearance, even to remembrance forever. All matter is dematerialized, melts into nothing, and the world passeth away and the lust thereof. But he that doth the will of God abideth forever. 1 John 2:17. The earth, the material sense of earth, is clean dissolved. Isaiah 24:19. Flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of God. 1 Corinthians 15:50. In other words, we all wake up from this self-maintained dream to find ourselves in an absolutely glorious world, in which we, the real beings, have always been and always shall be. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. 1 Corinthians 15:51. When a man who wishes to reform the world takes it in hand, I perceive that there will be no end to it the world. Lao Tze. That is to say, as the result of the rapid spreading of truth that is now taking place all over the world, the prophecy of Hosea, chapter 13, verse 14, will be fulfilled. I will ransom them from the power of the grave. I will redeem them from death. And the whole of humanity will soon find that they are in reality perfect, deathless beings with perfect powers. For example, the power of going instantly from one place to another, that is, from one idea or group of ideas to another, the power of mentally speaking to or hearing anyone, and of knowing instantly anything needed. In fact, all will find themselves made in the image and likeness of God, that is to say, expressing the attributes of God. It is through the Christ truth that this marvelous change takes place. Our salvation is not of ourselves, it is the gift of God. Jesus said, "No man can come to me, except the Father which hath sent me draw him, and I will raise him up." The Christ will lift him up in consciousness at the last day. John 6:44. We shall then not only find that we see everything as it really is, but we shall understand and appreciate the wondrous fellow beings around us. He will destroy in this mountain the face of the covering cast over all people and the veil that is spread over all nations. He will swallow up death in victory, and the Lord God will wipe away tears from off all faces. Isaiah 25:7, 8. Seneca wrote, "When the laws of nature shall be buried in ruin, this has now taken place, and the last day of the world shall come. The palace of heaven falling to decay, dematerialization, shall produce at once both life and death. Life eternal shall seem to be manifested, and death, dissolution of all matter. The end unexpected. There shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lusts, and saying, Where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of the creation. Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new heavens and a new earth, wherein dwelleth righteousness." 2 Peter 3, 4, 13. For when they shall say, Peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. 1 Thessalonians 5:3. They were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away. so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come. For in such an hour as ye think not the Son of Man cometh. Matthew 24:38, 39, 42, 44. He shall come in a day when he looketh not for him, and in an hour that he is not aware of. Matthew 24:50. Watch therefore, for ye know neither the day nor the hour wherein the Son of Man cometh. Matthew 25:13. Directly the action of principle is understood and generally declared, and the falsity of its counterfeit in the material world is universally exposed. It is evident to every thinker that the end of this terrible illusion must be not only sudden and unexpected, but it must take place in a very short time. So rapid is the action of accumulating general understanding of the omnipresent reality of good. For as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew 24:27. The power of good. Look unto me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God, and there is none else. Isaiah 45:22. Archimedes is reported to have said, "Give me a fulcrum on which to rest, and I will move the earth." An earnest or logical thinker cannot fail to see the avalanche now let loose upon the world, and that the truth now plainly set forth, demonstrated as it has been by innumerable incontestable proofs, must either be blasphemy, so pernicious that it is practically inconceivable, or it inaugurates a final revolution, increasing the action of the only lever that can, and is, moving the whole world, the lever of right thinking resting on the fulcrum of truths. Be of one mind. Stand fast in one spirit, with one mind striving together for the faith of the gospel. Philippians 1:27. The power of this unanimity of thought in even a small circle was shown on the day of Pentecost, when they were all with one accord like-minded in one place. And they why all filled with the Holy Ghost. Acts 2:1-4. It must be clear to anyone that if thought is the basis of everything, the majority, not estimated by numbers, but by power, resulting from clearness of thought, must rule even a millionfold clouded minority. Be perfectly joined together in the same mind and in the same judgment. 1 Corinthians 1:10. As shown hereafter, judgment is the destruction of evil by the denial of evil. When those realizing that there is no reality in matter, and that the only reality is spiritual, form a majority in weight of thought, the minority instantly recognize it. And as this general recognition constitutes the only law that can possibly act, this false material sense must cease, and can never again even have its illusory sense of existence. It is the denial or angel Michael that brings the end. As all that is necessary is to change the general thought, it will be easily recognized that individual work cannot be too highly estimated in these days of rapid circulation of knowledge. Great floods have flown from simple sources. Shakespeare. Inevitable suddenness of the end. I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. Zechariah 3:9. It is clear that the truth of the power of mind must inevitably result in a sudden, and to the majority of people, unexpected end of all evil. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye at the last trump, for the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. 1 Corinthians 15:52. The suddenness of this end has been foreshadowed throughout the Bible history in the continued repetitions of human experience prefiguring the end. For instant and simultaneously with the last general plague amongst the Egyptians, the selfsame day that the Lord did bring the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt. Exodus 12:51. So rapid and efficient are the means of communicating with the mass of mankind today that there is no difficulty in impressing the majority of the thinking world at any given moment with any aspect of truth. Let the thoughtful consider seriously the result of such collective change of thought on any previously accepted fundamental subjects, even upon the reality of evil, matter, and death. Troubles at the end. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. Matthew 24:21. Right throughout the Bible, we are told of the troubles for which we have now to prepare. The modern foreseers of the cinematographic pictures called the material world, fully confirm those of the past. Even if we put aside the whole Bible as a gigantic fable, we must, in the light of present knowledge, admit the liability to danger from the forthcoming unparalleled disasters and troubles that accompany the end of this dissolving dream. Shall we meet them as masters or servants? This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come, for men shall be lovers of their own selves, having a form of godliness, but denying the power thereof. 2 Timothy 3:1-5. Every prophecy dealing with this subject foretells the horrors which are now not the less near, because only just beginning to be recognized by the watchmen on Mount Ephraim. Howl ye, for the day of the Lord is at hand. It shall come as a destruction from the Almighty. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh, cruel both with wrath and fierce anger, to lay the land desolate. And I will punish the world for their evil, and the wicked for their iniquity. And I will cause the arrogancy of the proud to cease, and will lay low the haughtiness of the terrible. Isaiah 13:6-9-11. It will be seen, by those who understand the apparent action of false mentality, that these troubles are no individual fancy of the prophets, but are inevitable, logical conclusions, resulting from the thought-intensifying action of human consciousness until instructed in truth. The mad panics from fear of fire and the way that one patient becoming hysterical in a hospital ward will cause other patients to follow suit are instances of the way that evils will sweep over the world. To stem the tide of this flood of evil, solely the result of suicidal ignorance, is the greatest privilege and highest possible work of man and woman today. The power of united right thinking. The practical omnipotence that lies behind collective right thinking is signified by Isaiah in the chapter following that above quoted, where he says, "The Lord of hosts collective hath sworn, saying, Surely as I have thought, so shall it come to pass, and as I have purposed, so shall it stand." This is the hand spiritual power that is stretched out upon all the nations. For the Lord of hosts hath purposed, and who shall disannul it? Isaiah 14:24-26-27. The darkest hour, there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquake in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. And because iniquity shall abound, the love of many shall wax cold. Matthew 24:7-8-12. Sin brings its own hourly punishment, though the sequence is not always recognized at the time. This trouble increases up to the last moment and becomes ultimately so terrible in its last stage that in despair a world turns to God as the only hope of relief. Satan produces all the maladies which afflict mankind. Martin Luther. The love of sin will be quenched through the dread of suffering. It is only needful to learn and practice the method of right thinking now set forth to obtain complete immunity against every form of evil. If sufficient know the truth, they can protect a tortured world. All prophets have foretold terrible times of suffering when the end comes. Not only do the thoughts exist in theory that will be manifested as these troubles, but as the world more generally recognizes that matter is only a manifestation of thought, so will it be much easier for anyone to get results. Consequently, if a man thinks wrongly about himself, it will have much more effect in a year's time than it has now, and it has far more effect now than it had 2 years ago. Most people are frequently picturing discordant conditions in connection with themselves throughout the day, and such wrong thinking will be much more dangerous in the near future than at the present time, as even when a man knows that such false thoughts are harming him, either causing his trouble or rendering it more likely to happen, he cannot cease this deleterious process unless he knows, and indeed has practiced, the true art of right thinking, which is an essential necessity of life. On the other hand, owing to the general mental awakening, right thinking is even now far more effective for good than ever before, both upon individuals and the masses. In fact, so effective is it that what is only the natural result of law and order is, termed by the uninstructed onlooker, a miracle. Any who do not know the truth and do not know how to pray rightly will have a terrible time in these last days. We have to gain as great an understanding as possible from now onwards, so as to protect not only our best loved ones and those nearest in touch with us, but also as large a number as possible from the immediate effects of their ignorance and consequent wrong picturing or imaging forth of evil. We must start at once to gain this knowledge of truth, for Jesus himself has pointed out that the night cometh when no man can work. John 9:4. Even now, if a worker is attacked by, for instance, severe pain, before he is sufficiently advanced in the knowledge of God, he loses all power of helping himself and has to appeal to a fellow worker for relief. The loosing of the devil. The great dragon was cast out into the earth and persecuted the woman and went to make war with the remnant of her seed. Revelation 12:9, 18, 17. We have now arrived at the period referred to in the Apocalypse, when it is stated that after 1,000 years, that old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, must be finally loosed a little season. Revelation 22:3. In Appendix Roman 2, you will see the ancient significance of 1,000 is an unknown quantity. This 1,000 years during which he was cast into the bottomless pit and shut up is now ending. What is this devil being now loosed in our midst? In olden days, over 500 people were burnt in Zurich in one day, and over 10,000 in Germany in 1 year, for witchcraft. In those days it was thought that Satan helped them, being invoked by means of the black books and insignia of their trade, which led to their being discovered and burnt. In Appendix Roman 3, further details will be found showing the widespread belief in witchcraft in olden times. They did not know then how to protect themselves. Few at the present time recognize the prevalence of witch burning in the past. Such sentences as witch burnings were very frequent at this period, continually occur in the history of the times. Such men as Sprenger and Luther merely did what they thought was necessary to stamp out a growing evil. An old writer says, "Many died shrieking to heaven for that mercy denied them by Christian men." Unfortunately, tortures too horrible to describe were used to make them confess. Which of us would be able to withstand the temptation to lie, and so gain a respite from the tortures of hell when death at the stake by burning became a comparative heaven? There could not have been so many centuries of diabolical cruelties had there not been some mistaken motives and some hidden evil at work. It is only now that we know what this evil was, although Paracelsus cleared up a good deal of the mystery. He showed, for instance, that the clay figures used by witches, into which pins were stuck, were merely used as mechanical aids to assist in the intensification of the so-called thoughts of those unhappy channels of this diabolical black art. Mohammed recognized this evil power sufficiently to even prohibit the use of chessmen modeled in human form. It must not be thought for a moment that this evil, this skeleton in the cupboard, has been finally disposed of by any such periodic temporary imprisonments, for this devil and Satan has merely been bound, and the apocalyptic vision is now just about to be finally fulfilled, when the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. Revelation 12:12. Fortunately, truth is first in the field. In old days, it was comparatively easy to locate the practitioner of witchcraft, until fear became frenzy and discrimination disappeared in wholesale slaughter. In the days now just upon us, when the door to this human so-called power, devilish to both practitioner and victim, has been unlocked, it follows that every member of the community must be either a channel for good, or else a practitioner of witchcraft, knowingly or unknowingly, actively engaged either on the side of God or the devil, dealing out life and good or death, and its attendant forerunners, sin, suffering, and sickness. Horrors hitherto unconceived of will be experienced, except by those who know enough of the truth to not only warn their fellow creatures, but to put plainly before them the remedy, whilst they themselves are steadily and daily working in a haven of peace and safety. These will still the tempest and stem the tide of the sea of iniquity that is about to flood the material earth, and harm any unfortunate enough to be still resting on an illusory, material basis. It is a significant and most instructive fact that this diabolical mania followed the last great liberation of thought. Again we stand on the threshold of a threatened repetition of the same conditions, only in a much more aggravated, because final, form, and of a more extensive, nay, worldwide nature. The last liberation of thought was a mere rushlight in comparison with the general conflagration now liable to take place. Hence, we must learn how to protect ourselves from these troubles by rising into a higher plane of conscious action. In this way, not only do we render ourselves immune against any form of evil, but we free ourselves from the minor troubles to which we have grown accustomed, and can destroy the dangerous thoughts before they affect others. 50. TT is a world unrest. I believe that there is time, and only just time, to avert a great and bloody revolution. I am hoping much from the king, Annie Besant. Satan loosed for destruction. That old serpent, which is the devil and Satan, must be loosed a little season, and shall go out to deceive the nations. And fire purification came down from God out of heaven and devoured them. Revelation 22, 3, 8, 9. Those not understanding the elusive nature of evil may ask, why let people know this if it is so harmful? The answer is that ignorance is no safeguard. The world is ready, and it is time to uncover evil, to let people see what they are doing, to state the truth, and so save the victims from the results of their own wrong thinking, to enable the victims to protect themselves and those malpracticing on them, to hasten the passing of legislation that will chain this growing evil, and most important of all, to bring the evil up to the surface so that the true workers will see and destroy it, and so rapidly hasten its forthcoming end. The angel has thrust in his sickle. For the harvest of the earth, the scientific world, is ripe, and will be reaped, although the vine of the earth is not yet ready for the sharp sickle, when this devil that deceives was foreseen in the apocalypse as being cast into the lake of fire purification. Forever and ever, Revelation 20:10. But when the fruit is brought forth, immediately he putteth in the sickle, because the harvest is come. Mark 4:29. A pure consciousness, believed to be John, to whom we owe an eternal debt of gratitude for having pierced the veil of the future, holds up to us in vivid types exactly what is threatening. The devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. Revelation 12:12. The teachings of Jesus on the subject are equally clear. He said, except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. Matthew 24:22. Now the remedy is at hand whereby, instead of meeting brute beast with brute beast, we can protect these poor victims of infernal thoughts, both by destroying the thoughts as they commence to act, and also by forewarning the victims and showing them beforehand the way to think, so that they can get out of their difficulties. We have to obey the words of Moses. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. Exodus 22:18. But we have to do this, not by putting a criminal out of sight and hearing, behind a closed door, or by destroying the mechanical structure called a body, and so leaving the evil free to continue its course, but by the destruction of the devilish thoughts and the purification of the minds of these victims. And this we must do by clearing our own thoughts upon the subject, and not by dwelling in thought upon the evil. It should never be forgotten that these thoughts, even when working in their most deadly form, are absolutely powerless in the face of truth understood and applied, either by the victim who thinks them or by anyone else working on his behalf. Signs of the end, and there shall be signs, and upon the earth distress of nations, men's hearts failing them for fear, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken, and then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. Luke 21:25-28. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened, and the ears of the deaf shall be unstopped. Then shall the lame man leap as an hart, and the tongue of the dumb sing. Isaiah 35:5-6. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. 2 Thessalonians 2:3-4. This is a warning against the inflation of human personality that in some cases accompanies the recognition of man's mental powers. When this comes about, those with a knowledge of the letter, but lacking the spirit of Christianity, that is, sufficient love of their fellow men, exercise their human willpower as a means of dominating their fellows. This willpower is non-mental and pure hypnotism. Fortunately, the end of all evil is at hand. Through the mist of materiality gleams the brightness of Christ's coming, although we groan within ourselves, waiting for the adoption, to wit, the redemption of our body. Romans 8:23. We are losing our ignorance, and all over the world the knowledge that man is a perfect spiritual being in heaven now is breaking through and coming to people of all denominations. As the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew 24:27. And then shall that wicked be revealed, whom the Lord shall consume with the spirit of his mouth, and shall destroy with the brightness of his coming, even him whose coming is after the working of Satan with all power and signs and lying wonders. 2 Thessalonians 2:8-9. Sin, sickness, troubles, limitations, and even matter are a non-reality, merely false concepts, and capable of being easily and effectually destroyed, bit by bit, through a knowledge of how to think rightly. All over the world, troubles of every kind are being got rid of, and extraordinary results are being obtained by all classes, so extraordinary that people do not care to speak of them, except to those whom they find have had similar experiences. One of the best-known clergymen in England told me that he dared not tell any of his congregation the things that had been happening to him. Another, equally well-known, said that he had been simply doing miracles. In both these cases, they had been working in the way to be explained later. Another friend, a staid, elderly man of business, told me that he had not said a word to any one of the powers that he had discovered in himself, as he was afraid that his hearers would think he was going mad. Doctors and scientific men have told me things that they have not dared to tell others, as they did not want to be called either fools or liars. What does all this mean? It only means that thought is getting loosened, that the general belief that it is impossible to act mentally on so-called matter is disappearing, and it is therefore much easier to obtain results. Jesus and the prophets pointed out that this would be the case when the end came. Speaking of the true workers, he said, "He that believeth on me, the works that I do shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father." John 14:12. For the Father loveth the Son, and showeth him all things that himself doth, and he will show him greater works than these, that ye may marvel. Jchn 5, ver. 20. The general trend of the events of the final 7 years, Ezekiel 39:8-9, which start from the loosing of the devil for a short time. Revelation 20 and 12, verse 12, and the reaping of the earth, Revelation 14:16, can be seen, typified throughout the Bible, commencing with the history of the 7 days of creation in Genesis and ending with the 7 churches in the Apocalypse. This loosing of the devil cannot affect those thinking rightly. Exact time unknown. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only. Matthew 24:36. It is clear from the above text that the disciples could not then know the day and hour of evil's final end. Jesus said, "It is not for you to know the times or the seasons, which the Father hath put in his own power." Acts 1:7. At the same time, he followed on by telling them that the time would come when, man having recognized sufficiently his unity with the Father, and so seen that he was really the consciousness of God, and had access to all knowledge, ignorance would disappear. In the following verse are recorded his words, "But ye shall receive power, after that the Holy Ghost is come upon you, and ye shall be witnesses unto me, unto the uttermost part of the earth." The importance of this statement is shown by the fact that they are his last recorded words, as in the next verse we learn, "And when he had spoken these things, a cloud received him out of their sight." In other words, in that age they were unable to follow him further in thought. Jesus pointed out that this would not be the case later, as in John 16:12, 13, and 23 he said, "I have yet many things to say unto you, but ye cannot bear them now. Howbeit when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will guide you into all truth. He will show you things to come, and in that day ye shall ask me nothing." This prophecy is fulfilled, for when a man knows that he, the spiritual man, has already received, then the material so-called man receives any needed good. We have not to ask for any specific thing, we merely have to know that, being spiritual, God, as divine principle, brings instantly everything we need. In verse 23 Jesus says, "Verily, verily, I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall ask the Father in my name, divine nature, he will give it you." He showed that they had not prayed in the right way, as the record continues, "Hitherto have ye asked nothing in my name." Now we know and can put immediately into practice the true method of prayer which Jesus taught. This is called treatment. Approximate time known, T, for when they shall say peace and safety, then sudden destruction cometh upon them, as travail upon a woman with child, and they shall not escape. But ye, brethren, are not in darkness, that that day should overtake you as a thief. 1 Thessalonians 5:3-4. The above passage is a confirmation of the fact that to a certain number of workers, the approximate time of the end of evil will be known in advance. The final destruction of all sin, disease, and death is the work of God, good, and the signs of the times are on the wall, and can be read by those who are living, as Daniel did, having but one God. The Lord God sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done. Revelation 22:6. Jesus, speaking of the Comforter, said, "He will show you things to come," and we are told that there is a more sure word of prophecy, "Whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place." 2 Peter 1:19. "Let them show the former things, what they be, that we may consider them, and know the latter end of them." Isaiah 41:22. Let this final dematerialization of every description of evil be our goal, and let all our thoughts, and consequently our words and actions, be based upon principle, and so let us become an open channel for God. To bring this rapidly approaching end about in the quickest and $1 way, and to reduce as far as possible the horrible suffering that so many prophets and seers, readers of thought, have foretold. This suffering can only come upon those who do not know how to pray scientifically in such a way as to protect themselves, or know no one able to help them, or with a sufficient knowledge of how thus to pray. The action of God in destroying matter, material illusion, is always taking place while the illusion lasts. We shall not, however, know the exact time of our release, as the following verse points out. Watch ye therefore, for ye know not when the master of the house cometh, at even, or at midnight, or at the cock crowing, or in the morning. And what I say unto you, I say unto all, watch. Mark 13, 35, 37. This happy time, although we cannot at present tell the day nor the hour, is clearly indicated in many places and many ways in the Bible, which confirms the fact that it will be known by the enlightened thinkers when the end is coming. The Lord God of the holy prophets sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done. Revelation 22:6. It is not essential to pray for any specific knowledge. This all comes if we are continually turning in thought to God. Still, if at a given moment specific knowledge is requisite, it can be obtained. Time of the end. And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. Matthew 24:14. The Bible confirms the scientific fact that the time we all desire is fixed in relation to other events, and that we shall know when the end shall come. Behold, I will make thee know what shall be in the last end of the indignation, for at the time appointed the end shall be. Daniel 8:19, even to the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. Daniel 11:35. He hath appointed a day in the which he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he hath ordained. Acts 17, verse 31. For when thy judgments are in the earth, the inhabitants of the world will learn righteousness. Isaiah 26:9. For meaning of the word judgment, see page 302, line 12. Everyone known to me personally or through their writings, who has made a study of the end of all evil, agrees that it must take place in a very short time. It makes one think twice on finding that these men have gained their knowledge on this point from all sorts of different sources, and on other points hold very different opinions. Thinkers must not allow ignorance to keep them from the serious consideration of a matter of such immense importance, not only to humanity in general, but to each individual. Some of these men are leaders of thought who have not cared to lay bare to scoffing ignorance or cynical criticism the inner secrets of a lifetime's deductions, fearing the martyrdom of ridicule hardly less than the pioneers of religion and science feared the stake and the dungeon. It is a pity that this should have been so, but it is rapidly changing. 7 years after the sharp sickle is thrust into the earth, and the earth is reaped. Revelation 14:16. That is, the so-called scientific knowledge has been proved to be unsound, during which time they shall have burned them with fire purification 7 years. Ezek 39 verse 9. The truth, with its attendant convincing proofs, spiritual, intellectual, and material, is universally set before a waiting world. Then, as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth even unto the west, Matthew 24:27, comes the end. But whether this interval is 7 times 7 hours, or only 7 hours after the vine of the earth is reaped, is cast into the great winepress of the wrath of God. Revelation 14:19, that is, the truth is universally presented. It will be impossible to tell until that time comes, so irresistible is the power of right thinking, and so accumulative in its effect, the omnipotence of God being the cause of the final triumph over evil. Universal salvation. For this is good and acceptable in the sight of God our Saviour, who will have all men to be saved, and to come unto the knowledge of the truth. 1 Tim 2 ver 3-4. Mathematically, it is quite easy to ascertain an approximate idea of when the end of troubles will come. All that we have to do is to work out how soon the majority of thinkers, not in numbers, but in clearness of thought, recognize that there is no reality in matter, the only reality being God and His manifestation. The number who know this already runs into millions, and every 2 years this probably more than doubles, as is shown by the readiness with which men now accept the truth and overcome their troubles, thus demonstrating the power of the Christ truth. The mere fact that it looks as if so much had to be done before universal salvation comes need not daunt us. The action at the end is so very rapid and ultimately reaches all. This the Bible teaches perfectly clearly in many places. Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. Death is swallowed up in. The 3rd of December, 1910, is the commencement of the final 7-year period. Consequently, the 3rd of December, 1917, is the day when the gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations. And then shall the end come. Matt 24 ver 14. The end must then take place in a day or two. Victory, 1 Corinthians 15, 51, 52, 54. As truly as I live, all the earth shall be filled with the glory of the Lord. Numbers 14, 21. For it is written, As I live, saith the Lord, every knee shall bow to me, and every tongue shall confess to God. Romans 14, 11. Look unto me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth. Unto whom every knee shall bow, every tongue shall swear. Isaiah 45, 22, 23. All flesh shall see the salvation of God. Luke 3, verse 6. The glory of the Lord shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together. For the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it. Isaiah 45. Te is written in the prophets, and they shall be all taught of God. John 6, 45. And he will destroy in this mountain the uplifted thought, the face of the covering of matter cast over all people, and the veil of ignorance that is spread over all nations. He will swallow up death in victory, and it shall be said in that day, Lo, this is our God, we have waited for him, and he will save us. Isaiah 25, 7, 8, 9. T can but trust that good shall fall at last, far off, at last to all. Tennyson. Christianity is not a religion of law, man-made law, but of scientific salvation, and as such is not content with organizing and stimulating existing forces, but demands a wholly new world and completely regenerated men. Rudolf Eucken. We have to be joyfully active, rejoicing in this universal salvation. T.T. has often been pointed out of late years that religion loses its old commanding influence when it is monopolized by the miserable, that it becomes a melancholy spectacle, a mere makeshift, for the science and practical energy which will in the end sweep the world clear of most of our present miseries and make life rich and satisfying through realities and not through dreams. Plus, William Ewart Gladstone. Responsibility of the knowledge, stewards of the mysteries of God. Moreover, it is required in stewards that a man be found faithful. 1 Corinthians 4, 1, 2. The sacred responsibility that devolves upon those receiving this knowledge through the Spirit of truth is embodied in the direct command, seal not the sayings of the prophecy of this book, for the time is at hand, and behold, I come quickly. Revelation 22, 10, 12. We must not dream away the moments that remain for us in which to prepare for the final struggle. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. Ephesians 6:12. And that knowing the time, that now it is high time to awake out of sleep. For now is our salvation nearer than when we believed. Romans 13:11. It is pointed out in the Bible that responsibilities are incurred by disciples knowing things not yet fulfilled. The reward of one duty is the power to fulfill another. George Eliot. If any man that heareth understandeth the words of the prophecy of this book, shall take away from the words of the book of this prophecy shall, through fear of criticism or other cause, not give them out in plain language, God shall take away his part out of the book of life, and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book, his part in the final destruction of evil through his active obedience to the law of right thinking. Revelation 22:18-19. But if the watchmen see the sword come, and blow not the trumpet, and the people be not warned, if the sword come, and take any person from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at the watchman's hand. Ezekiel 33:6. The end to be desired, not feared. For the earnest expectation of the creature waiteth for the manifestation of the sons of God. Romans 8:19. There is a widespread disinclination to face that unpopular event ignorantly called the end of the world. This has arisen from an entirely mistaken view of the event, and it is to the ignorance of what is then really about to take place, and what is the real meaning of the second coming of Christ, that so many incorrect prophecies of the date have been put forward. So many, indeed, that the whole subject has come to be looked upon by those who have not studied the question as more or less ridiculous, and any serious consideration of it as unpractical. Now that it is understood to mean solely the end of all troubles and limitations, and that this end has been found to rest upon a scientific basis that can, and indeed must, be understood and demonstrated, it will be seen that no question of today demands more urgent and careful attention. It is of vital importance to every individual on earth, and for this reason, if the ushering in of that greatest event in human experience finds mankind asleep and ignorant of how to face it, then it will be forced upon the attention by a series of unparalleled disasters. On the other hand, should it find the world awake and instructed how to meet it, the remaining period will be a time of unspeakable joy and gladness with 1. Perfect health and normal human enjoyment. 2. Complete immunity from all temptation to sin. 3. A progressive unfoldment of tangible beauties hitherto undreamed of. 4. Universal harmonious relations between individuals and nations, with mental cooperation on an ever-widening scale. There are definite and indispensable human footsteps to be taken, however, before this great end can be reached, and the gloom of night change to the glory of eternal day. It has been truly said, until metaphysical science becomes popular, the weak or vain will never advocate it. Proofs of the value of the true science of mind can be obtained by anyone, and even its popularity is now close upon us. Nothing is more astonishing to an intelligent thinker than that, with all the illumination thrown upon human life by the law of good, the utterances of prophets, earth's wisest scientific writers, and the manifest effects of scientific demonstration, which anyone with a little trouble can verify for himself, even a single individual should for a moment delay to learn of truth, until the inevitable moment arrives when he is forced by suffering to gain this knowledge. Education. Too much attention cannot be paid to this vital question. Education does not require to be done away with. The demand of progress is for higher and more scientific training. This must consist of an elimination of false material foundations and the substitution of the eternal facts of truth, whereby man can prove each step as he advances towards the glorious reality that lies within reach of his own consciousness. The first lesson to be learned is the fallacy of the limitations that have hitherto bound us down to mental groping in the dark. There is no dearth of learned formulas to conceal our ignorance, Dr. Le Bon. On account of this ignorance, the majority have been condemned to spend nearly all their time, day after day, in ceaseless material steps, and even thus they merely eke out a precarious and unsatisfactory existence, to be shared by those who have been hitherto ignorantly thought to be dependent on them. These wearisome efforts are all made in the face of a certainty of ultimate death, and a constant possibility of endless troubles and misery, even for those who are most loved, until they meet with what is dreaded by nearly all, and yet is ignorantly called a happy release. The second lesson to be learned is that infinite possibilities of good lie at our door, merely waiting the exercise of an unrecognized capacity inherent in every individual. God-given powers are available for everyone. Why delay to claim our rightful inheritance of unlimited good? The question is, how is this rightful inheritance to be attained? There is only one answer: by treatment. Treatment is the realization of the spiritual facts concerning God and man, the dwelling in uplifted thought on an ever-present God who is all in all, and on his infinite manifestation. The practitioner, effacing the claim of material personality and sense testimony, and fixing his thoughts steadfastly upon God and the Christ idea, rises to the realization of God's omnipotence, omniscience, omnipresence, and omni-action. And through this aspiring sense, this clarified vision, exalted desire, and genuine meekness, he finds his ascension unto the Father. He enters the Holy of Holies, where sense is lost in sight, and beholds God's work finished and complete. This conscious realization reveals the immaculate concept, unsullied, uncontaminated, and unconditioned by matter, as it was in the beginning. The displacement and effacement of false sense by the assimilation of the truth heals, and there dawns the innate and supreme satisfaction which is born of the understanding that God is all in all. Jesus demonstrated this godlikeness of consciousness. This satisfied sense was his abiding state, and it is thus seen that it is indigenous to all true individuality or spirituality. E.C. Romery. This conscious realization of God flooding our consciousness, as we blend all thoughts with our Maker and ascend into the regions of purest thought, heals not only sickness, but sin. It removes from our hearts all sense of human personality, all sense of material desires and difficulties, and gives an unspeakable knowledge of the constant presence and infinite protection of the triune God, life, truth, and love, which uplifts and sustains us above all material troubles, giving an abiding sense of the peace of God, which passeth all understanding. In quietness and in confidence shall be your strength. Isaiah 30:15. Where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. 2 Corinthians 3:17. Jesus, the life-giver, answered and said to his disciples, "Blessed is he who has crucified the world, and not let the world crucify him." Sense. In the Book of the Golden Precepts, we find that the man who is far enough on reaches the position that I believe Elijah, Buddha, and Lao Tzu reached when they were in a position to be able to retire from the world and dematerialize. Then he has to make his choice. Will he do this, or remain and help those who are struggling along the pathway he has trod? Now he shall surely reach his great reward. Shall he not use the gifts which it confers for his own rest and bliss? His well-earned weal and glory, he, the subduer of the great delusion. Compassion speaks and saith, "Can there be bliss when all that lives must suffer? Shalt thou be saved and hear the whole world cry? If thou wouldst be Tathagata, follow upon thy predecessors' steps, remain unselfish till the endless end. Thou art enlightened, choose thy way." What follows is to some extent a duplicate of what has preceded, but is given in this edition so as to present a consecutive story. The author has not had the time to revise the previous pages so as to avoid repetition. The end of the world. Great changes have taken place in the scientific world during the last few years. It is now recognized that matter is not a solid, indestructible thing. Mathematically, Professor Osborne Reynolds has proved that it is not a reality, i.e., is not permanent, and Dr. Le Bon, one of the leading physicists of the day in his last book, The Evolution of Forces, shows by direct experiment that matter can be caused to disappear. He writes, "We now know that matter vanishes slowly and consequently is not destined to last forever." Sir William Crookes, president of the Royal Society, writes, "This fatal quality of atomic dissociation appears to be universal." The war which has convulsed Europe was, as the Bible shows, merely a preliminary skirmish with evil, resulting in thousands turning in thought to God as the only certain means whereby they can get out of their difficulties. The change that has already taken place is remarkable. Everyone is now more or less ready to listen and is desirous of gaining some knowledge of how to protect themselves and those they love from troubles. The war has made men think. Many are now able to protect themselves and others, and are ready to take their place in the final mental battle against the so-called evil forces of nature that are about to be loosed against mankind. The end of the war and its horrors has brought to us a little respite, but the troubles that have been prophesied by nearly all the Bible prophets are bound to come shortly after. In fact, some of them have already commenced, and are so little thought of that newspapers give 2 lines to catastrophes that formerly would have occupied a column. The terrible troubles now at hand. All the prophets of old and the seers of modern times have foretold the terrible suffering that will take place just before the final disappearance of evil. At present, the majority of mankind are of the opinion that what each one thinks does not matter, and this general belief prevents the apparent effect of thoughts. But as the world in general comes to recognize that matter being merely a manifestation of thought, every thought is invariably followed by an effect either for good or for evil. It will be much easier for anyone to get results either for good or for evil. Consequently, if a man thinks wrongly about himself, the evil effect upon himself will not only be much greater, but it will be more immediately manifest than at present. The effect now is much more than it was a few years ago. At the end, the effect will be terrific. If a man then thinks wrongly about himself, he will at once pay the penalty. Unfortunately, even when a man knows that such false thoughts are harming him, he cannot cease the damning process unless he not only knows, but has practiced the true art of right thinking. Right throughout the Bible we are told how we are going to be freed from these troubles. It shall be said in that day, "Lo, this is our God, we have waited for him, and he will save us. This is the Lord." Isaiah 25:9. Isaiah also says, "Look unto me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God, and there is none else." Chapter 45, verse 22. The difficulty is that there will be comparatively few who will have learned how to pray properly, namely by the realization of God. At the end, so many will be wanting help that people will rush around trying in vain to get help from those who know how to pray, as Zechariah prophesies in these words. "In those days it shall come to pass that 10 men shall take hold out of all languages of the nations, even shall take hold of the skirt of him that is a Jew, saying, We will go with you, for we have heard that God is with you." Chapter 8, verse 23. Summary of life. First, let me summarize the position. Heaven is not a far-off, distant state which we reach by death, but a perfect state of consciousness existing now. Jesus said, "The kingdom of God is within you, and the alternative marginal translation is "the kingdom of God is among you." Luke 17:21, that is to say, all the love, life, truth, joy, wisdom, knowledge, and beauty that we see around us is part of heaven, permanent and perfect. In front of the spiritual man may be said to flash a series of cinematograph pictures, which pass at the rate of about 20 miles an hour. All the sin, disease, troubles, and limitations are part of these cinematograph pictures, for man is not a material being liable to sin, disease, and death. He is, always was, and always will be a perfect being in a perfect world governed by a perfect God. Of the material or cinematographic picture man, Jesus said, "Ye are of your father the devil. There is no truth reality in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. For he is a liar and the father of it." John 8:44. The only apparent life, love, joy, etc. of the material man is the real life, love, and joy, partially shining through the cinema pictures and giving the appearance of reality to them. All the good is part of heaven, made by God. All the evil, sin, disease, worries, troubles, and sufferings are in the cinema pictures, and men have been humbugged, fooled, and hypnotized to believe themselves to be material beings, liable to sin, disease, and suffering. There is not a word of truth in it. Man always was, is now, and always will be a spiritual being, a perfect being in a perfect world, governed by a perfect God. All philosophers have taught that there is no such thing as time, and this is now found to be correct. All these illusory cinema pictures existed millions of years ago, just as much as they exist now. Predestination, therefore, is true, and these pictures must, unless they are destroyed by the action of God, present their false appearance at their predetermined time. Fatalism, however, is not true, because when a cinematographic picture man turns in thought to God, he opens his human mind, and then the action of God by means of his spiritual self, through his material self, as through a channel, destroys some of the evil, that is to say, thins the mist of matter, and he sees heaven more as it really is. He sees, for instance, a healthy man instead of one diseased, a happy man instead of a miserable being. What is heaven? Heaven, mathematically, is a world of 4 dimensions, of which we see 3. The 4th dimension is infinity. Man has existed for infinite time. An infinite number of God's glorious ideas have come to him. He has grouped these ideas into an infinite number of perfect combinations of what, in the material world, we call art, music, literature, etc. These radiate out from him into infinite space, giving infinite joy and happiness to an infinite number of perfect beings. He has known an infinite number of these peerless spiritual beings, and has become conscious of the beauties of an infinite number of spiritual worlds, because each of the infinite material worlds around us is merely a material misrepresentation of a real spiritual world, of a beauty which it is absolutely impossible to imagine, much less to describe. With regard to the future, an infinite number of new ideas will come to man. He will group these together into an infinite number of sublime combinations. He will revel in the beauty of an infinite number of new resplendent worlds, and will exchange ideas with an infinite number of divine spiritual beings, whom he has never met before. Man has infinite love, infinite life, infinite truth, infinite wisdom, infinite knowledge, infinite joy. In fact, man has no limitations whatsoever, except that he can never know the whole of reality. For instance, he can never know the infinite number of spiritual beings. He can never know all the wonderful worlds. He can never know all the ideas and combinations of ideas, for the unfolding of God's infinitude is eternal life. Each divine being has, however, the Christ capacity and can know instantly any idea of God, can be with any spiritual being, and can be conscious of any of the marvelous beauties of any spiritual world directly he so desires. The spiritual man has, however, no personal volition, for he is governed by the will of God, being God's consciousness. The awakening of a spiritual desire is God's law in operation, and a natural precursor of the unfoldment which satisfies that desire. Now let me see if I can give you a slight idea of that wonderful world, heaven. First of all, what gives us the greatest happiness in this world? Unquestionably, when we love somebody intensely and that love is returned. Now, in heaven, the love that you have towards a spiritual being whom you have just met, and the love they have towards you, is infinitely greater than the love that can exist between any two material beings, as it is the infinite love of God seen unveiled. To interchange ideas with those we love gives us the next greatest amount of happiness. In heaven, we are always interchanging ideas with those we love with an infinite love, and these are not ordinary ideas such as come to the material man. Take the most beautiful ideas that you have ever had. For instance, the most perfect music that has ever delighted you, the most perfect poem you have ever heard, the most perfect picture you have ever seen. They are not to be compared with the perfect ideas that are always being passed on to you by your fellow man, because these are God's ideas, created by God, and therefore absolutely perfect. The third source of great happiness in heaven is creation, the grouping together of the ideas. Firstly, you have the joy of creating the thing as you have in the material world, whether it is in writing a book or carving a piece of wood. Secondly, you have the joy from seeing the happiness that your creation gives to your fellow man. In heaven, your creations are absolutely perfect. You are continually grouping together the beautiful ideas of God that come to you into wonderful and perfect combinations which radiate out from you into infinite space, giving joy and happiness. Continually you are having people whom you love intensely, thanking you for this wonderful creation and giving you in exchange ideas that they have grouped together. As both of you have all wisdom, intelligence, and knowledge, you fully appreciate and get a maximum amount of joy, infinite joy, from interchanging one with another, these combinations of ideas that you launch into eternity. The next source of great happiness is scenery. A man once told me that his idea of heaven was beautiful scenery, a beautiful sunset, for instance. In heaven we can wander with those we love amongst infinite worlds of incalculable beauty. Each of the material planets and stars is really a spiritual world of absolute perfection, seen by us wrongly, and you can never get tired of visiting these worlds because they are infinite in number. Each of these is a different world, and therefore gives you fresh pleasure as you explore its beauties. In heaven, all being governed by the one mind, God, there are no conflicting interests, no jealousies, no mistakes. Life is one continual existence of absolute perfection. You never can get tired of this, because there are infinite ideas in mind, in God, and therefore infinite combinations. There are also infinite spiritual beings with whom to exchange ideas and infinite worlds to be visited. You are continually meeting new people who show you infinite love, and going with those whom you love to new worlds, and to wander thus is no troublesome task. There is no calculation of ways and means, no preparations to be made or paraphernalia to be taken, and doubt as to whether there are dangers ahead. It is a perfect mental world, the realm of infinite mind, where man always exists, always has existed, and always will exist as part of God's consciousness in a perfect position from which he is never removed. All that can be said to move are the ideas of God, which continually circulate in that vast infinite mind, idea after idea coming to you in the form of perfect combinations of ideas, which you pass on to your fellow man, that he may obtain joy therefrom. He, in exchange, passes you fresh combinations, and you group and regroup these ideas, each one presenting new beauties. There is no trouble about living, because God is your life. There is no trouble about wondering where the food is to come from the next day, because your food is the ideas of God. And those ideas are infinite, continually unfolding to you, and always obtainable. No sickness or disease can harm you because you are made in the image and likeness of God, part of God's consciousness, and where God is no evil can exist. Take the 100 happiest days that you have ever had in your life, and group all the happiest moments together, and the happiness is not to be compared with the bliss that you will continually enjoy. Eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, neither have entered into the heart of man, the thing which God hath prepared for them that love him. 1 Corinthians 2:9. This is the wonderful world in which you, a wonderful being, and all those you now see materially around you, will shortly find yourselves when the whole world appears to wake up and gain a knowledge of truth, a real, absolute knowledge of God. For now we see through a glass, darkly, 1 Corinthians 13:12, but the day is fast approaching when they all shall know me, from the least to the greatest. Hebrews 8:11. This is the perfect world in which we are all going to wake up to find ourselves. Then you will see those loved ones whom you appear to have lost, and will see them as they really are, all the good that you ever saw in them intensified a millionfold. Then you will never lose them again, but will be found to be closer to them than the material man has ever been. You will mentally traverse with them the celestial realm, God-crowned, because God created. The evolution of the knowledge of the date of the end. About a year after I was retained by the Daily Express, having found that matter could be caused to cease to exist by true prayer, and that, when so destroyed, it never could exist again, I saw that it was only a question of time before all matter must disappear, and with the cessation of matter, all sin, disease, and limitations must equally disappear. This is the veil of matter spoken of in Isaiah 25:7 as follows: He will destroy the covering and the veil that is spread over all nations. We all then appear to wake up to find ourselves in the glorious world above described, in which, in fact, we have always existed. After learning how to obtain inspirational knowledge by realizing that God is the principle of all knowledge, and that man, being God's consciousness, knows instantly everything that he needs, at about the same date one of the earliest lights upon my path came on reading. Revelation 12:16, and the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed up the flood which the dragon cast out of his mouth. I knew that the earth meant the scientific world, and suddenly I realized that the verse meant that the natural scientist would make clear the difference between mentally working with the human mind and mentally working by turning in thought to God. This would stop the flood of hypnotic working with the human mind, which would otherwise be poured out over the world when people recognized the effect of thought, and when the mental workers, working with the human mind, would commence to make known their results and spread their teachings. I also saw that this clearing up of the different forms of mental working would be my work. In fact, at this time, I saw nearly all the main points of the important events that were about to happen, the way in which matter would come to an end, and the way in which I could be of most use to my fellow men when the last troubles were upon us. So astounding was the information so gained that one day I called in my business manager and said to him, "I want you to carefully consider what I am going to say. Don't laugh, however extraordinary it may appear to be. The last person to know that he is going out of his mind is the person himself, and I want you to sit down for 10 minutes and consider whether you see any signs of my going out of my mind." He naturally laughed, but at my request sat down. At the end of 10 minutes, I asked him his opinion. He again smiled and then said, "It is such an extraordinary question. I have carefully considered it, and I may say, since you started your investigation into mental work, you have been a better man in every shape and way. Not only is your health better, and you have lost all irritability and anger, but you are more unselfish and thoughtful for others, quicker and more accurate in your work, whilst your business is more plentiful and of a better quality. In your games, as you know, you have noticeably improved, and in fact, in every conceivable way, I consider that you are superior to what you were when you started. Even with this assurance, I could hardly believe what I had found out, although I knew well that what I was about to do had really nothing to do with me, as it was merely a series of cinematographic pictures that had always existed, as far as anything in the material world could be said to exist. All that I could do was to improve those cinema pictures somewhat by persistent prayer. Calculated out mathematically. Shortly after, as a matter of interest, I calculated out mathematically when the end should come. To do this, I took the yearly increase there had been during the past 45 years in the number of people who knew that there was no reality in matter, and that the only reality was God and the spiritual kingdom, and estimated that the great world change, called the end of the world, would come when half the world came to know these facts. This worked out to 1920. At the date when I worked this out, people scoffed at the idea that we were anywhere near the end of matter. Now millions all over the world believe this to be the case. Indian occultists. A few days afterwards, I met a man who was then probably the best divine healer in Europe, and on giving him my result he told me it was extremely interesting, because he had met one or two of the great occultists in India who had told him that something most extraordinary was going to take place a few years prior to the date I had mentioned. My recollection was that he said 3 years earlier. He had, however, never been able to find out from them what was going to take place, but it was something most revolutionary. The science of numbers. A few years after, I learned what I know of the science of numbers from an Arab sheikh, who showed me how he could calculate out mathematically the thought that a man was going to think at any given moment, and proved to me that he could do it. Through the knowledge of numbers gained from him, I came to the conclusion that the date was 1917. This is the date of the commencement of the last period, the length of which I cannot tell. The Great Pyramid. Some 2 days afterwards, as has always been the case when I have learnt anything of value, I got an important confirmation from a friend, who, before I had said anything to him about the date of the end, told me that, whereas the Great Pyramid contained a prophecy in stone of the history of the world, nothing was shown after the year 1917. I find that this date is really 1918. The reason for this is as follows. The Grand Gallery in the Great Pyramid symbolizes the Christian dispensation, and in its historical symbolism, an inch represents a year. The total length, including the height of the great step at the end, is 917, 7 inches, which would bring us to the 12th of November, 1918, not 1917. The top of the great step is somewhat worn, so that the date would be somewhat later. It must not be forgotten that the first of a year is not the 1st of January, but a date in March or April, depending upon the feast of Nisan, which is at the time of the full moon, and that therefore the year 1917 ends in our March 1918. The verdict of authorities on 1917 AD. Almost immediately afterwards, one of the ablest scientific men of plus the English army wrote to me as follows. In Henry and Scott's biblical commentaries there is a quotation from one Habashan, who dates Daniel's 290 days from 583 AD, the year of the assumption of papal infallibility, ending 1873, and the 335 days as ending 1918, the period when every other rule and authority will cease, and man shall know that the Most High ruleth over all. Daniel 12:11-12 reads as follows, "And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he that waiteth, and cometh to the 1,335 days." The setting up of the abomination that maketh desolate is always taken by commentators to refer to the commencement of the Mohammedan rule, which started in 622 AD. This is the date from which the Mohammedan calendar starts. As in their calendar, they use lunar years. 335 years brings us exactly to 1917, which will be a blessed year for all those who know how to think rightly and to keep themselves free from the troubles that are coming. From the works of commentators, I have found that 1917 was given by some as the period of Christ's return and by some as what is called the end of the world. This can properly be spoken of as the commencement of the universal coming of the Christ, namely, of the general knowledge of the truth about God and man. In the Voice of God, by the Rev. J. Martin D.D. LLD, he says some chronologists have recently come to the conclusion that the period of Christ's return may not transpire till 1917. This coming is hidden by the cloud of materiality. As the lightning cometh out of the east, and shineth Iren unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew 24:27. This belief in the end coming is almost universal amongst those who have made a study of the end of the world. Expositors of prophecy are agreed that the principal terminations of all the great prophetic periods take place about the present time. Not understanding the facts of the material world and that matter can be caused to disappear by true prayer, they differ as to what is about to happen. Colonel J. Garnier, late R.E., has found that according to the Great Pyramid, which he speaks of as a divine record and prophecy in stone, the great world change, which he also calls the Great Day of the Lord, is clearly predicted as taking place at the end of 1917 AD, when the mystery of God will be finished and his servants will receive their rewards. In his chapters on Revelation in the Great Pyramid, with a review of the corresponding prophecies of Scripture, he states that the end of 1917 is shown in the Bible as the date of the last trump and of the resurrection. He thinks that the prophecies show that there will be 5 days between the anticlimax and the final great change. I have come to the conclusion that it will be considerably less than this period, and know that it is bound to be less than that shown in the prophecies. The shortened time, depending upon how each of us does our work between now and the final great change. This shortened time is mentioned by Jesus as follows: except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. Matthew 24:22. In the Great Pyramid, dealing specially with the Bible prophecies, Colonel Garnier writes as follows: everything points to the fact that we are on the eve of the climax of the falling away, which terminates the time of the Gentiles, presumably in the year 1913 AD, and which can only be about 4.5 years before the end. This would bring us to the latter end of 1917. The Rev. M.P. Baxter, the owner of the Christian Herald, stated, just before he died, that the end would come either in 1910 or 1917, he was not sure which. He once called on me and I had a couple of hours' talk with him. He has been much laughed at, as he did not understand what we now know of the spiritual world and the unreality of matter. He made many mistakes, but he had possibly the best knowledge of any modern man, with regard to the biblical prophecies relating to what he called the end of the world. He certainly gave more time to the subject than anyone I know of. Accurate knowledge of dates. One of the great difficulties in prophecy is getting the exact dates of the historical facts of the past. Here, astronomy is of great assistance. Nearly all modern astronomy is based upon Ptolemy's Almagest, which has been translated into many languages. Mr. James B. Lindsay speaks of it as containing an account of many historical events, and blended with them is a multitude of astronomical observations. The astronomic can be rigidly verified, and the truth of the historic is a legitimate deduction. His account of the ancient eclipses and of their connection with historic facts is more precious than gold. Ptolemy gives details, for instance, of 7 different eclipses and the historic facts that were taking place at the time of the eclipses. The date of these eclipses is known astronomically, and therefore the historic dates can be accurately determined. In this way, the commencement of the Babylonian Empire, and therefore of the times of the Gentiles, can be told to an hour. It was noon on the 26th of February, 747 BC, when King Nabonassar, the first king of the Babylonian Empire, ascended the throne. From this date, Nebuchadnezzar's accession can also be accurately determined as 604 B/C. This year was, therefore, the commencement of the greatness of the Babylonian Empire, successively followed by the Persian, Greek, and Roman empires, which is admitted by all commentators to be the beginning of the great 7 times prophecy of Daniel, a prophetic period of 520 years. Daniel shows that at the end of this period, namely in 1917, shall the God of heaven set up a kingdom, which shall never be destroyed, and the kingdom shall not be left to other people, but it shall break in pieces and consume all these kingdoms, and it shall stand forever. Daniel 2:44. Jesus referred to the close of the 520 years in these words: Jerusalem shall be trodden down of the Gentiles, until the times of the Gentiles be fulfilled. Luke 21:24. Then we shall see the Jews returning to Jerusalem under the rule of a British king, as elsewhere foretold in the Bible. This will now take place when our king rules over Palestine. Registered. Dr. H. Grattan Guinness is an admitted authority on the subject of prophecy. For instance, Mr. Walter Wynne speaks of him as follows: He is the only writer of prophecy that I know who bases his conclusions both on the Bible prophecies and astronomic data. This eminent authority writes of the year 1917 that it is astronomically a notable one. There can be no doubt that those who live to see this year 1917 will have reached one of the most important, perhaps the most momentous, of these terminal years of crisis. Light for the Last Days, pp. 222-224. Dr. Grattan Guinness points out that the year AD 622, the commencement of Mohammedanism, is spoken of by Daniel as the abomination that maketh desolate, Daniel 12:11. Daniel showed in the following verse that this would last for 335 lunar years, thus ending in 1917. The Book of Daniel. To understand these prophecies, it must be noted that the first portion of Daniel is written in Aramaic, the language of the Chaldees, and solar time is used. The last 5 chapters are in Hebrew, lunar measurements being used, which are exclusively used in Mohammedan lands. A solar year is the time taken by the Earth in one revolution round the Sun, about 365 days. A lunar month is the time taken by the Moon in one revolution round the Earth. A lunar year being about 354 1/3 days. The prophecies of Daniel are so accurate that one of the principal grounds of attack, for instance, that by Porphyry, when he was attacking Christianity in the 3rd century, has been that he, Daniel, did not so much predict future events as narrate past ones. We now have proof of the book having been written before the fulfillment. Josephus, writing of Daniel, said, "All these things did this man leave behind in his writings, so that those who read his prophecies and see how they have been fulfilled must be astonished at the honor conferred by God on Daniel." Today, the fulfillments are much more remarkable. Josephus recognized the received date of the prophecies. As speaking of one of the predictions, he says, "Now this was delivered 408 years before the fulfillment." He states that the book was eagerly studied, and says that when Alexander the Great visited Jerusalem, on Daniel's prophecy being shown to him, he took the prediction of the Greek who was to overthrow the Persian Empire to refer to himself the Old Testament, as settled by Ezra about 400 B.C. Contains the book of Daniel, showing that at that date it was in existence and recognized as inspired. Jesus speaks of Daniel as a prophet and testifies to the value of his prophecy, saying, "When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place, whoso readeth, let him understand. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened." Matthew 24, 15, 21, 22. The apostles also recognized Daniel as a prophet, and Ezekiel refers to him in the highest terms. Daniel, who occupied an important government position, was witness to great revolutions and changes of dynasty, and for this reason, the order in which the various empires of the world were formed is the principal subject of his prophecies. Daniel foretold the destruction of the kingdom of Belshazzar, Daniel 5, 26, 27, 28. That night the gates were opened by the Jews in the city in order to allow the entrance of his blood brethren, the warriors of the 7 tribes of Israel, known in those days as the people of Gutium, who were amongst the finest fighters in the besieging army of Cyrus. Daniel was at once placed in a position equivalent to that of the prime minister in our country. Walter Wynne, the editor of The Young Man and Woman, who has a large following, recently delivered 6 sermons which have been published under the name of the Bible and the War. He writes as follows: Daniel prophesied that the time of 4 great powers would cover 7 times. A time is 360 years. Multiply 360 by 7 and you get 520. When did these 4 great powers commence? In the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, 604-3 B.C. Add to these figures 520 solar years, and you are brought to the years 1917-18. Again, Daniel prophesied that the abomination that was to make desolate was to last 335 years. Who has held Jerusalem, Turkey? From what date? A.D. 622. Add 335 lunar years, 295% solar years, to 622, and they make 1917. Hence, by both calculations, you reach the year A.D. 1917. And whoever lives to see 1917 will live to see the most momentous in the final years preceding the coming of Christ. He also says the Bible fixes 1917 as the date of Turkey's practical extinction and quotes Daniel as follows: "And from the time that the daily sacrifice shall be taken away, and the abomination that maketh desolate set up, there shall be 1,290 days. Blessed is he that waiteth, and cometh to the 1,335 and 30 days. But go thy way till the end be, for thou shalt rest and stand in thy lot at the end of the days. Last 3 verses of the book of Daniel. AD 622 is the acknowledged commencing date of Mohammedanism, which all commentators say is the abomination that maketh desolate. Adding 335 lunar years brings us to the year 1917. Mr. Wynne writes, the years 1916-17 will be terrible for their tribulations and spiritual darkness. During this period Turkey will fall, and shortly after, or even in the midst of those dark days, Christ may come. J. A. Brown, in Eventide, published in 1832, stated that the 260 and 335 years of Daniel 12 ver. 7-12 were the 260 and 335 lunar years of Mohammedanism, which, according to the Mohammedan calendar, end in 1844 and 1917. He therefore predicted that there would be a distinct decline in the persecuting power of Mohammedanism about the 1st of April, 1844, as being the end of the 300 years mentioned by Daniel. This prediction was fulfilled by an occurrence, the importance of which can only be realized by those acquainted with Turkish affairs at the time. On the 21st of March, 1844, the Sultan signed a decree abolishing the beheading of Mohammedans who became Christians and granting religious toleration. Pastor Russell, who made a speciality of prophecy, was the head of a very large organization, the importance of which can be judged by the fact that over 5,000,000 copies of one of his books and several million copies of another have already been published. He is the first, as far as I am aware, to draw public attention to the Sabbath day cycle, method of prophecy, +tilde. Leviticus shows that the Jews had a Sabbath every 7th day. A cycle of 7 Sabbaths consecutively, namely 49 Sabbaths, were followed by the 50th Sabbath, called the Jubilee. This fell once a year and was called Pentecost. After every 6 years, the following year, the 7th, was a Sabbath year. 7 of these cycles of 7 years, namely 49 years, were followed by a Jubilee year, the 50th year. This is what Pastor Russell calls the typical cycle of 50 years. In the time is at hand. He writes, every 50th year, counting from the time of their entrance into Canaan, was to Israel a year of Jubilee, a time of rejoicing and restitution, in which broken families were reunited and lost homesteads were restored. See Leviticus 25, 8-13. He also writes, this is the type of the great antitype, the millennial age of restitution, and says, the 50th year after entering Canaan was the first typical Jubilee. If we take the end of a cycle of 50 cycles of 50 years, viz. 500 years, we come to what Pastor Russell calls a Jubilee of Jubilees, Earth's Great Jubilee or times of restitution, the times of restitution of all things, Acts 3:21, the so-called end of the world. He writes, all types must be continually repeated until their antitypes appear. The keeping of a type is not the fulfilling of it. The fulfilling is reached when the type ceases, being displaced by the reality, the antitype. This is the commencement of the end of the 500 years, the commencement of the Jubilee of Jubilees. He also writes, following this divinely indicated method of reckoning, wonderful results open before us. 50 by 50 equals 500 years, the length of that great cycle, which began to count when Israel's last typical Jubilee ended, and which must culminate in the great antitypical Jubilee. Reckoning from the beginning of the 70 years desolation under Babylon, Jeremiah 25:11, the taking of the Jews into captivity in Babylon, commenced a fresh era in their history. The great cycle ends with the year 1875 AD. 6 cycles of 7 years, each from 1875, brings up to 1917, the commencement of the 7th cycle. Pastor Russell says also, "We have clear evidence of the fact that our Lord's second advent was due when the times of restitution were due to begin, namely October 1874. This, in the Christian chronology, is the spring of the year 1875. This was the year when the knowledge which constitutes the second coming of Christ was publicly given to the world in Science and Health, with Key to the Scriptures, by Mary Baker Eddy. In this book was first published the scientific explanation of the miracles of Jesus the Christ, and it was shown that they were due to the inevitable action of a universal spiritual law and performed through a knowledge of scientific right thinking. The cycle of cycles, or 500 years that he deals with, starts from the last jubilee kept by Israel prior to the Babylonish captivity and ends in the Jewish year 1874-5, at which date he says, "Our Lord's second advent was due to begin restitution work," and quotes, "The harvest of the earth is ripe." Revelation 14:15. "The harvest is the end of the world." Matthew 13:39. According to Pastor Russell, the Christian year 1875 was to be followed by a period called the harvest, which was to last for 40 years. This is a time of reaping, testing, and reckoning, and the commencement of Armageddon, when the true saints were not only to preach the truth, but also to put into operation the great work of restitution for the world. Pastor Russell concludes by telling us that the great judge has come, and we are now living in the time of the end. Pastor Russell and his many followers are daily expecting the great world change, and that at any moment Christ may appear, when the 1,000 years millennium will start, not recognizing that the word thousand used prophetically in the Bible does not mean 1,000, but means an unknown number. Pastor Russell says that how long the world will last after the gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations. Matthew 24:14. No one can tell, but that this time of the end is to culminate in the greatest time of trouble the world has ever known. The kingdom of Christ is even now being set up, while the kingdoms and systems of men are crumbling to their utter destruction. The glorious day is soon to break, although clouds of thick darkness yet obscure the glory from all eyes, except the eyes of faith. Something more than mere faith is required, namely, faith founded upon knowledge. This is the more exact meaning of the Greek word pistis, translated faith in the New Testament. Harold Norris, a modern writer on prophecy, points out that the period of 7 times, which is recognized by all the authorities as a period of 520 years, 360 by 7, the end of which marks the universal second coming of the Christ, dates from the rise of the kingdom of Babylon to supreme world power and the commencement of the subjection of the kingdom of Judah. Mr. Norris, writing a few years ago, came to the conclusion that the end of this period, and therefore the date of the universal second coming of Christ, would be approximately within the epoch of October 1917 to April 1919 AD, and probably about the spring of the year 1918. He also stated that the final time of tribulation preceding this would commence in the epoch of April 1914 to October 1915. When will our Lord return? pp. 46-53. It will be seen that he was correct in the latter portion of his anticipation, and he may prove to be equally correct in the former portion. According to Mr. Norris, the period of 1917–1918 is the termination of three great prophetic periods. These have been clearly set out in the Bible. It is the termination of the 260 plus 260 plus 75 lunar years from 602–1 B.C., when Judah became tributary to Babylon. Secondly, it is the termination of the 520 solar years from 604–3 B.C., when Nebuchadnezzar saw the vision of the great image, which Dr. Grattan Guinness speaks of as a very principal starting point. And thirdly, the termination of the 335 lunar years from 622 A.D., the commencement of Mohammedanism, which commentators speak of as the abomination of desolation. Mr. Norris, in a letter to me dealing with the above prophecies of Daniel, says that he doubles 260 years, because when the man clothed in linen in the middle of the river, Daniel 12:7 stated that the time to the end of these wonders was going to be for a time, times and a half. He held up both hands and was speaking to two men, one on either side of the bank of the river, see verse 5, and that this showed that the period of time, times and a half, or 260 years, had to be doubled. At first, Mohammed's teachings were such as to make the writer of the Apocalypse, when foretelling the Saracenic invasion in chapter 9, speak in these words of him, "I saw a star." His later teachings made him add the words, "fall from heaven." It is little known that the Saracenic invasion was preceded by a threat by Mohammed that he would attack Rome unless the priests gave up the worship of stones, pictures, bones of saints, etc., and worshipped the one true God. Mohammed found that the Arabians were too material, and instead of trying to lift them and being crucified like Jesus, who set the seal on his teachings by his resurrection, he fell to their level with disastrous results to humanity. Professor Marcus Dodds, D.D., in The Bible, Its Origin and Nature, speaking of the Quran, says, "In the later deliverance, it is painfully apparent that Muhammad invented supposed revelations to suit his own convenience and minister to his own pleasures." At the present time, many of the Mohammedans are reaching out for truth, and their intense earnestness and belief in God should help them greatly to recognize the truth that sets man free. Mr. Norris also points out that by adding the prophetic period of the 120 years of peace granted to the world before the flood to the date of the closing years of the French Revolution, we again come to 1917–18, the closing years of the world's revolutionary horrors. He takes 120 years as the final third of a time, 360 years. This being a repetition of the 120 years of grace granted to the world before the flood, Genesis 6:3, and the 120 years of grace left to the kingdom of Judah after the warning of the fall of the kingdom of Israel. Also, by adding the 79 years of the captivity period to the year 1847–48, the date of the second downfall of the temporal power of the papacy, we come to the downfall of all evil. Further, if we add the 40 years of probation experienced by the children of Israel to 1877 A.D., the year of the defeat and dismemberment of Turkey, the head of the Mohammedan desolation of abomination. Through the Russo-Turkish War, we reach 1917, the final destruction of all desolation of abomination. So does history repeat itself in a series of cycles of events of a similar character, but steadily improving as time goes on and steadily shortening in the length of each cycle. At the same time, the evil does not reduce, but appears to increase, as there is the same amount of evil crowded into a shorter space of time through the shortening of the successive cycles or periods. The final 7 years of evil. A few years before the first edition of Life Understood came out, I commenced to look into the Bible prophecies on the subject and found references right throughout to the final 7 years period of the world. These 7 years are divided into 2 portions of 3.5 years each, spoken of in the Bible as 260 days, 42 3.5 years, 3 days, etc. Many commentators have been misled by the fact that there are 2 periods of 3.5 years, referred to no less than 7 times in the Bible, together making up the final 7 years of evil. The loosing of the devil. I found also that the loosing of the devil, of which John speaks, took place at the commencement of the 7-year period, but could not see what it was of importance that took place in 1910 that could be spoken of as the loosing of the devil. Comparatively recently, I wrote to one of the most successful mental workers in America, asking whether she had any verification of the end coming in 1917. She wrote back that it was difficult to form any definite conclusion, but if anything, she thought it ought to come earlier, namely 3.5 years from the date of Mrs. Eddy's death on December 3, 1910. Directly I read the letter, I saw what the loosing of the devil was. At Mrs. Eddy's death, the control for good that she exercised over the Christian Scientists was lost. So accurate had her advice been in the past that there was no necessity for her to give any instructions. A request was sufficient to be at once followed by the thousands of Christian Scientists throughout the world. In addition, there were many, like myself, who were not members of the Christian Science organization, but who, through study of her writings and investigation of her life, had formed so high an opinion of her ability that they also would at once follow any advice given by her. She had such power of reading, thought that in these latter days she could have told us exactly what evils to work against and when to commence working against them, and in a few days could have had hundreds of thousands of the best workers throughout the world united in a solid band to reduce the particular trouble in front of us that she had specified. For instance, in the middle of the Russo-Japanese War, a letter appeared from her, dated June 13, 1905. As follows: I request that every member of the Mother Church of Christ Scientist in Boston pray each day for the amicable settlement of the war between Russia and Japan. I at once ceased to take any more. Patients and thousands of others must also have given all their spare time to this work. A fortnight later, a letter from her, dated June 27th, was published in which she said, I now request that the members of my church cease special prayer for the peace of nations. A fortnight later, a letter, dated July 22nd, appeared, in which she explained that no special prayer for peace was necessary, because a spiritual foresight of the nation's drama presented itself. Peace negotiations were formally opened on August 9th, having unofficially started earlier, and peace was signed on the 23rd. An earlier request would have resulted in a somewhat speedier termination of the war, but a greater diminution of the healing work being done all over the world. I estimate that about 100,000 people were not taken as patients during the fortnight, owing to the practitioners giving so much time to praying for the cessation of the war. The year 1910 is recognized by many occultists as the commencement of a new era, and F.E.H. in the latter days, with evidence from the Great Pyramid, published in 1895, writes on page 32, the termination of the Grand Gallery, 910 inches, gives the 3rd of December, 1910, as the end of the present era. This date, which was the day of Mrs. Eddy's death, has been looked upon by some as the end of the world, whereas the Grand Gallery symbolizes the Christian dispensation, and the widening of the passage at its commencement symbolizes the date of the birth of Jesus. In the Great Pyramid, symbolized in stone, is the history of the descendants of Abraham from the time of its building up to the end of matter. An inch in the symbolism stands for a year. It is an interesting and instructive fact that Mrs. Eddy's textbook, Science and Health with Key to the Scriptures, was copyrighted only until 1917. Considering that the profits from this book say 8/ to 15/ per copy, according to the edition, was the chief source of Mrs. Eddy's income, the fact is of great importance. Mrs. Eddy, in Science and Health, originally spoke of centuries passing before the end of all matter should come. In a later edition, however, she struck out these words and spoke of an unknown time. In the preface to the first edition of Science and Health, she showed that the end would come before 1996. As she wrote, "We ask for the things that are truths and safely affirm from the demonstrations that we have been able to make, that science would have eradicated sin, sickness and death in a less period than 6,000 years. On page 260, line 9, of Science and Health, she speaks of many generations passing. In another of her writings, she spoke of the end coming 4 generations after the closing of the Metaphysical College in 1889. A generation in science is 7 years, which gives the end as 1917. The growth of the knowledge that is going to bring about the end is increasing in geometrical progression. That is, the increase in each year is far greater than in the previous year. Like a rolling snowball, the knowledge grows." Dr. Le Bon, in The Evolution of Matter, page 194, points out the great effects, not only physically, but socially, that are thus produced by very small changes in a cause. He states that this observation will explain many historical events. Theoretically, I had known for some years that the start of the last period ought to come on the 9th, 18th, or 27th day of the 9th month of 1917. Consequently, when from the letters above I saw that the end of the last period, but one was coming in December 1917, I could not make out what was wrong. I knew that the real first month of the year is not January, which is the commencement of what is called the Julian year, the Emperor Julian having altered the numerical order of the months, but I had always looked upon March as the first month. December, 3rd plus would, according to this, fall, I thought, in the 10th month, and not in the 9th. I, however, did not waste time over the matter, and merely realized that there was no ignorance, that God was the principle of all knowledge, and that therefore man, the real man, knew everything that he needed. Probably as the result of this realization of truth, within 48 hours I received a pamphlet, in which directly it was opened, I read a statement that the date of the commencement of the year depended upon the time of the Jewish feast of Nisan, and that consequently, sometimes the first of the month started as late as the first week in April. In this way I was shown that the first week of December 1917 is in the 9th month and not in the 10th, and the date of the start of the last period was found to be scientifically correct. This is one of the many instances of the way in which knowledge that has come has been confirmed. I think I may say that there has never been a case with me in which knowledge obtained inspirationally has not been confirmed within a day or two. How information has been inspirationally obtained. By true prayer, as time went on, I gradually obtained a considerable amount of information of what will take place before the end comes. This knowledge I checked in the ordinary way. As an instance of how this information has been obtained, I may mention that, wanting to know whether the circular which precedes the end would be sent out all over the world, or only in America and England, and being busy, I asked a friend of mine, a first-rate worker, to treat for the required knowledge. That night she treated, realizing that man, the spiritual man, has all necessary knowledge, and then opened the Bible. The first verse she saw was the following: "And I saw another angel fly in the midst of heaven, having the everlasting gospel to preach unto them that dwell on the earth, and to every nation, and kindred, and tongue, and people." Revelation 14:6. The everlasting gospel. This is one of the two prophetical references in Revelation to the information that is going to be made known all over the world, to every nation, and kindred, and tongue, and people, just before the end of all matter. This information is called in the Bible the everlasting gospel of the kingdom. The word translated gospel, Cruden points out, means good news or glad tidings. He states that these glad tidings were the sum of the covenant contained in the promise made to Abraham. This explains Galatians 3:8. Ephesians 1:13 shows that this good news is the word of truth, the gospel of your salvation. Romans 1:1 calls it the gospel of God, to the preaching of which Paul devoted his life. Verse 16 says that it is the power of God unto salvation to everyone that believeth. This power of God is always available. 1 Corinthians 1:18. Paul pointed out in Ephesians 3:9 that his mission was to make all men see. What is the fellowship of the mystery, which from the beginning of the world hath been hid in God? The mystery of God is now finished, as prophesied in Revelations 10, verse 7, and it is found, and it can be demonstrated, that man is and always has been hid with Christ in God. Colossians 3:3. The news will also appear in every newspaper on that day, bringing glad tidings of good things. There are other references in the Bible to this information, which will contain the essence of the facts of being which Jesus was constantly teaching. Jesus, speaking of it, says, "And this gospel of the kingdom shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come." Matthew 24:14. The verdict of the press follows: Babylon is fallen, is fallen. This means that they will widely state the fact to all concerned, namely, that all matter and evil is done away with forever. It is hoped that this portion of the prophecy will not be fulfilled, owing to all matter having ceased its apparent sense of existence previously, through the work of those who have learnt how to pray in the right way. You can often foresee evil, but you cannot foresee the good that comes in its place when the evil is destroyed. The last trump. I used to think that a statement was going to be sent out, the gospel good news of the kingdom, which would state the main facts of being and give the verified proofs thereof, would show the glorious time that is at hand, and end by calling upon everyone to unite in turning in thought to God, realizing as clearly as possible that there is nothing but God. In other words, that there is no reality in matter, all is infinite mind and its infinite manifestation. It is possible that this knowledge will come mentally to those who are ready to receive it, as it is coming at the present moment to many. This realization of the allness of God has been referred to in many terms. "Look unto me, and be ye saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God, and there is none else." Isaiah 45 verse 22. At the end, even the selfish materialist, who has previously scoffed at any idea of an existing spiritual world around us, hidden by matter, will mentally work his very best, in the hope that the good news may be true, and that, even if he does not wake up to find himself in a perfect state of existence, he may free himself somewhat from the living hell in which he has been existing during the previous few months. The end of all matter and evils. Daniel, speaking of the great world change, in the 11th and 12th chapters, shows how all matter is going to be brought to an end, namely, by the denial of the reality of matter and evil, called in the Bible the angel Michael, the affirmation of good being spoken of as the angel Gabriel. In Daniel 12:1 we read, "And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book." This denial of the reality of matter, and therefore of all evil, results in such a mental revolution that all true mental workers will that day heal practically everything instantaneously. They will even what is called raise from the dead, and in the last day or two, as shown in several of the prophetical books, the coming to life of those who are ready for burial will be quite common. Post-mortem decomposition shows that the human mind has passed into another state of consciousness, and until then the so-called dead can be awakened from what is only, as Jesus pointed out, a deep sleep or state of coma. See Raising from the Dead, page 276. This seemed also to be the case with Eutychus, of whom Paul said, "Trouble not yourselves, for his life is in him," Acts 20:10. It looks as if he was raised from the dead after Paul left him, because it says that Paul departed, and they brought the young Enan alive, and were not a little comforted. Ver 12. Just before the end there will be hardly anything else in the papers but the details of the so-called miracles that have taken place from day to day, particulars of which their staffs have collected. The book of Revelation shows they will say that what is stated in the circular is true, that the realm of matter is fallen, Revelation 14:8 and 18:2, and that a glorious world, a new heaven and a new earth, Revelation 2:1 ver is rapidly opening to our view through the destruction for ever and ever, Revelation 20 ver 10, of the material sense that hides it from us. At the end, such will be the effect produced, that the raising of the dead, small and great, Revelation 20:12, will become universal. This will set the final seal on our false beliefs, and all thinkers will admit that what has been here set out is true. Paul tells us clearly what will then happen. In the celebrated 15th chapter of I Corinthians, after saying that the first man is of the earth, earthly, the second man is the Lord from heaven, he says, "Behold, I show you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed, a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. Then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory?" Ver. 47, 51, 52, 54, 55. Then the end comes, the end of all matter and its attendant sin, disease and limitations, and as John puts it, death and hell were cast into the lake of fire, Revelation 20:14, purified out of existence, with all that as not found written in the book of life, existing in the world of reality. The end of the world is only the end of all matter, the end of all sin, disease, worries, troubles, and limitations. When this end comes, we all, sinners as well as saints, appear to wake up, to find ourselves as we really are, perfect beings in a perfect world, governed by a perfect God. The end unexpected. In several places, the Bible shows that those who are doing their work properly would know approximately the time of the end, although there shall come in the last days scoffers walking after their own lusts, and saying, "Where is the promise of his coming?" 2 Peter 3:3-4. Remember that, as shown absolutely clearly in the Bible, the world comes to an end at a predetermined time. It is not necessary for everyone to become perfect, as the action of God brings the end about. What takes place from a natural science point of view is as follows. The smallest particle of matter is an electrical molecule. It consists of a positive charge at one end, of the molecule and a negative charge at the other. At the end of all matter, the action of God causes all the molecules to short-circuit each other. All that is necessary is to start the action. Then you get a result similar to that which you get when you put a match to a barrel of gunpowder. In a few moments, matter destroys itself, and all is over. Inevitable suddenness of the end. Any mental worker, of whom there are already many millions, even if he has not sufficient knowledge to agree with my conclusions, will tell you that if the information becomes universal as described, it is impossible to give any limit to the extraordinary results that will follow. So far-reaching, he will tell you, are the effects of united thinking on a large scale. Zechariah tells us what will happen. He says, I will remove the iniquity of that land in one day. Chapter 3, verse 9. The suddenness of this end has been foretold in many places in the Bible. For instance, in a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. 1 Corinthians 15:52. The date of the end. Exception is taken to any claim of knowing the date of the end by quoting Jesus, who told us that we should know neither the day nor the hour. Matthew 25:13. This is a perfectly correct statement, but Jesus never said that we should not know the year and the month. On the contrary, he said, when he, the Spirit of truth, is come, he will show you things to come, and in that day ye shall ask me nothing. Verily, verily, I say unto you, whatsoever ye shall ask the Father in my name, he will give it you. John 16:13-23. For there is nothing covered that shall not be revealed, and hid that shall not be known. Matthew 10:26. Habakkuk says, for the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Chapter 2, verse 3. Speaking specifically of the last day, Paul writes, Ye brethren are not in darkness, that that day should overtake you as a thief. 1 Thessalonians 5:4. John said, the Lord God sent his angel to show unto his servants the things which must shortly be done. Revelation 22:6. We are also told that there is a sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place. 2 Peter 1:19. Daniel put it still more clearly and said, Behold, I will he thee know what shall be in the last end of the indignation, for at the time appointed the end shall be. Daniel 8:19. Another great prophetical book, Romans 2, Esdras, is just as clear on this point. For just as with respect to all that has happened in the world, the beginning is obscure, but the end manifest. Chapter 9, verse 5, trans. By G.H. Box. In many places it has been shown that the date is fixed. For instance, he hath appointed a day in the which he will judge the world. Acts 17:31. On page 302. One show that the meaning of the word judge is not to pass sentence, but to destroy evil. Then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? 1 Corinthians 15:54-55. Theoretically, the end should take place, I think, sometime very soon. Jesus told us 3 times that we should not know the day and hour. This depends upon how we do our work. The time can be somewhat shortened, as was pointed out by Jesus. This will be done by realizing that there is nothing but God. The final moment will depend upon how we realize the truth. I devoutly hope that the end may come about soon after the second coming of Christ, before there is time for the worst horrors to develop. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. Matthew 24:21. It is the awful horrors that are due to take place in the final period of the world's history, to which Jesus referred in the next verse. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake those days shall be shortened. Unless the elect, that is, those who know how to pray rightly do their work, the material world would end by being burned up. That is, not only the earth, but the sun, moon, stars, and all constellations would burn up. The use of the word days makes me hope that a fair amount of the trouble will be eliminated. The next verse, verse 23, shows that the Christ is no localized individual, but as infinite as God. Then if any man shall say unto you, Lo, here is Christ, or there, believe it not. The beginning of sorrows. In 1913, in my lectures on the subject, I said that the Bible showed that the minor troubles would commence in June 1914, and that the serious troubles would start in July 1914. Jesus, speaking of this time, said, For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. Then, referring to the succeeding troubles, he said, And there shall be famines, and pestilences, and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Matthew 24, 7, 8. The Great Tribulation. His words, For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be, Matthew 24, 21, foretell the troubles almost in the same language as that used by Daniel, who, when he shows how we are going to be saved by the use of the denial Michael. The great prince says, There shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation even to that same time. Chapter 12. Verse 1, He is one, however, of the many who show that those who knew how to pray will have no trouble, as he continues, And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. 2 Esdras 16, the final chapter, is full of the terrible troubles that will precede what is called the end of the world, which is only the end of all evil, all sin, disease, suffering, sorrow, worries, troubles, and limitations, when we shall all wake up to find ourselves what we really are, namely perfect beings in a perfect world, governed by a perfect God. He speaks of wars, fires, plagues, lightnings, earthquakes, great sea bores, sorrows, and great mournings, famine and great death, evils, tribulation, and anguish. He also, in his last chapter, shows that those who know how to pray will have no trouble. Verses 74 and 75 run as follows, //Ear, O ye my beloved, saith the Lord, Behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for God is your guide. The translation by G. H. Box reads as follows, For the weaker the world grows through age, so much the more shall evils increase upon the dwellers on earth. Commentators say that the destruction of Rome by volcanic fire is clearly foretold in various places in the Bible. On pages 106 and 587, I give details of the warning given by Dr. W. A. Nobles, the seismic authority of the great cataclysm, which calamity must soon fall upon Europe, destroying a large portion. These troubles have already started. In the Daily Chronicle of May 7th appeared the following, A great earthquake, seismic waves make round of the globe, from the Daily Chronicle special correspondent, Milan, May 3rd. What Italian seismologists believe to have been the most terrific earthquake since the memorable wiping out of Messina began to be registered on the instruments of the Tuscan observatories at 10:47 legal time on Tuesday night. The vibrations, which were of a peculiarly violent nature, continued for 3.5 hours, indicating that the seismic waves had made the whole round of the globe. Padre Alfani, Italy's foremost authority on the subject, says the catastrophe occurred at least 7,000 miles distant from Florence, and that probably the regions principally affected were the Pacific coast of South America and the Indian Ocean and China Sea. The instruments at the Central Seismological Station of Toledo recorded a very distant and violent earthquake on Tuesday at 1:00 in the evening, says a wireless press message from Madrid. Since even the above was written, particulars have been received of the earthquake in Salvador. They speak of San Salvador, the capital, with a population of over 60,000, having been totally destroyed. Probably it is not so bad as reported. Earthquakes are also stated in the press to have occurred in Samoa and other places. There have also been serious explosions, such as that at Halifax. Isaiah speaks of the devilish thoughts attacking mankind, evil both with wrath and fierce anger. Psalm 13 verse 9. Ezekiel deals very fully with the troubles at the end. Seek peace and there shall be none. Mischief shall come upon mischief. Ezekiel 7:25-26. He that is afar off shall die of the pestilence, and he that is near shall fall by the sword, and he that remaineth and is besieged shall die by the famine. Thus will I accomplish my fury upon them. Ezekiel 6:12. The sword is without, destruction cometh, and they shall seek peace, and there shall be none. Mischief shall come upon mischief, and rumour shall be upon rumour. Then they shall seek a vision of the prophet, but the law shall perish from the priest, and counsel from the ancients. Ezekiel 7:25-26. This means that when the troubles come, people will try to find out what is going to happen, but the clergy will be unable to help, because they have lost the knowledge of the law of God, the law of good. Nor will they be able to get from the wise men advice as to how to overcome the difficulties. The prophecies at the end of the 38th chapter look like the horrors that are coming after the war. The 22nd verse runs, I will plead against him with pestilence and with blood, and I will rain upon him and upon his bands, and upon the many people that are with him, an overflowing rain and great hailstones, fire and brimstone. Zephaniah says, the great day of the Lord is near, it is near, and hasteth greatly. Even the voice of the day of the Lord, the mighty man shall cry here bitterly. That day is a day of wrath, a day of trouble and distress, a day of wasteness and desolation, a day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and thick darkness, a day of the trumpet and alarm against the fenced cities and against the high towers. And I will bring distress upon men, that they shall walk like blind men because they have sinned against the Lord. Zephaniah 1:14-17. These are some of the troubles. No wonder John says, woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short time. Revelation 12:12. In Baruch 49, verse 41 we read, for many will then assuredly weep, yea, over the living more than over the dead. The day that one of my staff pointed this out to has been destroyed by treatment. The most interesting case was as follows. When in the train, on the way to the office, a vision flashed upon her of a soldier being knocked down and so badly injured that as the ambulance arrived he lay like one dead. She instantly treated, and half an hour afterwards, while waiting to cross the road, the soldier appeared and the accident happened exactly as seen. A car traveling at full speed knocked him down and passed right over him, but he was not hurt the slightest. He said that it was a mighty miracle, and that he had been 2 years in France and had many narrow escapes, but what he had just been through was the most miraculous of all. My assistant gave him a copy of Active Service, and about a fortnight afterwards he wrote a letter of thanks saying, I have read and reread almost every word until in many places the print is almost worn off. It has given me an understanding of truth and has shown me the way to the Father and Maker of the universe. Above all, it has taught me that God is infinite love. Note, B. gives another interesting case, me, two of his friends, one in writing, the other verbally, had said they were glad their relations were dead and out of the trouble. The last chapter in Zechariah, which is full of prophecies of what is happening now, is a description of this war. Behold, the day of the Lord cometh. I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle. Ver. 1-2. Then comes one of the many prophecies which show that the war will be stopped by true prayer. Then shall the Lord go forth and fight against those nations, as when he fought in the day of battle. Ver. 3. Verse 6 shows the time of the final destruction of all matter. And it shall come to pass in that day that the light shall not be clear nor dark, but it shall be one day which shall be known to the Lord, not day nor night. But it shall come to pass that at evening time it shall be tight. Ver. 6, 7. The first half of the last verse looks like a prophecy of the announcement, and that the end would come in the evening. At 9 p.m., the end should theoretically take place, and this is what Zechariah would have seen in the cinematograph pictures before they are destroyed by what is spoken of as the last trump. The chapter continues, "And it shall be in that day that living waters shall go out from Jerusalem, and the Lord shall he king over all the earth. In that day shall there be one Lord, and his name one." Ver. 8, 9. The ordinary opinion is that the world started as fiery vapor and is gradually cooling. This is not the case. It started as aqueous vapor and is gradually getting hotter. The Bible account also starts with mist and ends up with fire. I had to introduce Sir Robert Ball when he gave his lecture on comets at the Queen's Hall, and had half an hour's talk with him by himself beforehand. At the end, I asked him whether he knew of anything against the theory I had put before him, and he told me that he knew of nothing. It was after I had found that the world, if it were not for mankind in general learning how to pray, would be burnt up, that I recognized that it was foretold by Peter, who says, "Since the heavens and the earth, which are now reserved unto fire against the day of judgment and perdition of ungodly men. The day of the Lord will come as a thief in the night, in the which the heavens shall pass away with a great noise, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat, the earth also and the works therein shall be burned up." This is referred to in Psalm 46:7 as follows: "The heathen raged, the kingdoms were moved, he uttereth his voice, the earth melted." He then says that we should be looking for and hastening unto the coming of the day of God, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Isaiah 34:4 puts it as follows: "The host of heaven shall be dissolved, and the heavens shall be rolled together as a scroll." Then in the next verse follows the recognition of the prophetic vision of Jesus the Christ. "Nevertheless, we, according to his promise, look for new a doublet of now, heavens and a new earth, herein dwelleth righteousness." 2 Peter 3, 7, 10, 12, 13. The following passages are also instructive. "The day of the Lord cometh a day of darkness and gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness. There has not been ever the like, neither shall be any more after it. A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth." Joel 2, 1-3. "The Ancient of Days did sit. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. The beast was slain, and his body destroyed, and given to the burning flame. And behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away." Daniel 7, 9-14. "The sorrows of hell compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved. There went up a smoke out of his nostrils, and fire out of his mouth devoured. Coals were kindled by it. The highest gave his voice, hailstones and coals of fire, and the foundations of the world were discovered at thy rebuke. He delivered me." Psalm 18, 5-17. "The earth and all the inhabitants thereof are dissolved. The horns of the righteous shall be exalted." Psalm 75, 3-10. In Baruch 48, verse 39, we read, "A fire will consume their thoughts." Isaiah is full of references to the method in which the world is going to be destroyed and the safety that those who know how to pray properly will enjoy. "The people shall be burned in the fire. Who among us shall dwell with the devouring fire? Who among us shall dwell with everlasting burnings? He that walketh righteously and speaketh uprightly, he shall dwell on high. Look upon Zion. The Lord is our King, he will save us. Isaiah 33, 12-22. Indignation of the Lord is upon all nations. He hath utterly destroyed them. All the host of heaven shall be dissolved. For it is the day of the Lord's vengeance, and the land thereof shall become burning pitch. Isaiah 34, 2-9. Your God will come with vengeance, and the ransomed of the Lord shall return, and come to Zion with songs and everlasting joy upon their heads. They shall obtain joy and gladness, and sorrow and sighing shall flee away. Isaiah 35, 4-10. For the day of vengeance is in my heart, and the year of my redeemed is come. I will tread down the people in mine anger. The melting fire burneth, the fire causeth the waters to boil, to make thy name known. For since the beginning of the world men have not heard, nor perceived by the ear, neither hath the eye seen, O God, beside thee, what he has prepared for him that waiteth for him. Thou hast consumed us because of our iniquities. Our holy and our beautiful house, where our fathers praised thee, is burned up with fire, and all our pleasant things are laid waste. Isaiah 63, 4-6, 64, 2, 4, 7, 11. Ye shall all bow down to the slaughter. Behold, my servants shall eat, but ye shall be hungry. Behold, my servants shall drink, but ye shall be thirsty. Behold, my servants shall rejoice, but ye shall be ashamed. Behold, my servants shall sing for joy of heart, but ye shall cry for sorrow of heart. And he that sweareth in the earth shall swear by the God of truth, because the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from mine eyes. For behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and the former shall not be remembered, nor come into mind. But be ye glad and rejoice for ever in that which I create. For behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy, and the voice of weeping shall be no more heard. The wolf and the lamb shall feed together. They shall not hurt nor destroy in all my holy mountain, saith the Lord. Isaiah 65, 12-25. Behold, the Lord will come with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to render his anger with fury, and his rebuke with flames of fire. For by fire and by his sword will the Lord plead with all flesh, and the slain of the Lord shall be many. I will gather all nations and tongues, and they shall come and see my glory, and they shall declare my glory among the Gentiles, and they shall bring all your brethren out of all nations to my holy mountain Jerusalem. For as the new heavens and the new earth which I will make shall remain before me, saith the Lord, so shall your seed and your name remain. And shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith the Lord. And they shall go forth, and look upon the carcasses of the men that have transgressed against me. Isaiah 66, 15-24. The disciples came unto him privately, saying, Tell us, when shall these things be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming, and of the end of the world? And Jesus answered, Nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be famines and pestilences and earthquakes in divers places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. And this gospel of the kingdom, good news or good tidings, shall be preached in all the world for a witness unto all nations, and then shall the end come. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved. But for the elect's sake, those who know how to pray scientifically, those days shall be shortened. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels, holy thoughts, with a great sound of a trumpet. There is nothing but God. Matthew 24, 3-31. Great earthquakes shall be in divers places, and famines and pestilences, and fearful sights and great signs shall there be from heaven. There shall be great distress in the land, and there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distress of nations, with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring, men's hearts failing them for fear, and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth. For the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Then look up, and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh. Luke 21, ver. 11-28. When the Lord Jesus shall be revealed from heaven with his mighty angels, in flaming fire taking vengeance on them that know not God, and that obey not the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, brethren, stand fast, comfort your hearts. 2 Thessalonians 1, 7, 8, 2, 15, 17. Whose voice then shook the earth, but now he hath promised, saying, Yet once more I shake not the earth only, but also heaven. And this word, yet once more, signifieth the removing of those things that are shaken, as of things that are made, that those things which cannot be shaken may remain. Wherefore we, receiving a kingdom which cannot be moved, let us have grace, whereby we may serve God acceptably with reverence and godly fear. For our God is a consuming fire. Hebrews 12, 26-29. In Nahum 1, ver. 5-6 we read, The mountains quake at him, and the hills melt, and the earth is burned at his presence, yea, the world and all that dwell therein. Who can stand before his indignation, and who can abide in the fierceness of his anger? His fury is poured out like fire, and the rocks are thrown down by him. Tilde. This prophet foretells the failure of Germany, of whom he says, Woe to the bloody city, it is all full of lies and robbery. Chapter 3, verse 1. In chap. 3 verse 9, he says that Turkey and Assyria were her strength, and it was infinite. Chap. 1 verse 15 refers to the gospel or good news that is circulated and which frees the world, as follows, Behold, upon the mountains the feet of him that bringeth good tidings, that publisheth peace. Flammarion, the well-known French astronomer, recently stated that the sun is increasing in size, and in time will reach the earth, burning it up. The recent disturbances on the surface of the sun, which can be seen in Australia with the naked eye, may be the precursor of difficulties. The Rev. F. Howlett, an uncle of mine, and an authority on sun spots, told me that even the appearance of small spots on the sun were always followed by important changes on the earth. But he did not know the reason for this. The extreme cold of the years 1916 euros and 1917 may be due, from a natural science point of view, to alterations in the heavens, and I am inclined to think that the great alterations on the surface of the sun that have taken place may be the commencement of a still greater change. It is not likely that the material universe will suddenly burn up. It is much more likely that it will steadily get hotter and hotter until the heat becomes terribly oppressive. Another warning lately appeared in the Daily Express in an article headed Red Hot End of the World, dealing with some statements of M. Louis Rabadin, a French scientist. He says that the Earth's crust is so thin at the bottom of the sea that if it should give way in consequence of a volcanic action, the water would be decomposed by the heat and the hydrogen would burn. The conflagration would then gain gradually in force, accompanied by electrical phenomena, and the greater part of the Earth's crust would probably be displaced. The Earth, passing through a critical epoch and returning for the time being to its formative period, would again be nothing but a globe of fire. These are probably the statements of scientific men sensing the burning up of the Earth and finding some natural science reason for it. As above quoted, Peter showed that the heavens, namely the whole of the universe, that is all matter, not one planet only, would burn up, as shown by the words, wherein the heavens being on fire shall be dissolved, and the elements shall melt with fervent heat. Isaiah 51:6 puts it as follows, For the heavens shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment, and they that dwell therein shall die in like manner, but my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not be abolished. Right through the Bible we are told that those who know how to pray instead of being terrified and in misery will be joyous at the rapidly approaching end. As we Harvito be ready to destroy the evils and to give some idea of what the end is likely to be, giving a portion of a letter received from one of those helping me with my work, who is somewhat intuitive. She wrote to me as follows. About 3 years ago, I had a most vivid dream which has lived with me more or less constantly in all its lurid horror. At the time I felt almost overwhelmed, and it was only after I came into a clear understanding of science and of your book, The War and the Great World Change to Follow, that I gained any real peace. I saw opened before me what I now know to be the cinema pictures of the end of matter. It was very terrible with its earthquakes, its volcanoes throwing out terrible fires, the awful lurid light that lit up the world, and the terrible agony of the people from burning, drowning, and being swallowed up by the earth. I seemed to be standing on one side behind a thin veil, and felt nothing myself, and was quite calm and unmoved. I am considered most peculiar, etc., but that does not matter. I feel that I must warn people when I can. After such a vivid dream, I feel it my duty to do so. Whenever one warns anyone, it is always necessary to show them how to overcome the difficulties, and to explain that they need have no fear, as by true prayer all troubles can be done away with. The second coming of Christ. Many people say, why the end of the world has been prophesied many times. It is true that from time to time groups of people have, on wholly inadequate grounds, believed that the end of the world was coming, but of late years there has only once before been anything like the same widespread belief as at the present time. This was due to the fact that the second coming of the Christ was prophesied by many commentators on the Bible as to take place at periods varying between the year 1865 and the year 1868. Dr. Cummings, for instance, in our sermon delivered at the Exeter Hall in 1849, said that the second coming must take place either in the year 1865 or, at latest, a year or two after. Dr. Chambers, whose prophecies of many important events, such as the Crimean War, were marvelously accurate, said on his deathbed that the one thing that had caused him more sorrow than anything else was that the second coming of Christ had not taken place, as he expected, between 1866 and 1868, although this was prophesied in the Bible with greater certainty than any of the other matters which he had foretold. So accurate had he been with his prophecies that many thousands, some of whom I know, were perfectly certain that the end was coming between those years. These commentators were correct, as the second coming of the Christ did take place in 1866. This is the year that anyone who was spiritual enough would have caught the idea that matter was not a reality, and that man was not a material being, but was, is now, and always will be, a perfect being in a perfect world, governed by a perfect God. The only person that I know of who caught this idea at that date was Mrs. Eddy, and she gave the information to the world in Science and Health, with key to the Scriptures, in 1875, which is another date foretold in the Bible. My own mother was healing by prayer in 1875, and at that time, while she seldom spoke to others on the subject, as she was not understood, she often told me that it was possible to know what other people were thinking, and to communicate mentally with others at a distance. She, however, was not spiritual enough in 1866 to catch the more important knowledge known as the second coming of the Christ. This knowledge is, however, now coming all over the world with great rapidity. To better explain the second coming of the Christ, I may quote from a letter written to me by Archdeacon Wilberforce. He says, "To me, Jesus the Christ is the specialization in one individual life center, for purposes of recognition of the universal Christ, the divine nature which is the equipment of every human being. Christ in me is my real self, and Jesus was the revelation to me of what my real self is. The coming of the Christ, the Advent, is that glorious truth coming into my consciousness. He also said that looking for the Christ in the heavens was like looking through a telescope for a man who is by your side. Jesus said, "There shall be distress of nations, men's hearts failing them for fear. Then shall they see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. And when these things begin to come to pass, then look up and lift up your heads, for your redemption draweth nigh." Luke 21, ver. 25-28. Through the cloud of materiality gleams the brightness of Christ's coming. Now at last the universal second coming of the Christ is at hand, and as the lightning cometh out of the east, and shine even unto the west, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Matthew 24:27. He will destroy in this mountain the uplifted thought, true prayer, the face of this covering of matter cast over all people, and the veil of ignorance that is spread over all nations. He will swallow up death in victory. And it shall be said in that day, Lo, this is our God, we have waited for him, and he will save us. Isaiah 25, 7-9. The prophecy in Esdras confirming the date of the end of the world. After I had found out the date and the details of what took place at the end of all matter, I was one day looking through the 7th chapter of Romans 2, Esdras, and reading verses 28-33, when I suddenly recognized that they confirmed in detail my conclusions. Verses 28 and 29 read as follows: "For my Son Jesus shall be revealed with those that be with him, and they that remain shall rejoice within 400 years. After these years shall my Son Christ die, and all men that have life." The first historical book that I consulted to see what happened 400 years before the death of Mrs. Eddy on December 3, 1910, referred to as the death of my Son Christ, which means the death of the teachings as to the Christ that she was giving to the world, was Cassell's Universal History by Ollier, in which I read the following. Copyright. The year 1510 was a turning point in the career of Luther. It was then that he went to Rome on some business connected with his order, and it was at Rome that his mind was first opened to the tremendous corruptions of the Western Church. In the capital of the Church, he beheld a state of things which rivaled, if it did not surpass, what had existed in the same place under the worst of the emperors. He believed that in Rome he should find the very source and fount of holiness, and his dismay was overwhelming when he found that he had tumbled into a sty of vice. The whole of Italy was involved in the same reproach, but in Rome the fact was more glaring and conspicuous from the vastness of the city and the contrast of its supposed character as a sacred spot. Not merely the secular nobility, but to an equal, if not a greater extent, the clergy were given up to the most extravagant immoralities, which were practiced with scarcely an attempt at concealment, and even with a laughing disregard of comment. Skepticism had spread widely and deeply amongst all classes. Many of the priests were avowedly atheists and would scoff at the Mass as they administered it. It may be doubted whether two Romish priests of that date could have looked each other in the face without laughing, any more than two Roman augurs of the ancient days. The vices of the system were its profligacy, on the one hand, and on the other, its hypocritical profession of a faith Wiccan was no longer held. At that time a faithful son of the Church, Luther was shocked and terror-stricken by all he saw and heard. The foundations of the Church itself seemed to his melancholy glance to have suddenly become rotten. He remained no longer than a fortnight in the metropolis of the Western world, but his brief visit produced memorable effects. In after years, the great reformer used to say that he would not for 100,000 florins have missed his journey to Rome, for without it he should never have seen the full corruption of the Romish system, and should constantly have feared that he was doing an injustice to the Pope. Although it has nothing to do with the point that I am now dealing with, it is interesting that the description of Luther continues as follows. The fervor and moral purity of his own life showed the perfect sincerity of the man, while the gloomy mysticism of his speculations, which induced him to regard the visible world as an illusion, essentially evil and misleading, revealed a nature ill at ease with itself and its surroundings, but one from which great deeds might be expected, whenever a great occasion should substitute the life of action for the dreams of reverie. Such an occasion arose in 1517. On October 31st, 1517, Luther nailed up on the door of the castle church at Wittenberg his historical document, putting forward his 95 Theses or propositions. The universal history deals with this proclamation as follows. Although Luther was still a Catholic and a monk, he gave expression in these celebrated propositions to the Protestant conception of responsibility to God irrespectively of priests, and to the sufficiency of the gospel for spiritual guidance and satisfaction. Few have known that Luther regarded the material world as an illusion, essentially evil and misleading. Evidently, in his early days, he acted as a channel for truth. It will be noted that it was exactly 7 years after my son Jesus was revealed that he laid down his gauntlet to the evil of the day, and it would be interesting. Go know whether, 400 years later, on October 31st, 1917, the gauntlet was again laid down to evil, and its harmful effects declared. The ecclesiastics of the Roman Catholic Church, like those of all other religions, have much changed since those days. The recent pronouncement of the Pope as to the study of the Bible is one of the many signs of the change in religious thought. The following quotations from Father Tyrrell, the modernist, show the trend of the advanced thinkers of the Roman Catholic Church. One prominent feature we miss in the Christianity of Jesus, any sort of formal theology, so mastered and enslaved by the Spirit was Jesus that his life was simply the life of the Spirit. The material imitation of the historical Jesus tends to extinguish his spirit. In us too, Christ, the Spirit, lives and utters himself. Man becomes consciously and actively the organ of a universal and eternal end, because with it, his physical selfhood is transcended and subordinated to his spiritual selfhood. There is that in him which nothing can satisfy but some sort of union with and appropriation of the infinite and eternal Christianity at the crossroads. The words, after these years, 400, shall my son Christ die, and all men that have life, mean that on Mrs. Eddy's death the spiritual illumination of the Christ teaching that she had been giving to the world ceased, and the leaders of the Christian Science organization practically put an embargo on all their members who were giving any advanced spiritual interpretations to the world. The revised version reads, "Have the breath of life," namely the words that give life. Their object in doing this is to try and retain the purity of Mrs. Eddy's teachings as set out in her writings. They forget that she herself spoke of the continually advancing thought and the better understanding of the spiritual import of the words that she had written. The result is that they think that every new light thrown on her writings, which they do not understand, must be unorthodox and contrary to the message she has given to the world. They have not recognized that she herself has written that she has made no effort to treat in full detail so infinite a theme, S and H. Pref X, though rejoicing in some progress, she still finds herself a willing disciple at the heavenly gate, awaiting for the mind of Christ, S and H. Pref Roman 9. She was also always in favor of freedom of every kind. She wrote, "Let the word have free course and be glorified. The people clamor to leave cradle and swaddling clothes. Truth cannot be stereotyped. It unfoldeth forever, no and yes." p. 45. Judge not the future advancement of Christian science by the steps already taken, lest you yourself be condemned for failing to take the first step. S. and H. p. 459. 8. Another form of inhumanity lifts its hydra head to forge anew the old fetters, to shackle conscience, stop free speech. Misc. Writ. p. 246. Mrs. Eddy saw the danger that there was from an organization that would cramp the liberty and efforts of its members, and always upheld democratic government. She said, "The great element of reform is not born of human wisdom. It draws not its life from human organizations. Rather, it is the crumbling away of material elements, the people's idea of God." p. 1. She also wrote that when the material form of cohesion and fellowship has accomplished its end, continued organization retards spiritual growth and should be laid off. In order to gain spiritual freedom and supremacy, retro and intro, p. 45, in healing the sick and sinning, there is no dynasty, no ecclesiastical monopoly. S. and H. p. 141, 13. Material organization is requisite in the beginning, but when it has done its work, the purely Christly method of teaching and preaching must be adopted. Misc. Writ. p. 358. The time cometh when the religious element, or the Church of Christ, shall exist alone in the affections, and need no organization to express it. Misc. Writ. p. 145. Esdras continues as follows, "And the world shall be turned into the old silence 7 days, like as in the former judgments, so that no man shall remain." In prophetic chronology, a day practically always means a year. Even 40 days, each day for a year, shall ye bear your iniquities, even 40 years. Numbers 14:34. Our Lord himself used this symbolism as he said, "Behold, I cast out devils and do cures today and tomorrow, and the third day I shall be perfected. Nevertheless, I must walk today and tomorrow and the day following. For it cannot be that a prophet perish out of Jerusalem." Luke 13:32-33. In prophesying, the writers seem by such devices to have purposely hidden their meaning. The above verse therefore means that for 7 years, the world would cease to have any new spiritual illumination from the Christian science organization. The old silence, like as in the former judgments, means that the world would not advance in the knowledge of true prayer and would remain quiescent, as in times when man did not know what to judge meant. See page 302, line 16. "So that no man shall remain" may refer to the leaving of the Christian science organization by so many of the most spiritual workers. Some may think that I am attaching too much weight to the Christian Science movement, but when the fact is fully appreciated that Mrs. Eddy, its founder, discovered how Jesus did his miracles and proved the non-reality of matter, that she was the first in modern times to prove what is now being recognized by medical men, that all disease is mental, that she was the first to put forward publicly what the Church is now teaching, namely, that the atonement was not the sacrifice of a beloved Son by God, but the teaching by our Lord of man's atonement with God. And when it is taken into consideration that no religious sect has ever increased with anything like the same rapidity, and that it is one of the wealthiest and most powerful organizations of the day, although subject to the same difficulties and troubles that other religious organizations have, I think that this objection will disappear. Verse 31, the following verse, runs as follows, And after 7 days the world that yet awaketh not shall be raised up, and that shall die that is corrupt. This shows how accurate is the prophecy, because it does not say, and 7 days after the end shall come, but after 7 days. That is to say, sometime after the period commencing December 3rd, 1917, the world that is still asleep shall be lifted up in thought, and evil shall be destroyed. Verse 32 refers to the raising from the dead that will take place, and runs as follows. And the earth shall restore those that are asleep in her, and so shall the dust those that dwell in silence, and the secret places shall deliver those souls that were committed unto them. The first portion means that the earth, the scientific workers, will awaken those who are asleep to spiritual things. The latter portion that those who have not already been buried, and in whom post-mortem decomposition, the sign of having passed into another state of consciousness, has not yet begun, shall be raised from the dead. That is, their so-called minds will be awakened out of their state of coma, the soul being the biblical word for the human or carnal mind. The dust shall restore those that dwell in silence is interesting copyright, since the spiritual reality of dust is the power that any idea of God has of being recollected. It means that in the wonderful mental awakening that then comes about, when men are able at once to materialize thoughts, the workers with the human mind who have not yet been spiritually awakened, and so are still on a material basis, will materialize the thoughts or recollections of people who have passed on. A more accurate way of stating this is that thoughts will be seen as things. Numbers of those who have been dead for some time will then, apparently, be seen walking about. These materialized thoughts of people the Romans used to call simulacra. The spiritualists now call them departed beings. They recognize, however, that in many cases these are merely thought forms, that is, materialized thoughts appearing exactly like a living being. These are the so-called spirits, seen at a spiritualistic séance, which are created by the so-called subconscious mind of the medium. Sometimes these can apparently give any information that they are asked for, past, present, or future. This is because, as I have pointed out, the subconscious mind of man knows everything in the material world, past, present, and future. These simulacra, or thought forms, are similar to the ghosts, so-called, that appeared at the time of the crucifixion of Jesus. When the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose. Matthew 27:52. It was through the great mental excitement at the time that these were seen. In revivals, when there is great religious excitement, wonderful miraculous results are often obtained even with the human mind, as in the case of the Welsh revivals. When I first read what Esdras says, I at once turn to Daniel to see whether he, in his prophecy with regard to the end of the world, mentioned anything about this dual raising from the dead, and I found that he mentioned it in these words, "And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt." Daniel 12:2. This verse, which follows the one previously quoted, showing how the end will come and mentioning the coming troubles, means that those still in a state of sleep or coma will again walk about and speak, and then when the end comes will be dematerialized and wake up to find themselves spiritual beings in heaven with everlasting life. In the case of the simulacra, anyone can dematerialize the apparent living being on meeting it, by turning to heaven and realizing that there is nothing but God. In other words, they have no reality, being merely thought forms, which then disappear with the shame of those who have been taken in by them and the contempt of those who have recognized what they really were. The following verse, verse 3, shows what will happen to those who understand how to pray. "And they that be wise shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that turn many to righteousness as the stars for ever and ever. The fourth verse reads as follows, But thou, O Daniel, shut up the words and seal the book, even to the time of the end. This means that the prophecies of Daniel would not be fully understood until since the time of the end. That is, until the present time, when, as the verse continues, many shall run to and fro and knowledge shall be increased. We have to learn as quickly as possible how to think rightly, or else it will be too late. Jesus said, For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no, nor ever shall be. Matthew 24:21. Verse 33, the following verse in Esdras, is as follows. And the Most High shall appear upon the seat of judgment, and misery shall pass away, and the long-suffering shall have an end. This means that the realization of God will be so marvelously clear that universal judgment, that is, universal destruction of evil, will take place, and all the hopeless misery and terrible suffering will at last come to an end. In the Syriac version, after the word judgment, the words and the end shall come are added. Verses 26 and 27 of 2 Esdras 7, which preface this prophecy, run as follows, Behold, the time shall come, that these tokens which I have told thee shall come to pass, and the bride shall appear, and she coming forth shall be seen, that now is withdrawn from the earth, and whosoever is delivered from the foresaid evils shall see my wonders. The 26th verse in the translation by G.H. Box is as follows, For behold the days come, and it shall be when the signs which have foretold unto thee shall come to pass. Then shall the city that is now invisible appear, and the land which is now concealed be seen. It is possible that the material representation of the land which is now concealed be seen may be the coming up of the submerged continent which, according to the Theosophists, is about to appear. The scientific position. When we come to consider the scientific position, the conclusions are confirmed. Apart altogether from the overwhelming testimony of the Bible, it has been proved unquestionably by such leaders in science as Sir William Crookes, Sir Oliver Lodge, Sir William Barrett, and Dr. Alfred Russel Wallace in England, and by Professors Richet in France, Lombroso in Italy, and Schrenck-Notzing in Germany, as well as by many others, that matter can be caused to appear and disappear. Although no two are agreed as to what really is happening, most of those above mentioned believe that the effects which have been proved to take place have something to do with departed spirits. Two leading authorities on the subject have actually borne testimony to the coming universal disappearance of all matter. Dr. Le Bon, probably the most advanced physicist of the day, has proved that matter and so-called force are identical and can be caused to cease to exist. He says that the whole of the material world is disappearing, and also shows that with all such movements, the change comes about more and more rapidly, and at the end is tremendous. Sir William Crookes, now President of the Royal Society, the leading scientific body in the world, in his address on modern views of matter, delivered before the Congress of Applied Chemistry at Berlin, has said, This fatal quality of atomic dissociation appears to be universal. The whole range of human experience is all too short to afford a parallax whereby the date of the extinction of matter can be calculated. He also, commenting upon the modern idea that matter is nothing more than superimposed layers of positive and negative electricity, has said that he refrained from speculating as to what would happen to us if some clever researcher of the future discovered a method of making these alternate layers of plus and minus cancel each other out. This method has now been discovered and its results made clear. See page 83. The seventh trumpet. Those workers who have made a study of the vibration of matter and of its disappearance and reappearance, will recognize that the giving out in this book of the accurate statements concerning matter sounds the complementary and keynote vibration to that in action in the material universe, heralding the speedy and total dematerialization of all evil. The statement that there is nothing but God is the realization that brings about the downfall of all matter. It has been referred to by many writers in different ways. They speak of it as a trump, as a great sound, as the name of God that it is not allowed to mention. For instance, Colonel Garnier, in his book, already quoted from, states that the end of 1917 is shown in the Bible as the date of the last trump and of the resurrection, and probably there are about a dozen different names for it in the writings of occult workers, comparatively few of whom have understood it to mean the disappearance of all matter, and therefore of all evil, though they all recognize that it heralds some tremendous change. Even in fiction, we have had this last trump alluded to. Those who have read The Human Chord by Mr. Algernon Blackwood will remember he says that the sounding together by mankind of the great name we call Jehovah in the right way is to make mankind as gods and bring this world to an end. Value of the testimony. A few years ago, before I had found in Esdras a direct prophetical confirmation of the date of the end, I sometimes felt that, perhaps, after all, I might have made some mistake about the end coming so soon. This feeling of doubt always vanished when I considered that ever since I was retained by the Daily Express to make a professional examination into mental healing, with one exception, I never had a man come to me for help out of sin where it had not been instantaneous, and he had gone out of the room free. For instance, I have never helped a drunkard who has come to me for help, however hopeless a case, where he has not been helped instantaneously. This is because the healing has been done by the realization of God, and not by thinking of the patient. In Esdras, this treatment by the realization of God is spoken of as being on a great mountain, and upon the top of the Mount Zion, 2 Esdras 13:6-35. In the one case where the patient was not healed, he did not tell me what the sin was, and a few days after he was shot. Out of all these cases, only once has there been any relapse, as far as I am aware, in one hopeless case of drink. The patient, who would not take any trouble himself whatsoever, was drunk 3 times afterwards, and then had no further temptation. Similarly, I know of no case of the healing of severe disease, growths, consumption, etc., through me, where there has been a return, although in 2 cases it was suggested that there had been a relapse. This was not in the slightest degree likely, as neither of the patients had asked again for help. One had been twice operated upon for malignant cancer, and then had been instantaneously healed, not a trace being left, and consequently would have been sure to have appealed again for help had a relapse occurred. The other, which was a test case, had also been operated on for malignant cancer 3 or 4 times, and had been pronounced incurable, as it was coming again in several places. All signs had disappeared in 2 or 3 months, so that it is not likely that she would not have asked for help if it had returned. Further, for some years I have been in the habit of saying, for instance, in my public lectures when answering questions, try to think of the most out-of-the-way trouble that you can, other than one of the thousands of diseases, and see if you can think of a trouble that someone has not been helped out of, when I showed him how to pray and prayed for him. No one has ever mentioned any of the 101 troubles that mankind is heir to, of which I could not give an example. In fact, only once has anyone mentioned a trouble of which I could only give one instance. I was once asked whether I had ever helped anyone who had committed a murder. I was able to answer in the affirmative, and that he was out of his troubles in a fortnight. These are no lightly made claims to the value of a knowledge of truth. They have constantly been made publicly, and so often have I been attacked that if they were not true, I would have been challenged. In one public address, I said, "For over 10 years I have never seen men fighting or even an angry man without there being perfect calm. As a rule, in about 10 to 12 seconds, seldom as much as half a minute, and I am sure never as much as a minute." In one case, at the request of one of the leading clergymen in London, over 2,000 howling men were perfectly calm in a few seconds. The latter statement was challenged by the editor of one of the papers, who stated that the clergyman mentioned had not asked for my help. Later, the clergyman wrote to me what was practically a letter of apology, saying that he had forgotten that he had asked for my assistance. My earliest important investigation and report was made for one of the leading financial houses in London nearly 40 years ago. It was on the first system of electric lighting commercially introduced into England. Out of the many investigations and reports I have since made on new discoveries and inventions of every kind, I know of no case where anyone can put a finger on any mistake. I think, therefore, it will be agreed that, considering the marvelous protection of God with which I have been surrounded, though I may be mistaken in details, it is not likely that a mistake, as to our now being right at the end of all matter, could have been made in the greatest investigation of my life and the climax of my work. The end devoutly to be wished. Let no one fear this miscalled end of the world. This great world change, so devoutly to be wished for, is already dawning with glorious rays of light on the vision of those who, knowing the fallacy of the evidence of their senses, are seeking to keep their gaze fixed on the things which are not seen, for the things which are seen are temporal, but the things which are not seen are eternal. 2 Corinthians 4:18. Wherefore henceforth know we no man after the flesh. 2 Corinthians 5:16. For the invisible things of him from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even his eternal power and Godhead. Romans 1:20. Perfect peace, whatever the troubles, is the reward of those who think of God instead of evil, as shown by the prophet Isaiah in the following words, "Thou wilt keep him in perfect peace, whose mind is stayed on thee." Isaiah 26:3. Have now put forward what I know of the time of the end. Each one can form his own opinion as to when it will take place. That it will take place, and that soon, is a certainty. Our work is clear. It is to be prepared, and to obtain such a knowledge of true prayer that we can do our share in reducing the troubles. As to the actual date, that is comparatively a detail. If I have interested my readers sufficiently to make them look closely into the matter, that is all I desire. Their realization of truth will do the rest. From the summit of ceaseless true prayer, uplifting conscious communion with God, so often referred to in Scripture as the mountain of the Lord, the heavenly pictures, hitherto revealed only in glimpses, may be seen expanding into the limitless horizon of infinite spirit, the teeming universe of unfathomable mind. Here, infinite as God, his creator, stands God's perfect man, the male and female of God's creating, perpetual witness to the continual unfoldment of inexhaustible good. In the undimmed sunlight of truth, all the grandeur and minutiae of spiritual creation stand revealed as they ever have been, are, and ever will be in the sight of God, perfect, uncontaminable, eternal. This promised land is here for all, now and always. The crossing of the Jordan, the river of judgment, in other words, the attainment of the point of discrimination between the true and the false, is soon to become apparent and to be apprehended by one and all. Then, indeed, will consciousness rise to the life which is eternal, and the mortal concept will fade away in the dazzling realization of the stupendous nature of our God, in whom is found all we have willed or hoped or dreamed of good, not its semblance but itself. Robert Browning.